What's cracking, ladies and gentlemen? I hope you're all doing well. Welcome to this Sunday afternoon tournament. Today it's going to be a single faction tournament. We shall see which faction shall rise. Who shall be our grand champion today? Certainly some very sweaty folks playing. I think we have over 40 players signed up. So it should be a good event. We're going to be getting started in a minute. Today I'm going to be doing some casting, resting the old paws. Don't worry, I will be playing this week, but today I am going to be casting. And let's go ahead and get the first round going. All right. So we're going to refresh this one more time. Feels good, man. It does. Noctilus, hope you're doing well. What's up? Okay. So everybody who is checked in is going to be checked in at this point. And now we are going to be generating the bracket. All right, so generating bracket. Here we go. The wretched hands need a rest. That's right. That is right. Okay. Round uno is upon us. The website is pushing it. There we go. So let's announce to the players that round one is live, and we will go from there. All right, so where is everybody? So announcing for the tournament. Here we go. Goblins, round one is live. Good luck, have fun. All right, so the tournament is live. We're going to find a match and see if we can find any sweaty ones here in the first round of players. So taking a look at everything here, we have our matches. All right, let's see. Trying to find one that might be even-ish, right? Two players who I know are pretty experienced. Okay, we could do... I know Subutai and Jay Phoenix are probably pretty good match there. Aside from that, let's see who else we have. Ricochet and Apostate. That's probably Dwarves versus... yeah, so we'll do Subutai and Jay Phoenix. That'll be our first game. All right, so we message and grab them. And go here. Lobby code, please, for... J-Game. All right, so we're going to be joining this one in a moment. Hope you're all doing well. How's life treating you guys? What have you been up to? See any movies? Start any cool new games? Chorf match? We'll get Chorfs at some point today. We'll get them at some point today. Chorfs versus Chaos Dwarves. I don't know if that's actually the matchup, but it is kind of a fun one, actually. I wonder... Apostate is very good at those. Let's actually see what they're playing. We'll go and check the SFT declaration real quick. All right, so checking here. So we have Norska for Subutai here, and his opponent Jay is playing what? Norska's been doing pretty well. Going to be very strong when they get an update. That's going to be pretty nutty. I think Slanesh is going to be the true Dark Lord when they get updated, though. That's going to be scary. All right, yeah, we'll just hang here for now. And let me find Jay as well. Jay Phoenix. Lobby code, please, for your game with Subu. Okay. All right. Assyrian says, did you coin the concept of Swiss SFT? Yeah, I don't know. I just called it that. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure it's been called. There's been tournaments called that before in the history of RTS. But yeah, we started with that one. Yes. Yeah, the Alien Earth show comes out this week. That's going to be very fun. I hope it's good. I think I've heard whispers that it's decent, right? Didn't they have like an early screening of some of the episodes or something? I really hope it's good because the Alien universe is so much fun. Hey, Cadians, thanks for resubscribing, man. Nobody's going to beat the ultimate goated movies of all time. Alien versus Predator. Oh, hell yeah. I think my favorite scene in Alien versus Predator is when the alien, when the Predator grabs the alien by the tail and, swings him in a circle like WWE style. That shit is so funny. All right. So we got our lobby. We're going to be joining it real quick and seeing how this goes. Yes. Here we are. And 1, 2. Okay, great. There we are. Okay, NG. Okay, cool. So we're all set, coordinated with the players. It's going to be Lizardman versus Norska. And let's see how this goes. It's going to be fun. I loved Alien vs. Predator when I was a kid. Yeah, me too. When it first came out, well, I wasn't a kid, but it was a lot of fun. Yeah, so the Dawn of War remaster, when does that release? Let me check. Dawn of War remaster? Let's see. I'm looking for it on Dawn of War 1. Let's see if it's here. Don't know. Yeah, so if it is coming out this week, then absolutely we will be jumping over and playing that. I never played it. It's going to be fun to kind of figure it out. August 14th is when it comes out. 16th is what you're saying. So yeah, waiting here. Should the stream still have birthday tags on it? Probably not, Frost. I have no idea what that even is, man. Might as well be speaking a different language here. I just wanted a movie with let's see. Oh, I wanted a movie with Skaven in it. Yeah. Yeah, Skaven would actually be legit scary. You could make a horror movie that was pretty good with Skaven. Like if you really leaned into the fact that they like eat everything they basically can get their hands on, that would actually be legit scary. Because Skaven are often portrayed as comedic, you know, like in most of the books and literature and stuff. They have a very comedic spin, and their ineptitude is very funny. But in reality, like Skaven are actually really scary if you think about it. Like they could make some good horror movie material for sure. Uh-oh, McIver, you just bought the Cathay Arcane Journal. Let the wallet strings loosen? Yeah. Oh, yeah, for sure. August 14th is the planned release date for the new Dawn of War. So that's going to be later this week. Yeah, so when it does come out, we for sure will cover it. Norsca versus Lizards. It could be the Dread Saurian being hunted to extinction by the cavemen. We'll have to see. I have no idea how this is going to go. Against Norsca, I'd probably use... You know what I really like there would be salamanders. Like the fire damage salamanders in general seem really good. I even think like a Saurus Warrior battle line or something could be pretty effective as well. Yeah, Davok, for sure. It's got to be fun. It's got to be fun. Yeah, sounds good, Frost. If you think we'll enjoy it, then we certainly will. We'll be playing it. Okay, let's see here. We need our predators doing fancy karate kicks. Like, oh yeah, wasn't... Correct me if I'm wrong, but for the original Predator movie, wasn't the Predator originally going to be played by Jean-Claude Van Damme? That wasn't just a rumor, right? Like didn't they like full on cast them and had him there and everything, but there was some sort of a weird fallout or he dropped out of the project for some reason. I vaguely remember seeing that. He was in the suit. Okay. That would have been so funny to see like the Predator doing like roundhouse kicks and like and things like that. You know, that would have been wild. Those are yeah, the first Predator movie is obviously a masterpiece. The ones after that were pretty haggard. Although the one that they had recently, Prey, was really, really fun. The one that I don't remember the director's name, but Prey was really fun. And the upcoming Predator movie is also with the same director, if I'm not mistaken. So hopefully it'll be good. Jean-Claude Van Damme. Yeah. I mean, he's certainly not big and imposing, but I mean, you know, you could just put him in like some tall shoes or something, right? Yeah, would have been fine. There's some footage of him bouncing around in the suit. Oh, that's fun. Yeah, so probably flame salamanders here are very good because they can roast skin wolves and do good damage against the infantry. They can shoot down mammoths. Ancient Sallies, you could probably go with like an old school, Tim build, own goal, where basically you have two ancient salamanders, the SE ones just nuking the infantry and kind of playing a defensive kiting style build. There's a lot of ways you could go about it. Temple Guard, in theory, could have some teeth in this matchup. Granted, they probably downtrade into like things like Berserkers, who are really good infantry fighters. I did see 28 Years Later. I was pretty conflicted about it. 28 Years Later was, like it had a really strong start. The first sequence where he's out with his son and they get chased by the big alpha, zombie guy and stuff. That was really intense when they're like running across the water. I was like, okay, if this is like the tempo and the pace of the movie and the thematics, I'm going to be really into it. But the second half of the movie was very... It was underwhelming for me. To be fair, though, at the time, I didn't know it was already like a pre-planned trilogy. So that kind of, makes the ending a little bit more digestible. But overall, I would say disappointed with 28 Years Later, but I still enjoyed aspects of it because I have really low standards for movies. But I would say overall disappointed. And like Anna and I walked out of the theater and we were like, oh, it was started so strong, It started so strong. No, I didn't see that, Frost. I'm glad we skipped that one. The Jurassic World, yeah. We'll probably see it when it comes out for free on some sort of a streaming service or something. In platform boots, it's true. I mean, there's a lot of actors in Hollywood who wear like these shoes. So there's like the special shoe designers in Los Angeles and various parts of the country. And they basically make these clogs, like these. They look like clogs. They look like shoes, They look like normal shoes from the front, but when you see them, they add like 3 to 4 inches to your height. It's pretty wild. So I'm sure a lot of actors like will wear them for various roles, or even just wear them in general just to appear taller. I've seen those. Yeah, my dad was an actor, so I've seen the witchcraft that's out there. Hey Goku, thank you for resubscribing. Appreciate you, man. Here we go. 28 decades later, zombies in space. Yes, that's right. All right, Subutai is ready on Norska, waiting for the Lizardmen to ready up here. It's going to be good. Seeing if there's any pings or anybody trying to join late. I don't think so. Looks good. All right, so let's drop this player here. Okay. Let's refresh. And see what's cooking. All right, so that person should have their buy round point. Let's see if that worked. Yes, it did. All right, all right. Yes, and now we have Lizardman versus Norska. Okay, perfect. No admin stuff. Everything's good. Everything is good. Oh my God, yeah. So the new War of the Worlds movie is like, I saw it on Amazon or wherever the hell it was. It was the one with Ice Cube. So I saw that on Amazon, and my wife and I watched like the first 5 minutes of it, and we just turned it off. It was so freaking awful. It was so awful. I couldn't even get through the first I think I made it to maybe 10 minutes, maybe 10 minutes actually. It was so bad. And we didn't even get into the meat of the movie. I've heard that it is an atrocity and one of the worst movies ever made, but I don't know if that's an exaggeration, but it looked pretty freaking bad. You didn't enjoy the Zoom meetings? Oh God. It's just absolutely terrible. Map is going to be Crystal Lake, by the way. Pretty big open map. Mobility can definitely do its thing. Okay, looks good. Looks good there. And where are we at? All right. Awesome sauce. Why have so many people seen it? I don't know. It was on a major streaming platform. It has Ice Cube in it. Maybe people are interested in that. You mean the Amazon Air ad? Is that what it is? Oh, God. So Frost is saying it was apparently made during COVID, which is why it was so bad. But I wonder who convinced him to release it. Yeah, that thing should have never seen the light of day. That movie. I have a conspiracy theory that it's intentionally bad to generate interest. I mean, yeah, there's that classic adage of there's no such thing as bad press. Naked Gun was really fun. I loved it. If you guys haven't seen the Leslie Nielsen Naked Gun, it really is a solid homage to the original one. I loved it. Oh, it was so good. The Frank Drebin. Yeah, it was great. You guys saw the Naked Gun? I loved it. It was so much fun. All right, guys. Let's see what's cooking between these two mighty champions. And let's break down the build. What's going on, Mine? Welcome to the stream. The moment I saw the scene with OJ Sun, I knew it was a must-watch. It was really funny. It was so good. All right. So, wait for the players to load in, and then we will begin casting this game. So, once again, thank you all for joining on this fine Sunday afternoon. Liam Neeson. Yes, Liam Neeson is the actor, of course. Frank Drebin is the character that he plays. Yeah. All right, guys. Spawning in on the north side of the map, it is going to be one of our returning veterans. It is going to be Jay Phoenix playing under the name Mothma here. And they are going to be using a front battle line of Saurus Warriors, which is fine. Shielded Saurus Warriors can go fisticuffs with Norscan infantry. They can fight Berserkers. They can fight against Marauders. They can hold their own against champions for a period of time, but will eventually lose that fight. But yeah, they're pretty cool. It's kind of an old school style. A lot of Blizzard players lean into the Skinks nowadays as their mainline infantry, but I think Saurus are pretty Chad still, so it is going to be those. Now, using Chameleon Skinks and basic Skink Skirmishers in Vanguard, it's going to be mostly Chameleons, which isn't bad against Norscan Skirmishers because they do have 40% missile res, plus loose formation, right? So if they're fighting enemy archers or skirmish cavalry primarily is what they want to be fighting. They're going to be able to survive with their 40% resistance and do some work. And Norska has a shit ton of light armor, right? We do have a couple champions, of course, but aside from that, 15 armor here. Wolfric himself does have a lot, but most of the baseline Norscan stuff, we have another 15 here. Werekin does have 70, which is respectable. Chariot does have 90, but that's a pretty armor-heavy build for Norska. On the backside, it is going to be an Ancient Salamander, interior Ancient Salamander. It's pretty cool. This thing's really nice at bombarding elite infantry and kind of playing that defensive kiting Lizardman playstyle where you pick them apart using the Chameleon Skinks, and then you poke them down using this big bad boy right here, so I certainly don't hate it. In the woods, it's going to be a Banana Toad. It's going to be a Slan Mage of Life with Earthblood and Dwellers Below. Oh, and the big Giga Chad Horned one. So these are super elite Lizardmen Cav. And they're pretty scary. I mean, look, they don't want to be fighting Skin Wolves, but everything else on the roster is potentially going to be fine. All right. Now for the Norskin Unga Bunga of Subutai here. It is going to be a battle line of Marauders in the front. Backed up by Marauder Champions with great weapons. Javelins are quite good in the Lizard matchup. There's a number of targets they can throw at. And honestly, even just throwing Javelins at infantry isn't the worst thing in the world. So we'll see what they can do. Granted, the range is very short at 90, so the Ancient Salamander should be able to poke them from a distance. That's going to be it. Frostwolf Chariots coming out. They're all the hotness right now. These Frostwolf Chariots are so hot right now. They do have Frostbite, Anti-Infantry. They also have AP, ranged attacks. Probably you want to turn the Ancient Salamander around and charge this thing if it gets a little bit too close to you. But it looks like it is going to be just beelining in there, trying to run over some of the skinks, which isn't a bad idea. And look at that. Applies Frostbite right away, right? So now these guys are down to 34 speed, going to be very, very slow. And it doesn't seem like there's much of a defensive response from the dinos. Now, where are the Velociraptor cavalry? The horse and the rider, the Velociraptor and the rider? We'll find out. All right, so Skink's getting wrecked there a little bit. Another Chariot's going to be moving in from Subutai, getting into the front line and hitting the Chameleon Skinks. So Skinks are getting hammered down pretty good. One unit here is getting mashed up nice and good-like, and at the backside, probably going to be Feral Cold Ones or Cold One Spear Riders. So it is going to be Spear Riders coming out. They're, of course, a hard counter against Chariots if they can catch them. We will see if they can. Earthblood activated there. Going to be healing some of the Skinks up as these Chariots continue rampaging. Going to make sense. Oh, man. Oh, look at that. The boat. It went off the wall and did like the NBA ricochet there. That was kind of cool. But now the Spear Riders are out, and it's going to be forcing the Ice Wolf Chariots back. But not before Subutai gets a massive amount of value, guys. A massive amount of value. He's able to bring the Red Crested Skink ROR down to like no HP. He wrecks 2 of the Chameleons. And overall, call it a bit of a victory. Now, Wulfric the Wanderer does get a little bit balls deep. He actually moves into combat with some Saurus Warriors. But he's not the most resilient of characters. I mean, he has 100 armor and high MD, but I find that he tends to die kind of quick. He doesn't have any sort of healing or anything like that. So he does get surrounded by all of the Saurus Warriors and loses a little bit of HP there. And the Spear Riders now overextending, so Jay gets a little bit crunk and does move into enemy lines and is going to be eating a lot of Javelin Fire. So this is pretty disastrous start for the dinos here. Now in the woods, oh my god, what the hell is going on back here? What the hell is this? Oh my god, in the woods we got the Horned Ones fighting against the Werekin, the Beast of Tashnar, and some Marauder Champions with great weapons, but there's also Javelins back here. So we look in the woods, and the Battletoad is getting wrecked. Oh my god, if the Slan runs off the battlefield right now, it's probably just going to be game blouses. It'll be a very, very quick win here for Subutai. We'll have to see. So the Slan is able to get away. Subutai with some good micro. So what he does is he runs the Condom Wolf out of combat here and starts chasing down the Battletoad. So there's going to need to be something to save the Slan. Otherwise, it's going to be game over. So yeah, we see the Velociraptor cavalry coming in. Will the sweet Siren of Lustria be another temptation that is going to be luring the Werekin to its death? I don't know. Find out today. 800 HP on the Battletoad. In the mainline fighting here, we do see Wulfric is in combat, and he has gotten into combat with the Ancient Salamander. And the rest of the Dino army is just going to be kind of sitting back. I think that Jay is super focused on trying to save the Battletoad here. But Subutai definitely has a Rage Boner and is going to be spam clicking right here and definitely getting the karate chops where you can. All right, so Battletoad is down already. That is probably one of the roughest starts I've seen. Very, very rough. Those things are incredibly expensive for what they are. And I mean, they're very good, but they're not cheap either. And now the Lizard army is going to be leaderless. Now, are you going to be able to come back from this? I mean, Jay's army is certainly a good army, I think. It has some good picks in it. But I think that's going to be very tough, as Subutai is able to overwhelm Jay in the forest. The Javelins advancing. Marauder Champions are also just huge Giga Chads. They got their big, great weapons here, and they're going to be bonking into these tiny little lizards. It's going to be a bad time. I mean, look at those weapons. And, like, look at these little gremlins, right? Some Salamanders are in the back, and I mean, maybe if you can get the Skinwolf Werekin offline, that's going to be a consolation prize, but we do see some Werewolves back here also, chasing the Cold One Spear Riders and also getting into combat here with these Salamanders. So there's a lot of stuff here going very, very rough for the Lizardmen, and honestly, I think this is going to be game over. I just think, blundering that Slan in the beginning is going to be a little bit too much. Now, is Jay going to be re-summoning the Slan? I don't think so. Currently, the value difference is going to be 7.3 against 3, so massive value difference favoring Norsky here. As the Chariots continue to rampage, and Subutai is basically spawn camping here. He's moved in with his Marauder Hunters, getting good Javelin Fire into those units. Ancient Salamander is back online, going to be putting some pot shots down. And the Werewolves in the back were able to obliterate the remnants of the Horned Ones, as well as the Ancient Salamander, or the regular Salamanders, which of course ran off the map. But yeah, werewolves going balls deep here, guys. They got their big pimp claws, and they're going to be dragging down the horny boys in the woods. And they also have the werekin leader, who is going to be a very nice fighter as well. And ladies and gentlemen, I think that this is going to be it. We do see the Marauders with great weapons moving in, and they're just going to annihilate these Spear Riders as well. So Jay is kind of struggling to even spawn stuff out in the woods here. In the meantime, the Lizard Army in the front line is doing okay considering the circumstances, but it is having a bad time. Wolfric back here, kind of low. I don't see any way to come back. I mean, this game is 1,000% over. Wolfric the Wanderer is, of course, battling the Salamanders. Salamanders are actually okay fighters. They have 365 weapon strength, and they do also have armor piercing, which is very nice. Wolfric, though, has such a superior stat line. He should be able to win this, even with the HP discrepancy. 27 against 45. Wolfric will probably win that duel. The Javelins, though, are just free-firing this entire game, so these Norscan Javelins are designed to kill big stuff, but like I said in the beginning of the game, they can do some decent damage against infantry as well if they're allowed to kind of sit and shoot, and we do see the Norskins getting that sweet, sweet firepower. While over here, we do see the Icewolf Chariots, proving why they're one of the better chariots in the game with that frostbite and their damage. They're going to continue running through the Saurus Warriors and giving them the biz. So complete route here as the Norscan Berserkers do cut through them. Very cool looking shot right there as the Chariots and the Berserkers run down the Saurus Warriors. Currently, we're seeing about a 6,000, 5,000 value lead. It's pretty freaking brutal right now. And I don't think even the Battletoad coming back is going to be able to kind of salvage the situation. GG, well played. Very, very quick game one, guys. Very, very quick game one. So we might have a little bit of time until the next round, but we can, of course, keep working on our Kislev guide, which will be fun. All right, so that is done. Oh, you know what? Wow. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 games have already finished in the round. Okay, so that's interesting. But yeah, really just getting caught in the woods and losing the Battletoad. I think when the Battletoad got caught in the woods, it kind of frazzled our Lizard player, and they kind of got a little bit rattled and kind of struggled on micro in a couple areas and paid the ultimate price. GG, well played, though. Fun little match. Cool to see the Werekin in the woods hunting the Battletoad and certainly eating some nice French cuisine. Who doesn't love it? So now we're going to go and we're going to work on our Kislev build guide. All right. So, where were we yesterday? So, if we're looking at our Kislev build guide, we can do this, and we can look at Kislev here. Okay, so we did Beastmen, we ended at Lizardmen, I think? Yeah, so now we need to do Ogre Kingdoms. All right. How about a quick battle to fill the gap? We could. It's an option. All right, that's all good. Okay. And there we go. I can't find a 1v1 domination game. It's looking for like 5 minutes and nothing. Okay, do you have the... Oh, it could have something to do with the Epic Game Store, or do you have any mods installed? Because if you have a mod installed, you're not going to be able to find quick battle games. Yeah. We can do a battle real quick. Sure, I'll play battle. If anybody's online and wants to play me, you need to have the Turin 1v1. You need to have the Total Tavern map pack installed. Otherwise, you're not going to be able to play. All right, so there we go. I think we might have time to play a quick game here. I'm not sure. But somebody's got to join quick, because I don't want to hold up the tournament or anything. But I think there's going to be some games that are going to go very long. Yeah, there's still a lot being played. I think we're all right. Yeah, Wei, join our Discord, and some of the people in there can probably help you. I'm not sure. I'd have to. It probably has something to do with the Epic Game Store. Yeah. Canadone, thank you for resubscribing. Appreciate it. All right, did we get somebody in here? So we're going to go Kislev. Oh, it's the general. All right, so this is a really cursed matchup, but we're going to do it. All right, so Altar of the Champion is fine. Okay. So my opponent is ready already, which is making me a little bit suspicious. So this is good. So we get to work on a build against dwarves here, which is going to be fine. It's going to be all good in the neighborhood. All right, Altar of Champion is a good one. We'll take it. Okay. Yes, and I think that's going to be good. Perfection, perfection, and there we are. All right, great. So against the Dowie, I always wonder about this one. This one's a little bit of a funky matchup. I don't know if there's any map that the general wants to do. Yeah, Gates of Ekrund is probably fine. Okay. So we're going to want to max out on these guys, I think. That's going to be pretty big. The Dowie and their forbidden blasting charges, you know, that's a problem there. They are quite evil. I I think this is kind of a cool idea. I like this build so far. Now, the Golden Knight Nyarska does not have armor piercing, so she's probably not going to be the best of options in terms of other things. We are going to grab probably 3 of you. That only allows us to get this. And what else can we cut? Okay, so that's fine. Looking good. Little Grom is an interesting idea here, too. Certainly not bad. The range shooting limit for Kislev is so weird. The Warriors are alright, but they're very vulnerable to blasting charges, so you got to watch out for that. Alright, so 2 of those. We'll get you. You and you. Things in the woods are also kind of neat. I'm probably going to want to get a Patriarch somewhere in here. Alright, I'm just like throwing together a very hastily built build, but I think it should be fine. Alright, looks fine. Good luck, have fun. Let's see what my opponent's got cooking here and see if we can get it done. All right. So we have very similar banners, so I need to switch it right now. So we're going to do the Druzhina Enclave. An experimental build, to say the least, but could be very functional. Oh, yes. You hear the general and you're thinking of Shaquille O'Neal doing Warhammer commercials? That'd be funny. Yeah. You know who had a lot of crazy like celebrity commercials back in the day was the frickin' World of Warcraft. They had like Ozzy Osbourne and Chuck Norris, and like that shit was nuts. It was pretty nuts. Streltsy are good against dwarves. It depends on the map. Ice Guard, probably not so much. We were just casting today, but yeah, we're just playing one game for fun in between rounds because that one went very, very quickly. But do I need to download any maps to play multiplayer ranked games? You do not. No, I don't know. Yeah, Wei, join our Discord and we can get that sorted after the stream. I think there will probably be some people in there who probably have it as well. Yeah. All right. Okay, so just one admin thing here. Let's refresh this. I'm a Night Elf Mohawk. Oh yeah, Mr. T. Is Mr. He's still kicking, right? So it's going to be Ricochet. Okay, so we're going to drop you. See how we're looking in the round. We doing all right? Yeah, we still have a lot of games being played. Okay, good. So I better get this one going quick. All right, so we got Zarina on a sled. Sled arena. And now we're going to get a Streltsy going out there. We're going to get a couple Streltsy here. So it's going to be 2. And they're going to be here with a bunch of bows. Yeah, all right. I dig it. There we go. And then we're going to take you out here with a couple Streltsy as well. It's going to be fun. That's going to be 3. And then we're going to get our skirmishers to go grab the points. All right, guys, that's going to be the build. Hopefully it works out. We will see how this goes. Probably grabbing that outside point first is going to be better. Wonder what the dreaded dwarves are going to bring. Okay, that's like a full-on vanguard. Wowza. All right, so Katarina on the sled. And you guys are going to move over here. And that, oh, it's a thunder barge. Holy shit. Oh, man, I really should have brought Little Grom. Really should have brought Little Grom. Granted, I do have a shit ton of shooting, so I should be able to put some pressure on it. That is for sure. Aside from that, Patriarch is going to be nice. We might get karate chopped here with Zarina. We'll have to see. We're going to get our clutches on these points. Those are blasting charges, so that's a little bit frightening. Probably call out some things in the woods right away because they're going to be really good at ripping up a lot of these units over here. So we do get that outside objective, which is outstanding. All right, so we do see the blimp coming. The Thunder Barge of Doom is going to make this a quick game one way or the other. Katarina's going to hide a little bit longer here, and we are getting some damage there, but he's probably going to be able to wrestle that one, I think. All right, so things in the woods out there, and do I bring any regular dervishes? I did not bring any. Okay, so we're going to need to pull back a little, and the blimp is going to be blimpin', so we're going to get big blimpin'. Oh, big blimpin', that's great. All right, so archers shoot, and we're going to get Streltsy shooting here, and Streltsy shooting here. Zarina's going to get in, start causing some havoc. And you guys are going to form ranks there. All right, great. So the blimp is being shot. We're going to get you coming to shoot the blimp also, and then you guys can move up on the point. Zarina's going to move in on her sled and do some work, so there she goes. Things in the woods, we need to get them on you guys, looking fine, and pull you back this way. So, whoa, what the hell? What the hell did Zarina... Oh, it's the harpoon from the Thunder Barge. Okay. I was like, that's not going to happen again. Yeah, okay. So that's only just like a one-time deal. So we're going to get the Patriarch out. We're going to do a little bit of this. Keep running around there, and the Thunder Barge is taking quite a bit of damage. Okay, so we're going to get you back. and get you back a little bit. And Zarina got harpooned. Okay, that is fine. I was wondering what the hell happened, but she will survive. So we're going to get the Chariot in there. The Thunderbarge is eating a lot of damage. We're going to get you to turn and shoot. Mikaison's Persuader is activated, so, you know, trying to kill the Thunderbarge here is it's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see how it works out for me. It's coming in for the bombardment. Zarina able to roll over one of the units here, and we will pull you guys back there. Get you in to heal the Zarina as well. And, yep, just keep shooting the big old barge. It is eating a lot of fire, and if we can kill it, that's going to be pretty massive. And Zarina's still doing great work against these guys. We're going to do a little Ice Maiden's Kiss on that formation. Hopefully not take any overcast damage. We'll see. And shoot. And let's get these guys underneath and have them start blasting as well. All right, Things in the Woods going to come out. Should be really good against these infantry. And we need to get the Patriarch to come heal Zarina. So killing the barge is pretty massive if we can get it down. We're going to get the Zarina healed. So she's getting the heals. Outstanding. And Things in the Woods are chewing up a lot of those infantry out there. But looks like we are going to take down the Thunderbarge. All right, so it is down. Great. So now we need to form ranks, and we can get the Kossars going into melee here. Let's form up here. Let's get you guys out there. Form up, and you guys can come around the outside a little bit, and we can even creep here with these guys. Okay. So Things in the Woods just move in, and we're just going to reform our bow line and our gun line here. Zarina is hiding for now. These Streltsy can go ahead and park here. Let's tighten up our formation and get all of our bows. See how I'm like staggering all these units here? That's going to be the idea. But there are more dwarves coming out this way, so we're going to need a little bit more, some more Things in the Woods. So let's move in there, do a little Ice Maiden's Kiss right there, and call it a day. All right, so these Streltsy, yeah, the bows can creep around the sides. We do get a nice little vortex right there, nothing too crazy. Winged Lancers. Yeah, if we can get some Winged Lancers to run into those freaking Grimdelvers before they can get the shots off, that's going to be pretty big. But you can see our bow and gun line is doing very good. It's getting some nice shots for sure. So probably I just tar pit Grimdelvers here with all three of these. Just gonna Last Samurai it and buy time for my cab to come in there. Zarina Katarine's gonna keep going after the blasting charges there and just waiting for the Patriarch heal. So I do get in combat there with our Horse Archers, and the Winged Lancers are gonna be replacing them here in a moment. So we're gonna get here, do this, and then I'm gonna retreat you guys back. Zarina Katarine, I'm not gonna risk any more overcharges. We're just gonna keep doing this. I am up on value. Having killed the Thunderbarge already is very nice. And the Winged Lancers do get in combat there, which is great. All right. So awesome sauce. You guys keep shooting. Streltsy are getting their firepower in where they can against these dwarves. Things in the Woods are starting to fold a little bit here. Zarina's getting low, so I'm going to need to pull her back. Probably get a little bit of healing going there. And you know what? Like, yeah, I could get really, really sneaky hobbitses here. I could even bring the Streltsy around the outside. All right, so Zarina, yeah, being shot by Malachi. That's what's happening here. All right, let's get these Thunders out here, call in more Things in the Woods, and we do get some Slayers in there also. So Slayers need to be shot by the bows. So we're going to get the Slayers focus fired and focus fired here. Just keep shooting these guys and let the gun line feast. All right, so Zarina, did we miss the heal? Shit, I misclicked. Oh well, it happens. All right, so guns keep on loading here. We are doing a lot of damage to this dwarf army. Zarina Katarine, I blundered the heal, which feels really, really bad. And these Streltsy can charge them in combat if they need to. Things in the Woods are going to be coming out here. There still are erect Slayers over there, so we got to be careful with that. How are the Streltsy looking? I mean, the shooting is going well. We're definitely getting some work in there. On the backside, what do we have? These Streltsy can start shooting them in the back. So we're going to go and start shooting these Slayer Pirates. Keep you a little bit ranked up behind them as well. Zarina's just going to hide back here until we can get some proper heals, right? That's going to be the play. All right, so I think we can call out some Kiss of Warriors. Or maybe the Zargard with Great Weapons are going to be good. We have time to get the objectives. That's for sure. We do have a better shooting line as well. We do. All right, so let's call out, do we have time? I think we need like brute force rather than like the infantry. So we're gonna get the two Things in the Woods here. Gather up. We are up in value against the Dowie here. The shooting line there is doing some work. Zarina can do the Ice Maiden's Kiss if we want to. And these guys shouldn't have any issues shooting right now. Let's retreat back a little bit. I don't want to overextend here. One of these units does get caught up, and the Slayers are getting very, very low. We are getting Grimdelvered a little bit. All right. So, Kislevites Warrior, let's get you guys in combat here, and let's get the Horse Archers in combat as well into the Grimdelvers. We're going to do this, get you guys going right there, and hopefully we can close the distance. Our shooting line here is still doing well, but the Dwarves are enduring it a little bit better than I would like. Granted, Streltsy are Chad fighters in melee, and I think we'll break this position open finally. Yeah, we're going to break that position there, which is going to be good. Let's get another Thing in the Woods coming out, and just start ripping up that flank. In the meantime, we'll keep trading here. Zarina is going to have another heal right now, so that's going to be very good. Let's get these dwarves, these guns to come under here, and we can just kind of leave the archer to defend this position. Streltsy. All right, so do we shoot Malachi? Is he worth shooting even? I don't know. We are folding up this position here, which is good. Let's get you guys there, and the things in the woods are breaking the back of the dwarven position. Those are Doomseekers over there, which I'm not too worried about. Doomseekers are going to be kind of easy for us, and it does seem like the dwarven position is starting to falter a little bit. Katarina is ruling from the rear here. Unsummon you guys. Yeah, and those are going to be what? Those are going to be Doomseekers? Okay, Doomseekers aren't super good against what we have, so that's fine. We can definitely give them the business with some cavalry. All right, so Streltsy, what can we shoot here? Let's shoot the Slayer Pirates. You guys need to get in melee here, and you guys shoot the Slayer Pirates as well. Let's unsummon you. Get the Patriarch in there for a little bit of capture weight. Things in the woods, definitely want to go after the Doomseekers if you can. Doomseekers are not very good against monsters, so yeah, we're going to shoot them and see if we can break open this position. Katarine, I think, is going to be useful now. I could use Katarine to go after the Malachi. That's an option. Yeah, Streltsy, you're just going to continue shooting here, and we're going to form ranks right there. More things in the woods are going to come in. So this is probably going to be like a situation where we need to get a triple cap. Katarine can do some big nasty. I think it's worth using this overcasted because they're so blobbed up. It's going to be nice. All right, so we get in there. We're going to get some Kossars in. Katarine's going to charge, and Malachi is battling my Kossar, which is good. She gets a little chariot charge. Let's go see if we can actually finish off Malachi. It's going to be very strong if we can. We're going to move you out there, and things in the woods can nibble you guys down. We are going to move more Streltsy into combat here, get those guys going, and if we can take down Malachi, it's going to be pretty sweet. We should win this, right? Although, yeah, those Doomseekers are putting in some work. Streltsy are going to come. We are working on trying to kill Malachi. And 800 points, no problemo. So that position's going to be broken. The Streltsy are getting it done. Thankfully, the Streltsy are armor-piercing Chads. Yeah, things in the woods against those units should be nice, and we do have another Ice Maiden's Kiss here, so we'll try and get them right there. Those are going to be Slayers, so let's go get the Streltsy on them, which is going to be good. Katarine can run away on the sled, and let's shoot there and shoot here. You guys move up to the top side here, and now we can call in the big Chad Zargard with great weapons, right? That's going to be the play. All right. Perfect. So we're going to go there. The Slayers are getting shot up pretty good. This objective is slowly coming into our favor. Streltsy will fight pretty good in melee, I think. Things in the woods. Should be able to clear off this side objective. My opponent basically just sending whatever they can here now. Zarina's doing great, and the Patriarch is giving the business right there. How are the things in the woods doing? We need the big Zargard to get there, that's for sure. All right, so let's get you guys back in. We're going to take this outside objective, and now we can collapse in here. Although we should probably keep you here to make sure we actually hold on to that, right? That's going to be important here. So only 700 HP on the Zarina, but she's getting some work in there. Losing Zarina wouldn't be the end of the world for me. You know, Katarine's one of those characters, not Katarine, Kislev, excuse me, that doesn't care too much about losing their stuff, but you still don't want it. So we're going to pull behind the pillar here, and we do manage to get the outside objective, which is great. Let's go have the things in the woods intercept right there, shut those guys down, and the Patriarch can move around the corner. What do we still have fighting here? I mean, are these actual Slayers? Those are actual Slayers. Okay, so that's partially why it's a little bit hard. All right, double Zargard, great weapon coming out. Should be able to cause some serious brute force damage here. They should do some serious work. All right, let's unsummon you guys. Things in the woods will be able to defeat those most likely, and let's get these archers to shoot the Slayers from the other objective and get these archers to come over here while Zarina just kind of hangs out on guard duty. So she's just going to Netflix and chill right there. Patriarch's out of healing. I could probably unsummon the Patriarch. Katarine does have a lot of room for her healing cap, so the unsummon probably wouldn't be a terrible idea. Yeah, dwarves are still managing to hold on to this objective, though. I am ahead on value. Streltsy are going, and now we do get the Zargard with great weapons coming in. So I'm hoping that they're going to be able to do some work. Yeah, I'm hoping they'll be able to carry into the sunset. All right, you guys shoot the Slayers here, shoot the Doomseekers. Things in the woods are feasting, and we have mostly Slayers coming in and whatnot. So we can call in some archers. Yeah, just whatever. We just need to start getting more troops on the field. All right, set up, set up. Patriarch is still bumping and grinding, and if he does get taken out, it's all right. Let's have you guys get ready to shoot, and let's shoot and shoot. So just start, last samuraiing this position, really. While we get the two elite Zargard moving up on the point, that's going to be pretty important here. And yes, we have unsummons, so we need to unsummon you guys, get them back in the pool. We'll send a Kislev warrior out there just to hold it down. And great, so the shooting is back online. Zarina Katarine is in her natural habitat hiding here, which is fine. Zargard are going to be getting into combat, and hopefully they'll be able to win this. My opponent is making a play for the outside there. I'm hoping we can, I guess we could also get some winged lancers if we need to. These Streltsy are out of ammunition, so let's unsummon them. And Katarine, very, very low. Patriarch, I would like to unsummon too. All right, so he's going to get unsummoned here. We do get the big Zargard getting into combat, really hoping they can buzzsaw through this. And you guns can shoot here. And let's get you guys around the outside, yes. We can call in some things in the woods now, so run those guys over there to help out, and you guys can park right here. We almost kill the big man there, and the Zargard, I'm really hoping they're going to be able to clear off this objective. Really, really hoping. All right, so what can we shoot here? Shoot those Slayers back there? Yes, please. All right. So what do we have coming in? Slayer Pirates and regular Slayers. Okay, it's going to be a little bit menacing. The Kislevites Warriors are going to be on their way over here. I think I'm going to get the middle objective here. I think I will. Because eventually my elite infantry are going to win this fight. We're going to see if we can line up some shots there and take him down. All right, so my archers are running. These are Kossars. Slayers are going to hurt. That's for sure. Let's get the units over there to try and wrestle that. We're going to shoot Homeboy and shoot Homeboy here. Zarina is still just chilling out. You never got unsummoned, which feels bad. And yeah, so you guys get in combat there, and we'll get you guys here and you guys here. It's going to be a little bit ugly with all these Slayers nearby, but you know, we have to fight for that point. We can't just let them have it. All right, so this one's going to go in our favor for sure. We're going to call out some Winged Lancers to go get the outside point here. All right, how are we looking? Yeah, the things in the woods here are encountering Slayers, so we're going to retreat them back a little bit. Get the Kislevite Warriors up on the point, and no blasting charges coming out. Oh, there are some. Okay, great. So there are some blasting charges here. So we need to run this way, and that point in the middle is going to be going to us, so let's pull you guys back and under. Is my opponent going to be trying to ninja that outside objective? They are, so we're going to just send a Zargard over there to go hold that with you. I think that's going to be fine. And now I think I can win on 2 now, so I just basically need to hold 2 objectives. So I'm going to fight here a little bit longer, obviously. The Zargard Giga Chad's able to hold there and do some very good work. We're going to move these guns, and we do have the outside objective as well. I could call in, what is that? Is that a warrior? It is a warrior. So a thing in the wood will counter them for sure. I'll show them my thing in the woods. All right. So how's this looking? Let's go run these guys down. Zarina Katarine can also cause a little bit of disruption there, which is good. We're going to keep you guys nearby and start shooting at the Slayers here. Yes. And you can go start shooting at Malachi. And then we need to do a call-in up here of a thing in the woods. All right. So you're going to go there. We're going to get you guys here. It looks like he has some stealth units on that objective, which is fine. I don't think we're in too much danger. Yeah, we're going to have to reclaim this one, though. I don't know. Maybe these warriors will get there in time. Maybe they will. All right. So the Zargard are waddling over. Ah, it's the Grimdelvers. Okay, so Grimdelvers are here. Interesting. So we need to get in combat with those guys for sure. This objective is looking okay for us, although I did make a blunder by not standing on it, you know, so that if my opponent gets it, you know, that's pretty unfortunate, because I probably would have held it if I just had gone for that there, right? All right, let's shoot Malachi. That objective is coming back to us. You guys are here. You guys are here. And are we going to be able to hold this objective? Let's find out. So Zargard have arrived. The Grimdelvers are doing a shitload of damage, which is pretty nutty. We're going to get you guys here just for some capture weight, and somehow Palpatine capture weight has returned. And I think we're going to be okay. Yeah, Zarina Katarine can even move on to the point if we need to. And we are starting to capture this back, I think. Yeah, the Kislevite Warriors are doing good. We got a couple of Zargard Chads coming. We're going to hang here, and I think on the outside we did get this one as well. All right, so that's good. Grimdelver is being tied down in combat, and we have Zargard here, plus these guys. It should be pretty easy money now. I think we're good. Because we're maybe going to get this outside objective back as well, but even if we don't, it's not really a big deal. All right, so Streltsy get in combat. Kislevite Warriors get in combat here. You guys keep chasing the man in the cliff. And I think we're safe on objective 3. I don't think there's any issues. So what we're going to do... Is the round over, by the way? Is the round over? Let me minimize and check. No, there's still legit 1 game being played. That's hilarious. Okay. So we got 2 games done during that. Yeah, that's pretty nuts. All right. So I think we got this one to the bag. We passed our opponent on points. This is a very hard matchup for Kislev, but I think the map helped a little bit too. My opponent did also do a very unorthodox build, so there is that. All right, shoot the blasting charges. Get the horse archers here for capture weight. So we're just going to park 2 horse archers here for the capture weight. This one's going to stay over here and kind of help the cause. Ouch. Zargard are just butchering through. It's pretty cool to see the elite infantry being, you know, really, really solid here, you know. It's very fun. Zarina could get in combat, but, you know, I don't need to risk losing her, really. I think we're fine. Yes. Evil. Do we go shoot Malachi with the horse archers? Probably get a pick on him, actually. Potentially going to be something in the books. My opponent going for the middle objective. Is there anything fast I can get there in time with? Not really. Zarina could come try and help clean that out. All right, so let's get in combat here. Malachi is getting shot by the horse archers, which means maybe we can get the kill. The dwarves barely have any units left. They're looking pretty grim bones over there as they call in their infantry in the middle to try and steal the objective. And cool. Shoot and shoot. Looking good. Yeah, I like the Kislev build. Now, here's the thing. On an open field map, I don't think it would have worked as well. Because on an open field map, what would have happened is we would have suffered against dwarf cannons. Cannons, the dwarven artillery is what makes this one really, really tough. But this map, I think, was... Oh my god, look at the blasting charges. Jeez Louise. All right, Zarina can make her final charge now. I think Buyer Blood already procced, so she's going to get in there and see if she can salvage that objective. All right, Zargard, get in there. Malachi sitting at like 200 HP. And that's going to be victory for Kislev. All right, cool. So hopefully you guys enjoyed that like downtime game in between rounds. We killed the Thunderbarge very quickly. If that thing had lived like another minute or two, we'd probably lose the game. But we had a build that was pretty well suited to deal with Thunderbarge, just mass ranged. So yeah, Zarina kind of was held in check a little bit. The Harpoon caught me off guard on Zarina. That was rough. All right. Okay, so let's see what's cooking here. GG, well to the plate. All right, so if we're not ready for the next round by now, I'm going to be pretty shocked. Okay. Let's see here, do we have 2 people drop? I think we did. So we need to fix Apostate's score. Let's fix that real quick. Things in the Woods are very good against dwarves. They are, yeah. They're very solid. Fast, armor piercing, you know, they get her done. Okay, fixing the score here. Should be fine. No, I don't know why, RQ. I have no idea why it would look different. It's probably YouTube just being a troll, yeah. Okay. Testing builds from the recent stream. Sort of, yeah, we had time in between rounds, so. I'm going to give these players a warning right now. Let's see. Disable this. Let's go messaging the players. Because if I can finish 2 games, even if one of the games is kind of quick, for the entire duration, I don't know. It must be lag or some sort of another issue. I don't know what it could be. It's hard to police, though, you know. It's a very hard thing to police. There we go. I'm just making sure they are actually done. Because sometimes people don't report their scores and they just go AFK. Yeah, the ladder ranking system is broken. It is. Do you think giving the Skullcracker anti-large would be enough to buff to make it viable? It's more... I don't know if that's the direction I would want to go with the Skullcracker. It's supposed to be an anti-infantry tool, right? So... Yeah, because the Iron Demon with the guns is just so much better than the Skullcracker. The shooting utility is great, and it still does a ton of damage in melee too, right? Yeah, it's tricky. Ascendi Radio, thank you for resubscribing, man. An Unknown Fact, thank you for subscribing as well. Appreciate you guys. All right, I'm checking with the players. So we're at 1:47 right now. We started at 1 p.m., right? So they're technically 2 minutes over. I'm not going to be a dick, though, if they're almost done. It might be a lag fest. It could very well be a lag fest. You did great, General, yeah. Honestly, if you just did not bring Thunderbarge and you just went wider, I would have probably lost the game. Like, the Thunderbarge is what lost you the game because you just gave me a ton of value right away, right? You know, you could have still won with your build too, General. If you had used the Thunderbarge on the flanks instead of using it in the mainline combat, like used it where I didn't have like 8 missile units, it would have been very hard for me to deal with it because I didn't bring a little Grom to shoot at it. So yeah, that is that. Okay. I'm just giving them one chance here. Apparently they had some lag issues, but they were able to fix it. So I'm just letting them know that it's fine this time, but if it happens again later in the tournament, we'll have to drop. Because if you go like 5-10 minutes over the frickin', you know, round timer, that's pretty brutal for sure. Okay. So we'll see. Yeah, you should have just hovered over your outside point to control. Absolutely, right? Absolutely. Yeah, because dwarves are, I think, usually a pretty good counter against Kislev. If we look at Kislev's win rates right now, you guys want to see the win rate of the Kislevites against the dwarves in tournament play right now? Desktop capture. Here we go. So Kislev has 1 win and 11 losses against dwarves in tournaments recently. So that's the current status quo of that meta. The dreaded 8% win rate. Now, it's not a lot of data, but it's a pretty cursed matchup, honestly. It is. Yeah. Hey, Phil Ferdinand, thank you for subscribing, man. Yeah, so if you guys are like newer, want to learn a little bit about the game, you can come to TotalTavern.com, which is our tournament website. There are some articles up. A lot of them are very outdated, but some of them are still very relevant. And yeah, you can go and look at the stats for all the factions. You can see upcoming tournaments coming. Yeah, it's cool. So you can see who the top players are. You can look at their match history if you want to by clicking on their profiles and see who they played against and whatnot. It's pretty fun. I do have some cool plans for this in the future. We're going to update it, and add some cool new features and, ways to upload builds and all that. So I think that'll be very fun. That's down the road, but it's the future is bright. It's going to be good. Hey, Boheman, thank you for all the effort. Hey, you're getting clapped in the tournament right now? Don't worry about it. It happens. No, I didn't see it, Cratius. No. I was at the fairgrounds. There was a summer fair. My wife and I, we went to the carnival. I battled the dreaded carnies. I did actually manage to win my wife a big toy, so I'll call it a victory. All right. Let's check here and see what's cooking. So they did finish it. And let's go here. Awesome sauce. Discord leaked. Yeah. Okay, so refreshing here. Perfect. Round is done. Advancing the Swiss to round 2. Thank you guys all for joining today. We stream randomly, honestly. It's kind of just all over the place. We don't have like a set schedule. Yeah. You're going to keep playing a new player tournament till you feel a bit more confident. Nothing wrong with that. Yeah. SFTs are pretty casual too, though, to be fair. Like, you might lose the first round or two, but the next rounds after that, you're going to get people who have also been losing games. And typically, it's going to be pretty good. All right. So let's find this. And round 2. Okay. Awesome. There we go. So round dose is live, and let's find a good game to cast. So we are going to do... okay. So let's find 2 people who have won. We can do... Scrambled Egg versus Hlidden will be fun. Scrambled Egg Special, of course, one of our very scary players. So Scrambled Egg Special. Yo. Lobby code, please. Versus Hlidden. Probably going to be a dwarf game, actually. We'll see what we can do here. We'll see what we can do. Yeah, cool to see some of you guys playing. Always a good time. Yeah, those carny games are rough, man. At the carnivals. I mean, they're very, very, most of them are just extremely difficult to win. But like, if you know the games, you can still eke out some of the wins. Get some of the dreaded toys. But of course, the things that they reward you with are like, just haggard stuffed animals that probably cost them like 25 cents to make. But it's still fun. All right. So Scrambled's going to be sending me his lobby code in a second. We'll be getting into that game. And all is good. Paco says, thanks for the stream, man. Was getting bored from Warhammer, but seeing these games always pumps me up. Yeah, multiplayer is great. General, thanks for giving out a community sub, man. Appreciate you, dude. Hell yeah, let's go. A little Sunday afternoon action. Will you make a tournament format tier list? What is that even? I mean, I personally like SFTs the most because it's the best balance between still being moderately competitive and accessible for new players with a simplistic, pick system. Yeah, it's like very much plug and play, In a lot of RTS games, people just play one faction too, so there is some kind of precedent for it. Oh, Noble. I mean, this is my full-time job, so of course, I have plenty of time. Let me message Hlidden. Lobby code, please. All right, so we're going to see if Hlidden is here. Get the invite. Perfect. Bracketed tournaments are fun, but the thing about bracketed tournaments is it kind of can often discourage newer players from wanting to join because they just get, they might just lose in round one against a sweat lord and then just be done for the day. So like setting aside time to just like lose in round one, it can be kind of like, oh, but that's why Swiss is really cool because you're guaranteed 5 rounds of practice. So even if you're losing your games, you still get to play against people who are there to do the same thing you're doing. It's like I used to play when I first started playing Warhammer 40K. Like I was maybe like a month into the game and I signed up for some RTTs and I knew I wasn't going to win, but it was really good practice, right? Because it guaranteed me 3 really good games against good players. And yeah, that was basically that. Okay, so let's get into the lobby for round dos. Thank you guys for your patience. This is round number 2 here. And there we go. All right. So, Bretonia versus Ogre Kingdoms, or is it Ogre Kingdoms versus... I don't think Glidden has picked their faction yet. I wish we could do single build style tournaments again. Yeah, those are fun. I'm not opposed to doing that again, for sure. Dwarves versus Ogre Kingdoms. All right, you're going to see the stubborn dwarves versus the hungry ogres. Scrambled Egg Special, of course, one of our perpetual top 16 players. He's played in pretty much every single top 16 event in the past couple of years. So he has not won a major event yet, but certainly it is possible for him to do it. It's hard for Scrambled, though, because he plays weaker factions. He tends to, although it looks like he's learning ogres, so maybe he's going to be going for the gold. But Scrambled is, I think, one of our better players, but he tends to play weaker factions, like Vampire Coast and, those type of things. Yeah, so we'll see. I'm curious to see if he's going to be leaning into the sweat and trying to learn some really strong factions. Ogres do not like cannons either. I would probably only go 1 cannon, although dwarves can go 2 cannons against ogres. It depends on the map, too. Yeah, it depends on the map. Yeah, Scrambled Egg is like the Dragon Ball Z character who like trains in the hyperbolic chamber or whatever, and like, then when he gets to play a good faction, he's just like super jacked, Yeah. Yeah, Noble. Life's good, man. Life's good. No complaints. No complaints. So we're going to have a Dawn of War 1 remaster event. Most likely, if it comes out, when does it come out? On Thursday? We'll make sure it's stable first and we'll just play like a quick battle stream or just queue with you guys and play. And then over the weekend, we'll organize a tournament in our Discord for anybody who wants to play. And we'll put an inflection that it's like, there probably are pro players or really high-level players who still know how to play it. So we'll make it clear that it's for like newer-ish players or people who played back in the day. Scrambled Egg Special is Vegeta. Yeah, there you go. He's like Piccolo, just horror farming. Who's Goku? I don't know. We'd have to think. Some good choices out there. The Taoist stand ready. So dwarves versus ogres. Glade the Everqueen is going to be the map. And let's get this party started. Thank you guys for joining. And here we go. Yeah, the Dow 1 remaster is coming out this week. Yeah. Holy shit, Scrag the Slaughterer? What the hell? Haven't seen that man in a long time. I haven't seen the LGS employee coming into party. It's time. Oh man, someday I hope that's my power fantasy, guys. I wanna open a local game store. Like I know it's not gonna make money, but if I can somehow make enough money doing something else. And then we can open a local game store, and I'll hit all you guys up, man. If you're in the area, we'll have big nerd fest, just playing tabletop games and Magic and shit. It'll be great. Someday, ladies and gentlemen of the old world, welcome to round 2 of today's tournament. It's going to be the dwarves led by Glidden facing off against Scrambled Egg Special and his beloved ogres, and that is going to be that. So. It is going to be double cannon, so we talked about this. Cannons are pretty good against ogres. They do hit very hard against big targets, and even small targets, but more specifically against ogres and cavalry, lead belchers, all sorts of things like that. So that is that. We do have Malachi Makaisen, very meta for the dwarves these days. He has an aura that gives accuracy and reload skill to nearby weapons and artillery, so he is going to be able to buff these cannons. He does also have the Eyes of Grungni, so the cannons are going to be getting a total of, let's see, yeah, 10% damage basically, accuracy, reload skill, and range, which is pretty sweet. So yeah, I don't hate that at all. It's going to be some Dragon Slayers and regular Slayers, and the rest of the Dwarven army is going to be a very Slayer heavy. So we have Slayers, Longbeards in the front, so semi-elite infantry for the Dwarves. That's kind of cool. So yeah, he's using Longbeards. Now Longbeards are very, very raid boss. These guys have an insane stat line for their price point. They're at 48 melee defense, 80 base leadership, 100 armor, and they just look super cool too. I think Longbeards are probably one of my favorite units. I wish they were used more often, but that's going to be that. Now, looking here for the forces of Scrambled Egg Special, it's going to be a massive battle line here of Noblars. All right, so we got the Noblar battle line backed up by the Noblar Trappers. So very standard stuff, just chaff in the front and gut plates in the back. It's going to be Ogre Bulls, some of which have dual weapons, which makes sense against Dwarves for the bonus versus infantry. Saber Tusks to try and get on top of artillery. And we do have the Snowhorn of Morn. Awesome. So the ROR Stonehorn is here. Now this thing has built-in missile resist of 25%, and you can activate Glacial Defense, which is going to be giving you another 20%. So this thing is very durable against missile fire. Cannons can still bring it down, but we'll see how that works. Now, Scrag the Slaughter is going to be on Vanguard here. So there he goes. And Scrag is going to be dragging his pot. Oh my god, he's so freaking slow. Jeez Louise. Look at this guy. So Scrag is just shambling out. God, he is so terrible. But, I mean, you know, he looks cool. He's kind of freaky looking, right? He's going to be heading to that objective and trying to get it. As it currently stands, 430 weapon strength. And what else does he bring to the table? He's got Troll Guts. He's immune to contact effects, which is kind of cute, I guess, but nothing too crazy. All right. We have the Thunder Tusk at home. That's right. We have the Walmart Thunder Tusk here. 2 cannons going to be setting up on the high ground, getting ready to shoot into the Ogre armies. I do wonder what their targets are going to be. The Dwarves actually the first to draw an objective, which is kind of funny. In the woods, we do have a Dwarven Vanguard force. It is going to be a Dragon Slayer and 2 Slayers, as well as a Longbeard. And it looks like those bad boys are going to be able to move up and contest the point. Cannon shooting in, and the first cannonball is going into the Saber Tusk packs. It looks like they do kill a couple models right there, but nothing crazy. Now, what's happening here is he's hiding behind the pillar. So he's moving behind the pillar. He's playing World of Warcraft Arena. You guys remember that? How many of you guys were World of Warcraft Arena Chads? Because, God, I played a Frost Mage pretty much for my entire time playing Arena, and it was the most obnoxious shit in the world when you would be like trying to catch like a Resto Druid, and they would just like run behind pillars with Life Bloom and just cackle at you, and you just couldn't catch them. God, that was so toxic. I mean, I guess you needed the arenas, right? You needed the pillars to kind of balance things out against like shooting characters, but it was really obnoxious. Oh my god. Okay, Slayer's going to be ambushing in the woods. So there they go, and they will do good against this thing. They'll for sure chop it down a bit. Now you can see they get a little bit of HP off the Thunder Tusk, and are going to be banishing it out of the woods. And it looks like the pillar has been destroyed by the cannons, which is really funny. But now the cannon's going to be switching about face and shooting into the Ogre Bulls down here, and kaboom! Bowling pinning a couple of those guys, killing some models. No, it didn't actually kill any of them, just knocked them over. So Ogres are quite resilient for sure. Now, the fighting continues in the woods. The correct play for Lydon here would be to call it the Grimdelvers, probably. It's going to be more Longbeards on the way out, but Slayers are chasing them down pretty effectively, and the Dwarves are playing very, very cautiously. Meanwhile, Scrambled Egg Special is basically keeping all of his valuable assets away from cannons. These guys do get hit, though, and do lose 5 models there, so nice little catch, but a lot of it's going to be this fight in the woods. How is this going to go? This is a very risky one for Scrambled. I mean, he is in enemy territory. If the Dwarves pop out with like Grimdelvers or something and start mowing down that big monster, they're going to have a bad time for sure. So Slayers and Dragon Slayer, hot in pursuit, but the Ogre units are faster, of course. On the backside, we do actually get some sneakiness. Look at this. The Saber Tusk pack does flank out of the woods, so that was the same one that came with this unit, and is going to be jumping on top of the Grimdelvers. But overall, the Grimdelvers with a little bit of Slayer support should be able to fend that off. Look at this, Blood Vultures as well. Okay. So we do get a lot of Blood Vultures jumping on top of the Dwarven cannons, and we're going to see if they're going to be able to defend all this. Yeah, Scrambled Egg's really going for it. So he's kind of doing a bit of an all-in into his opponent's backfield. I mean, if this fails and the Dwarves are able to stabilize their cannons, it's going to be bad news bears, right? So the Saber Tusks are in trouble, but oh yeah, the Snowhorn's getting it, baby. Yeah, look at that damage. Absolute carnage. As the Grimdelvers do take a lot of HP damage right there. In the meantime, in the backfield, we are going to get Iron Drakes with Trollhammer Torpedoes being called out, so the Dwarves are going to be calling out some counterfire and shooting up into the big man here. We'll see what kind of damage they can do. And the Blood Vultures are fended off for the most part. Looks like both cannons are going to be stabilized now. Malachi, of course, providing a nice little support there. But yeah, the Ogres do have the objective advantage, and the value trading is somewhat even. On the backside here, the Blood Vultures do jump on top of the Iron Drakes. Grimdelvers are taken offline, and Slayer Pirates do not want to be fighting a Snowhorn. These guys are okay in melee, but they're not anti-large Slayers, right? And now we see the big man heading towards the objective right here. So here they come, and it's going to be jumping in to run these over. Yeah, where are the anti-large Slayers? Where is the horse and the rider, you know? I'm not seeing a lot to defend this. Oh, Lydon missed microed. His Slayers are way out of position. He chased something away and didn't return to the cannon. He should have just stayed and defended his cannon, but now there's a chance that the Snowhorn of Morn is going to be able to take these cannons offline with the Blood Vultures, and that's going to be very bad. There's a brave Dragon Slayer trying to fight this guy. He does get trampled over by the Snowhorn, but the Snowhorn is no joke. And there he goes. He's bonking that Slayer on the head. Currently sitting at about 7,000 HP. The Slayer Pirate's going to be forming ranks as more Blood Vultures are going to be on the way in. This is a huge misplay by Hillidan here. Forgetting the Slayer in the woods is just a catastrophe for sure. Trollhammer Torpedo is stabilized, though. That's going to give some nice firepower against the big monster. And if any faction can recover from big misplays, it's the Dwarves. The Dwarves do make a mistake of trying to split push here, so they send some Longbeards and Slayers over here, but probably going to be overwhelmed by chaff units. You're going to be seeing 2 Noblar Trappers with their Ninja Stars killing the Slayers here, and then the Longbeards are going to down trade into the Ogre Bulls and the Noblars most likely. So, Trixie Hobbits is banned. But the Snowhorn is in a little bit of danger. The Trollhammer Torpedoes in the back are getting nice shots. We do also see Malachi McKyson and the Slayers getting it done. -5 leadership on this big boy, so he does get afflicted by Troll Guts. But is he going to be breaking? He's at -18, and he should be breaking. He's also on fire as well, which is going to be mitigating some of the healing. And that's a really nice counter pick for the Dwarves. The Dwarves are able to get a nice kill on the Snowhorn, which costs about, let's see, about 3 cannons worth, right? So 2 cannons equates to basically, 3 cannons would be the same price more or less as a Snowhorn. A little bit more for the cannons, but it's in the ballpark. Blood Vultures in the backfield trying, but Longbeards with great weapons do pop out and clean out the Blood Vultures. Do any of the cannons still stand firm here? This cannon's broken. The Dwarves are going to get triple capped here, and the Snowhorn of Morn is going to be running for the hill. So that thing is going to be getting pushed back into the Shadow Realm. But it does come back because of the Meat Feast ability and the various healing, and in tandem with it getting separation from the Dwarven units. But now the Dowie tide is resurgent. Slayer's going to be rushing up on the objective here with their Dragon Slayers. Malachi McKyson is putting his firepower down into the Snowhorn, which is going to be healed almost to full health, which is absolutely insane. It's really, really nasty. Trollhammer Torpedo fending off the Saber-Tusk pack, and the Dwarves are going to be rallying their units and trying to reclaim their objective for the Karazhan Corps. And on the other side, how's this going? Not badly, actually. Slayer is able to kill the Bulls, so the Bulls do get sent on parade. Longbeards are going to be able to win this fight pretty decisively, even at their current health state. 2 Longbeard units is going to trade very, very well into a mass amount of just Noblar Trappers. So it's going to take a while, but eventually the Slayers might be able to actually threaten Objective 3. So we will see how it goes. The Snowhorn is on its way back. Dwarves are trying to push their objective here, but they're stuck in a very, very hard fight. Slayers, though, against Golg's Maneater. So we do have some of the fancy ogres in here. Now, these guys are cool against Dwarves. They, I believe, have Vanguard deployment, and they do also have anti-infantry, armor piercing, and have good armor themselves, so it makes them very good against like miners and Longbeards and different things like that. So very, very neat stuff. Yeah, so the Troll Guts is one of the better heals in the game, but Meat Feast is also what makes the ogres very strong. How are the Dwarves looking on this side? They're trying their best, but there is going to be Golg's Maneaters coming in. Oh, that's such a good tech. The Longbeards are going to get countered so hard by these guys. These guys hit like trucks, and they do also have this ability, the Adaptive Tactics. So when they're losing in combat, they get a little bit of a buff, which is cool. So they're moving in. The Dwarven push on this side, basically going to be thwarted. That Longbeard is very Chad, but not going to be enough. And I think the Dwarves are just in the pit. Scrambled Egg Special is, I would say, too good of a player to be in this position against. He is really good at playing objectives, and his decision-making is S tier. He's one of the best players in the world. He's very, very good. So it's going to be hard. On the flank here, Long Dong's Slayer Pirates getting their pot shots in. The objective's coming back to the Dowie slowly but surely, but the Ogres are already getting close to 1,000 points, which is going to be tough. Trollhammer Torpedo is going to be launching in and getting some nice firepower into the big monster there. So you can see the Snowhorn of Morn is getting melted down, sitting at 4,000 HP, eating a lot of powder fire. Malachi able to get his Persuader and persuade that Ogre to die right there, so he certainly did. And now he's going to be getting charged by the big monster. Dwarves finally get their objective back. On this side, the Golg's Maneater is going to be moving in, and they're going to be putting a beating down. Dwarves are pulling ahead in value, but with healing, it's very, very close. But yeah, really love to see these units in action. It's cool. Scrambled Egg has a very, very fun playstyle. Like, every faction he uses, he always uses niche units and finds a way to make them competitive, which is very fun. So yeah, good night to these Longbeards. That's going to be a disaster and a half. They're shaken, and they're getting stirred, James Bond style there. But the Ogres managed to push the Dwarves off this objective. The problem with mass Slayers, even though Slayers are very good against Ogres, they trade horrifically into Noblars. Because they're just 0 armor, and Noblars have so many models, and can just kind of chip them down 1 damage at a time, right? The Snowhorn of Morn not getting a ton of damage, but it's being a sponge, right? It's absorbing like most of the damage that the Dwarf army is doing. Slayers might be able to finally get the job done here. They are going to be karate chopping this thing in the legs, and it is now sitting at 500 HP, 400 HP. It is broken, and we will see if the Slayers can get it. And the Slayers do get the job done. Oath fulfilled, as the Snowhorn of Morn is taken down by the Dowie. But how are the Dowie going to get this objective back? That really is the question. Malachi and the Slayers and the Trollhammer Torpedo certainly have their work cut out for them. Here on the side, Longbeards with great weapons are chasing off into the Shadow Realm. I don't know what Hillidan's doing with these. Probably just send them to the home objective or send them back to try and get your point back. We'll see how that goes. And over on objective number 3, the Ogre Kingdoms are holding that one quite well. A couple Bugman's Rangers have come out. Now, Bugman's Rangers not going to even be that good against Gold's Man-Eaters because the Gold's Eaters have 80 freaking armor, right? So it's going to be a tough fight for them. And then they're going to get pushed. You need a Slayer right now. Like, the Dwarves need to call it a Slayer in the woods, but they don't have any supplies. They're currently sitting on 200 supplies, so this is basically going to be doom. Yeah, it's going to be doom for these guys. They are going to be meeting a Slayer's end. All right, so home objective is being reclaimed for the Dwarves slowly but surely, but so far it's been very effective play from Scrambled Egg Special using the dreaded Scrag the Slaughterer, by the way, and really, really stuffing the Dwarves back in their spawn zone. The Envelop was very good, like coming through the woods and coming out here and just blasting. Hlydden did have a little bit of a lapse in his defenses. Letting the Grimdelvers get compromised immediately was really bad and kind of opened up his flank for punishment. So I think that was part of the issue right there. But Malachi Mikaisen fighting on the point. The Dwarves do finally get their objective back with their Slayers. But they need a triple cap. You know, the Ogres are so far ahead. And Gold's Man-Eaters here in the woods are going to be given the business to the Bugman's Rangers. So just getting absolutely taken to Pound Town by these big Giga Chad Ogres. So certainly not fun for them. Boink, I'm bonking them right on their heads. All right, guys. So value favors Ogres. And that is a true favor value because of the healing. The multiple Troll Guts, the Ogres just have a stronger army on the field. The Dwarves are a really, really scrappy faction, so they can kind of fight from behind pretty well. But I just don't think it's going to happen. They're just not going to have time. I mean, we are about to see Scrambled Egg Special getting 1,400 points here. The Dragon Slayers are sprinting over to that objective to try and get it. They do have 3 capture weight each, so 2 Dragon Slayers have more capture weight than 1 Ogre Infantry unit, which is something to consider. But yeah, it's going to be, this is basically impossible. But I do this sometimes too, and I just kind of get in the zone and forget to, you know, really leave the game when it's extremely over, right? Yeah, I love this is my favorite tech in this matchup, though, that we've learned today. The Gold's Man-Eaters against Dwarves are really, really good. Because Dwarves, you know, I think it was a mistake, though, for Hlydden to split push. If Hlydden had just kept his whole army, secured his back objective and his cannons, and then push out after that, like, splitting 3 or 4 units on their own, they're going to get massacred by the Ogres. Because Ogres are way faster, they can reinforce those positions quicker, whereas the Dwarves are kind of like on a doomed expedition, right? When they get out and they get isolated, it's going to be bad news bears. So Grimdelvers battling more Man-Eaters back here, and the Ogre Bull dual weapon's going to get in. This objective is now being threatened by the Dwarves a little bit, and we do see the Dragon Slayers. Hlydden fighting to the bitter end. You know, he's like, okay, I have some capture weight here and some capture weight here. Maybe I can get all 3, but yeah, with only 25, it's not even that, like 13 seconds left. It ain't going to be enough. Does Bragg the Gutsman ever get used? Not really, no. He doesn't see any play. Scrag also never sees any play. I mean, Scrag is objectively really terrible, but, you know, he's cool. He's got some flavor, you know. As the kids would say, he aura farms. Okay, so the build was totally fine for Hlydden. It was also good for Scrambled Egg. But Hlydden losing both cannons and getting their backfield compromised that quickly gave the Ogres a huge advantage and let them triple cap them. So that was really all there was to it. Not too much to really get into it or analyze. Just the fact that he just let his backfield get run over. And he lost both cannons and his Grimdelvers, like, out of the gates. Green Moz, thank you for subscribing. Appreciate you, man. GG, well played. Fun game. Fun game indeed. Okay, so now we're going to be getting to the next one here and seeing what's cooking. We probably don't have time to play a game ourselves because that was a good, solid, proper scrap. Well, there's still a lot of games being played, but I think they're all going to be wrapping up here in a moment. Let me check to see if there's any admin stuff I got to take care of. I don't think so. I think we are all good in the neighborhood. All right, awesome. So from here, we can work on our builds. So I want to work on Kislev builds until I can get a full matchup guide for Kislev, because I have a full build guide for Nurgle, and I want to get one for these guys. Yeah, the Forest Slayers are really slow, though. That's the thing. Like, Slayers can kill monsters, but they're kind of slowish, and the Dragons can definitely... Not Dragons, but the Thunder Tusks can just run away from them. But the idea is that you use your Dwarven guns to keep the pressure on them and then force them to come in. That's when the Slayers can farm, right? Oh, Pwn wants to play in Monopoly, dude. Pwn, how bad are you thirsting for another round of Sasquatch, dude? I know you want it, you dirty dog. Okay, so we were on Ogre Kingdoms, right? So we're going to build against Ogre Kingdoms with Kislev now. All right, so against the Chungus Kingdoms, you got some choices. I actually unironically enjoy Boris here. I think he's pretty good. So we can cut this, cut that. Colossal Strike's good. Usually I cut all those abilities. Shardblade is all right. It does have an AoE slow, so I think that's fine. Yeah, so you're going to want these guys in the fronts. You're definitely going to want a Little Grom. Probably double Little Grom is too risky, because if they go wide, you're just going to lose. So one Little Grom is enough. Yeah, Dow is going to be really fun. Pone and I will have some glorious duels in Donabor, I can assure you. All right, so I think I like the idea of a couple skirmishers to contest objectives, and honestly, they're going to be good value throughout the game because you can use them to shoot at the bulls or to, oh, you know what? Boris is cool and all, but the fact that I have to now pay for a caster makes me not happy. So I think we're going to go for, do we go for an ice switch? Yeah, I think we go for an ice switch on a dragon. Now, what lore do we want? Hoxamiska isn't bad for clearing shit out. You can use it to clear out the Noblars and like the pigbacks and things like that. Lore of Ice. Yeah, probably Lore of Ice is better. So we cut Frost Shield, we cut Ice Shards, we cut all these abilities. Guardian's Call is really good. This is why, because Guardian's Call is such an S tier ability, it's really, really nice. Stopping by before my game to say Streltsy for the win all day. Oh, I love... Streltsy are my favorite unit of the roster, I think. I love using them. Alright, so Lore of Ice, you want Icebane's Kiss to kill Noblars, and Death Frost to snipe characters. That's basically it. Very simplistic. Alright, so that's going to be the opening build. And then from here, I'm thinking maybe 6 feet 8 so far down, you know? Dude, your Tau are going to get punished by the forces of chaos. You just wait. You never... yeah, I'll check. I don't know what... I'll check. I get a lot of messages, so sometimes I do miss some, but I will take a look. Thank you for the donation, boss. All right, so against Ogres, you... Winged Lancers are very good, but I think you want a Patriarch for sure. You're going to want Salax all the way and Song of Sunlight. Just put them on horseback, probably. Cool, so that's going to be a 950 Patriarch. You probably want Oath Brothers of Tor, or do we just go for regular ones? Call of Tor is probably pretty good here. Yeah, it's probably pretty decent. You want Mass Dervishes, and I think you want... Griffin Legion are pretty good here, actually. You could probably go like a big cav-heavy build. Why do Streltsy need an axe on their gun when they're carrying those biceps around? Oh, hell yeah, dude. No, I'm never going to... I will never become a Tau main. You would have to guilt me on your deathbed, Pone. You would have to be like laying in your hospital bed and be like, Turin, all I want is for you to play Tau in tabletop one time. That's the only way you could get me to play Tau. All right. So do we want any sort of shooting against Ogres? I find that shooting is risky because of the lead belchers. So I think probably just going wider with the infantry out of the gates is going to be nice. Kissavite Warriors are obviously great. Maybe 2 of those, and then another Frost Dragon in reserve I think would be very good in case they go like Monster Mash. Do we want a second Little Grom in reserve as well? Which faction would I main if we get Total War Warhammer 40k? Death Guard, probably Imperial Guard. Imperial Guard would be really fun because I love the Empire kind of human aesthetic. Probably Death Guard and Black Legion. Like generic Chaos and maybe Imperial Guardsmen would be my favorites, I think. Oh, the guards are some of my favorite. I really like the Imperial Guard. I would collect them in tabletop if it wasn't so stupidly expensive. It's like, it's a bit of a joke how expensive it is. Pack Trappers. Okay, I think 1 Little Grom should be enough to keep Lead Belchers in check. We have a pretty good reserve force, although I feel like I'm lacking a little bit in some areas. Is there any way to cut money off this and see? No, not really. We're kind of already cut down to the bare bones here. Yeah, I want to get you. And then I think, like, honestly, an Ambusher wouldn't be terrible, just for, like, some stealth ambushing damage against, like, light armored bulls. Yeah, that feels pretty good to me. Streltsy are all right in this matchup, too, but I'm not super sold on them. Yeah, we have infantry killing power. Things in the woods are going to have a bad time versus like pigback riders, so I don't think they really warrant an inclusion if you ask me. Try collecting orcs in tabletop. Oh my god. I have so many tabletop minis, I don't need to become a hoarder. Green Maz, thank you for subscribing, man. Yeah. If Pone is free on Tuesday, we can cover that as well. Maybe 6 feet ain't so far down. All right, so I think we downscale you to the regular ones because that's going to allow me to get another Winged Lancer. So this build feels good. I like this build against Ogres. So save army, that's going to be Kislev versus Ogre Kingdoms. Versus Ogres. All right, so let's see how the round is looking and we'll continue working on the build for now. Okay, we have a handful of games still to finish, and we're still ahead of schedule, so it's all good. Just so happens to be your day off. Nice, dude, nice. No, Pone has to play Chosen Destroyers. He's not allowed to play anything else. That's he has to suffer for his sins. All right, so Tomb Kings are pretty favored against Kislev. Granted, you can win it. So now we have Kislev versus Tomb Kings, which we're going to work on. Okay. So you definitely need a little Grom to counter the Ushapti Great Bows. Otherwise, you're going to have a horrible time. Armored Kossars are pretty solid frontliners. I think you just go wide because they'll often width check you, so I think having that is very, very important here. Now, the Frostworms are really good here. But so is Zarina's Sled. Yeah, the Camarine War Sphinxes are a bit of an issue. So I think we got to put some respect on their name. Okay, so honestly, I mean, I'm just thinking maybe this is another Ice Witch build. Because Boris, if they go wide, is not going to be very good. If they go like Kotep and go wide, Boris is going to be kind of dead weight. I think you just want Ice Magic here, like an Ice Witch with Ice, because the Ice Maiden's Kiss is S tier. It's like a Walmart version of Burning Head, basically. So you just get that in Death Frost, and then you cut this, cut this, cut this. You could go cheap and wide. How do we deal with monsters, though, right? Like, we got to put some respect on the monsters' names. Things in the Woods are not super great here. We need to deal with, I mean, is this a double Little Grom matchup? It really depends on the map, I guess. Like, on some maps, I think you could justify that. So we could do, like, something like this. Yeah, but they have like Sepulchral Stalkers and shit. I think double Frost Dragon against these guys is good. Like if you can shut down their Ushaptis, and maybe we whip another little Grom in reserve. Yeah, that feels decent. Then we cut you. Yeah, we can't afford 2 units there. Feels bad. Okay, can we make you any cheaper? You need to get the horse. Okay. So we get this, and then so these 2 dragons will dominate the Camarine War Sphinxes. You just got to deal with the big boys in the back. So if they do go double Ushapti Great Bow, your first call-in is going to be a little Grom, right? Now Dervishes are amazing, and then you're going to want some. You're going to want maybe 1 Snow Leopard just to spawn in and chase big threats, because you can use them to hunt down. How to deal with double Bone Giant plus Ushapti? 2 little Groms are going to win that fight usually. And if they, I mean, 2 Bone Giants can beat 2 little Groms sometimes, but if you use your dragons, you should be able to pressure them enough that they're going to lose that fight. All right. So from here, we'll do 2 Winged Lancers to clear out chaff, because Winged Lancers are really nice in this matchup, actually. I don't hate the idea of getting like a Streltsy unit, maybe just like 1. Couple of Kislev Warriors to move up on the objectives in the mid game. And Sleds in this matchup, I don't think so. The Tomb Kings have too much cost-effective mass, so you're not going to... Yeah, I did... So the Ice Witch, I don't want her on a dragon, because if they go Arc in the Black and double Ushapti Great Bow or Bone Giants, I don't want my Lord to be the one dying. So the idea is that the 2 dragons are going to be like a separate thing than the caster. So we do want you. Great. That's actually a really clean build. That's really clean. That's really clean. Yeah, I think that's pretty good. All right, so let's go ahead and save that. That's going to be Kislev versus Tomb Kings. All right. Awesome, awesome. Let's see how we're looking in the tournament. We have a little bit of time. Thank you guys for joining today. And we have 2 games left. 3 games left. Yeah, so the round is almost done. We're towards the bottom here. So we got Martin versus Dace, and Eldano versus Legio, and Creeper and Pandameister are playing. Okay. Cool. All right, so we're almost there. I've redeemed myself by bringing a Streltsy in the build. Yes, of course. Yeah, some builds I could have Cavalry in the opening build, to capture the objectives faster. But the dragons are pretty fast. You can run up with the dragons. They have like 75 speed, and the little Grom and the character, and just kind of slow counter cap them here. Your opponent never showed up. Okay, I'm gonna drop your opponent right now, Creeper. Thank you for letting me know. Good man. All right, Pandameister, fare thee well. Rest in pepperoni. Okay. Let's see here. Let's do this. And we're going to do this also. We're going to drop you out. And then we need to fix the points. Down here we go. Awesome. Yeah, the dragons are really quick. Like, you can bum rush points with them. Double Little Grom is really strong. Like, if you're a newer player trying to learn Kislev, it's you have to be really careful in matchups in which people can go wide against you, but if the map is the right map for it, man, it's really good. It's really, really good. Is anything meta for ogres besides Slaughtermasters? They're probably the best choice. Yeah, there's not really, like, if you're really trying to min-max and just be like a turbo sweat, there's not too many other choices, to be honest. All right, so those guys are there. I fixed this. And now we finished Tomb Kings. So Vampire Counts. Vampire Counts is an interesting one. Yeah. I think Vampire Counts. The Frostworms are really good, but so is the Elemental Incarnate. You have a couple choices against Vampire Counts. You can go like uber wide if you want to, or you can do Monster Mash. So probably, we don't have time to make another full build right now, but I will do it in between the next round, and we're going to do 2 builds. We're going to do a wide Kislev build against vampires, and then a more narrow one there, which is going to be good. Vampires are really strong these days. They're looking really good. All right. All right. Thank you, Frost, for the message there. The bear, not so much. The best monsters would probably be the Elemental Incarnate or the Dragon. The Elemental Incarnate has a Mortis engine, so it can actually kill the blobs. It has the Incarnate Flock of Doom, so it basically does a constant AoE damage. Yeah. I'm a filthy casual strategy gamer, George. Couldn't really afford. Yeah, you know, if you want to play Total War competitive, I would recommend just, if you don't own anything, just pick out, you know, like 3 factions you like and get their DLCs. That's usually how I'd recommend it. All right, so I think we're ready for the next round. Awesome sauce. So we're going to refresh this. Monster Mash is miserable to play against, but not great versus Vampire Counts. Yeah, I think there's more optimal builds to play against them. But great, so let's advance this. And we are in round 3, ladies and gentlemen. All right. Kislev can also play Chariot play. I'm not a big enjoyer of the Kislev Chariots. They're very good. They don't suit my playstyle super well. So, okay. Round 3. All right, so round 3 is upon us. We're going to go find a game to cast and hopefully find some players we haven't seen. Well, you can do Creeper and Martin. That sounds like a fun one. Let's see if the Creeper can... The Creeper is a Chad. He uses bloated corpses, so we're gonna see if we can get him. Lobby code, please. All right. Hey, Winston, thank you for being a member for so long, man. So long. Tonight it's the night of the vampire. Well, hopefully we'll get some vampires for you tonight. We'll see. Thank you for being a member, man. I appreciate you, boss. All right. We are done now. Round 3. It is round 3. So we're going to do Creeper versus Martinius. Martinius, of course, one of our Chaos champions. He's usually very good at Chaos factions. Curious to see what he's going to be doing now, and I'm being pinged by some forbidden stuff. Okay. Let me check and see here. Wait for now. Renataki is here. Okay. Let's fix this. And we're going to get into this lobby. Oops, Martinius does not have a password in his lobby. It's not a secret forbidden lair. Okay, Martinius, there he is. On the North can rise. And so it begins. Turn your counter against the Changebringers with Nurgle is a really cool tech. They're they're really hard to deal with. But like my build was an all-in, you know. So if I that Nurgle build would have lost against like every other demon build, but he just happened to go for the one thing it countered. So I got kind of lucky, to be honest, in that matchup. Own goals. Hey, what's up, man? How you doing, Tim? Hope you're having a good Sunday. Picked up a new puppy and stuck in. Oh man, that sounds fun. Hell yeah. We had some good games so far. We've had some very good ones. We're working on our Kislev build guide as well. All right, so Martinius is here, and we're waiting for his opponent, Creeper. I really hope Creeper is on the Vampire Coast because he is a bloated corpse, Chad. He loves to just get the big, thick boys and charge your army. It's very fun. Now, it might not win the most games, but it sends a message of dominance. You know, that's the one thing it's got going for it. So, all right. Let's check. Copy that. Okay, talking to Creeper here. Alrighty, sounds fine. So Warriors of Chaos versus probably Coast, from what I've seen. Yeah. Yeah, I'm hoping we get some news update soon, man. It's been a dry spell, man. We've been waiting. It's been quite a long time. Reminds me of that Star Trek Enterprise, remember? How many of you guys remember the opening theme for Star Trek Enterprise? The it's been a long time getting from here to there, and it's like that really haggard, like late 90s soft rock music. Yeah. All right, so Creeper, no way he's playing Bretonia. There's no freaking way. I seriously doubt it. I would be pretty shocked. Okay, he's on Vampire Coast. So they're going to work out the map right now, and we're going to get it going. Yeah, own goal. You better have gotten a Wookiee dog, dude. You better have gotten a little deformed pug creature. Those are the best ones. Whenever we've rescued dogs in my life, we've always looked for the most haggard, decrepit, three-legged, one-eyed looking gremlin and the Wookiee looking creature. Yeah, they're great. All right, so this matchup is definitely Chaos favored, I think, because I think that the Aspiring Champions are really good. Aspiring Champions are S tier here. Coast doesn't have too many good options against them except Mourngulls and Animated Hulks. Otherwise, Aspiring Champions kind of dominate most of the melee fight and give you really good capture weight as well. Yeah. I would adopt a real Wookiee. Yeah. Crusty dogs are the best. Oh, for sure. We have a very, very crusty Chihuahua Terrier mix right now. Let's see if I can. Maybe I'll get a picture of you guys. Hold on one sec. All right. Hey, Lots. Thank you for the kind words, man. I appreciate it. Any chance you might dabble in Bannerlords? Oh, yeah. I'll get back to it. Yeah. Nice own goal. That sounds like fun, dude. Well, congrats on the new pup. Hang on, I'll go see if Anna can send me a picture real quick. I'll be right back. I'll show you guys the dreaded Chihuahua. All right, she's gonna send a picture. Anna has some good ones on her phone, so we got you covered. Your neighbor has a crusty old Chihuahua, and he's so sweet. He always huffs and puffs as he waddles over to me for pets. Yeah, I love Chihuahuas. They're such funny little dogs, you know. Yeah, we're gonna get it going here. All right, so Warriors of Chaos are ready. Vampire Coast and Creeper are gonna need a moment longer to get their build together, but should be ready in uno momento. Your grandma was the same way with cats. She looked the most, yeah, for sure. Cats are, you know, so I've been binge watching, not so much the past week, but I've been binge watching the show Hoarders. And there's always such a strong correlation between people who own like more than like 3 cats and hoarding. It's such a common trope on the show. Like there'll be some like you know, 60-year-old woman buried in her house with like all just piles of trash and stuff, and there's just going to be like 12 cats running around, right? That's such a common trope you see. I actually, you know, growing up, I wasn't a big fan of cats because I was allergic to them, so I kind of developed this this passive like, oh, I got to stay away from cats. But as I've gotten older, I've really come to appreciate them. Their independence, they have fun little personalities for sure. And my wife, of course, in Poland has a couple cats. So when we were out there, I got to visit with them and realize how cool they were. I really do like cats now. Yeah. All right, guys. Oh my God, is that an OG Demon Prince? What the hell is that? Look at that. Dogs teach unconditional love. Cats teach consent. Yeah, that's not a bad explanation. You have 3 cats. You're pushing the envelope. You better watch out. I think you're fine with 3. I think it's when you get over 4 is when it gets a little bit hog wild. You know. Well, I do love cats. I've come to love cats for sure. Yeah. I still have allergies to them, so I have to. If I can pet them as long as I don't like touch my face afterwards, and then yeah, but it still sucks. All right, guys, we are getting a regular OG Demon Prince. You have a 25-year-old cat? Damn. Okay, Anna sent a picture. Oh no. Oh, I love it. Hold on, let me get a picture here. We have a picture of our Chihuahua mid-yawn. She's in the middle of like yawning. Yes. Let me see if I can find this here for you guys. 1 second. Here she is. She's pretty old. She's almost 13. Here we go. Yeah, there she is. So that's our Chihuahua Lola. She was raised by Wookiee, and she's 13, almost 13, and still just going on like long walks and just a beast. She has the dreaded terrier genetics where she just doesn't. Yeah, she's very cute though. Very very much a gremlin. Yeah, very scruffy. It's good stuff. All right, so Anna just sent the God tier picture. Hold on. Oh, Anna just sent the God tier picture. Hold up. I got you guys. Hold on 1 second. This is the goat. Yes. That captures her in all her glory. Look. Oh, that's such a good picture. That's such a good picture. Look at that. Look how just haggard and raggedy she is. Oh, she's great. Her name is Roo Chicken. Yeah. That's true. That is her name. You guys like that one? I think that's pretty good. Definitely related to Wookiee. She looks like an Uruk-hai from Lord of the Rings, like with the teeth. All right. This is a pet stream now. That's right. Oh, that's such a good picture, darling. That's such a good picture you took. All right, guys. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to round 3 in the tournament. It's going to be the Warriors of Chaos facing off against the Vampire Coast. Now, looking at the armies here, it is going to be Chaos with some skirmishers and using the Knights of Immolation. Now, Knights of Immolation, a lot of good tools against Coast. Heavily armored against the small arms fire, silver shields, fire damage and magic damage are both relevant against Syrenes and healing units. So that makes them cool, but high risk, high reward. If they get caught and killed, you're losing 1,700, 1,800 gold there, right? So it is tough. We got a couple Forsaken, and Forsaken are great. They rip apart zombies, but they do get hard countered by Mourngulls and other units like that. Double Aspiring Champions, like we talked about, these guys are absolute Giga Chads. They're just massive dongs charging in there, and very, very good at holding objectives. So we'll see how that goes. On the outside here, it's going to be Chaos Chariots of Tzeentch. Now, this is a cool tech against Syrenes because they do magic damage. So if you're worried about Sirene spam, having a Chaos Chariot of Tzeentch to chase them down and do a lot of damage is very, very good. All right, guys. For the armies here of Creeper, it is going to be a battle line of zombie pirate deckgun mobs and halberds, but a gun line as well. Triple deck gunner. Ooh, that's badass. So deck gunner here, and one up here as well. I mean, those things can do a ton of damage, and I really do like Slauster. I mean, Slauster in theory is a counter against Aspiring Champions and against Forsaken, right? So that is going to be it. Very cool build. And it is going to be Tidecall and Crab Summon and Vangeist Revenge. Oh, the basic Demon Prince has Burning Head. Oh, that's cool as hell. So Daniel, we're getting a freaking Daniel game, and he's got Burning Head. All right, he cooks one zombie, but honestly, it wasn't that bad. It's going to go a little bit longer. The zombies are trying to dodge it. They're trying to Matrix that shit. They do get cooked a little bit, so it ends up being a decent Burning Head in the end. Damn, Daniel, I know. Very cool. So Chaos Chariots of Tzeentch going to be advancing up, and we do get the Hell Cannon in the back shooting in. Hell Cannon going to be shooting into the big old Depth Guard, which is a great choice. Objective 3 is going to be going to Coast. Objective 2 going to be going to Coast as well. Hey, Eric, thank you for the tenor. Pierogies for the Pierogi God. Yes, all day, every day. Thank you so much, man, for the support, and hopefully you're enjoying this Sunday afternoon tournament. All right, Bombard's still coming in, and the Hell Cannon going to be shooting into the depth guard once again, so these guys are going to be getting it pretty good. Some of them get knocked into the water. Of course, there's no healing on this build for the Vampire Coast, so the damage is going to be a little bit more permanent. No invocations or anything like that. Mourngul's coming in as a defensive sweeper piece. I'm a big enjoyer of keeping Mourngul's in the backfield and then using them to counterpunch. Like, you purposefully leave an opening, and they're like, oh, I can just blitz your guns, and then the Mourngul's like, surprise! Call an ambulance, but not for me, and then you just pop out of the bushes, right? But yeah, Vampire Coast does have the double objective advantage, so they're just going to Netflix and chill on these 2 points for a while, and we're probably going to see a lot of skirmishing. We're going to be seeing the Burning Head spam, the Hell Cannon using all of its ammunition. The Depth Guard definitely should just run back now, like get way back here, and let the Hell Cannon shoot into the lesser targets. Going for a triple cap here is a mistake from Creeper. If you overextend, it's going to create openings in your build, right? If you move out here, it creates an opening here. You want to keep your formation high and tight, especially if you're with 3 guns. This, if you guys are new to domination mode and you're playing a defensive gunline build, this is how you want to play. You want to just sit on 2 objectives and say, come at me, bro. And when they come at you, you punish them with your shooting. That is really, really how you feast, right? But good value so far from the Hell Cannon. Hell Cannon has been able to get some great damage into the depth guard, and now is going to be switching onto the deck gunners here. I'm curious to see how effective this is. It should be reasonably effective for sure. Knights of Immolation going to be waiting in the wings. How do you deal with these effectively? The shotgun deckhand mobs could be good. Mourngul's, animated hulks. We do see another Burning Head going down there, which is going to be a nice one. It does go through some of the zombies and is going to be tickling through the other ones, taking a pretty good trajectory as it does cook that formation very, very nicely there. In the meantime, Celestra Deer Fawn, or Dire Fin, however the hell you say it, is going to be gathering up at the point, and Chaos is thinking about trying to contest this, but they haven't quite gotten it yet. Nuclear says, when are we going to get the Ostankia Bigfoot SFT? I am going to be playing Kislev again in an SFT very soon, so Nuclear Nacho, I got you covered, man. All right, so Deck Hunters here are going to be getting blasted. We do see the shots from downtown, shot through the heart near too late. They gave Love a bad name as the Hell Cannon continues with blood, speed, acceleration, and vigor per second being activated, so it's hungry. The Deck Hunters will last a little while. I would hope that Creeper brought a Invocation Caster in reserve, because that Hell Cannon is getting so much value. Currently sitting, it's only 600, which is crazy. I mean, it brought a Depth Guard unit down to half health. I feel like it should have more value, but we will see. So Chaos is going to have to move up for the point soon-ish. You know, they're playing a dangerous game the longer this goes by letting their opponent have a double cap. More Forsaken going to be called out, so the Mutants of Chaos are going to be charging from the Chaos Waste. Chaos Forsaken are really, really cool. Probably one of my favorite units, to be honest. I feel like the Warriors of Chaos, like every 12-year-old who was like getting into tabletop gaming in like the 90s and early 2000s, probably Chaos was like the go-to faction. You know, just like the cool big armor, just big guys. How many of you guys like used to play like RPGs and different things like that when you were like 10, 11, 12 years old, and you always like made your character as big as possible and like, you know, like all those things. You're like, oh, he's so big and he has spiked armor. It's kind of like Chaos really, really channel into that, I think. All right. So the battle continues. And what do we got? Demon Prince creeping, and we do see the Knights of Immolation coming around the back. And here we go. So they are going to be sweeping in, going after the Shade Wraith Gunners. They'll kill them very quickly. Shade Wraith Gunners only have 3,000 HP, 3,800 to be exact, so a little bit squishy. You're going to need to get some shooting for these guys. Knights of Immolation look like they might just feast here. Probably you want to turn all your Deck Gunners about face and shoot into them. A bit of a mistake for Chaos to not Alpha Strike all at once. They should have their entire army coming in, but looks like it's just going to be the Bombardment ability? Okay, so he uses the Bombardment. It's mostly dodged by the Shade Wraith Gunners. Celestra nearby as well. And one Deck Gunner is going to be taken out by the Hell Cannon back there, which is just absolute value city. Some Pistol Fire is going to be bringing a little bit of support and pushing them back. We do see Vampire Coast is currently up on points, but is getting shelled pretty good. As another Deck Gunner here, going to be paying the iron price, so this thing is going to be getting taken down here, sitting at 4 leadership. And how will they hold? Find out in today's episode. Depth Guard polearms are called in, and Shade Wraith Gunners are going to be ripping some shots. So finally, there will be a little bit of returning of the favor as the flying units here do get peppered by the Shade Wraith Gunners. And pretty good, you know, take down about 15% of the HP on those Knights of Immolation. So that is not bad at all. Gives them a little bit of value to come back with. Creeper should have ran these Deck Gunners back a little bit and tried to, you know, mitigate some of those shots, but it's all good. You know, he's got his hands full. Martinius is one of our stronger players out there, and I think Creeper is a bit of a newer player, but he's very good. He's learning very quick, and he's playing one of the harder factions in the game to play, for sure. All right, Burning Head activated on the Shade Wraith Gunners. Not going to be bad at all. Does cook them to -6 leadership. The other Deck Gunners here are going to be unleashing on Daniel. And the Demon Prince has no way of healing either, so any damage that you can get on the onto the Demon Prince is going to be quite good. He's juking well, though, dodging back and forth, so it's good micro, but some of the shots still are hitting him, right? Shade Wraith Gunner is also tickling these guys. One cannon would have been really good here. If the Vampire Coast had had a cannon, they could have done some big work for sure. Another shot down on the zombies, and the Warriors of Chaos are now down by almost 200 points, but they're going to be advancing very soon. They're just poking and prodding. So if you guys used to watch Land Battle back in the day, this is very similar to the skirmishing phase of the game where you just are poking for value with spells and ranged before you really get in there and fight. Yeah, these are the Burning Ramparts. It's one of our newer maps. Now, despite all the harass, despite all their rage, these deck gunners are still a rat in a cage a little bit, but they do have all 3 of their deck gunners online. Those guys are chilling out and enjoying their best life, so they are there and they are ready to party. Celestra Deerfawn is ready, and she's going to be setting up to deal with the Forsaken push. And does she have her Damned Knights Errant summon? That would have actually been the best play. If the Warriors of Chaos took, the Vampire Coast took Celestra and summoned the Undead Knights on top of this thing, it would have probably just won him the game. But, again, players, under pressure sometimes can miss those little things like that. But the Damned Knights Errant summon, you could have just come over here, dropped it, and this Hell Cannon would have been 100% dead. And then you would have a full health deck gunner. Your Depth Guard would be healthy. There's a lot of plays that you could do, right? All right, so the Warriors of Chaos are going to be advancing in, and they're coming on all fronts. Now, this is the hardest part of this matchup, is controlling and making sure that you win some engagements. Depth Guard are going to be able to win most of their fights. They will beat Forsaken and Aspiring Champions. Mourngulls will also, so it's going to be important to allocate your defensive tools here. Another Burning Head going to be activated, and here it comes as the Forsaken. That's pretty heavy metal, just a bunch of Chaos Infantry charging while the Flaming Skull just roasts their enemies. Doesn't get much cooler than that. Chariots coming in the side, and some of the pistols are there as well. Deck Gunner is going to start shooting, and the Knights of Immolation going to be moving in to press, and the full attack is on. So Mourngul's waiting in the back, and Burning Head here. Oh, what's that? A Crab Summon activated. Or no, the Damned Knights Errant. Now, where are those things going to go? You want to use them to kill a unit, just point and click. They can go for Chariots, you can go for Forsaken. Either of those is going to be A-okay. Now, how is this going? We do see another Doom Knight coming in, so the Doom Knights are going to be beelining, and one Doom Knight does get back here and lands on top of the Shade Wraith Gunners. Shade Wraith Gunners do get killed almost instantly by the Doom Knights, considering they were already at 25% HP, but the Damned Knights Errant do actually kill a Chariot right away too, so not the worst trade in the world. A couple Deck Gunners going to be providing supporting fire, some Depth Guard in the back as well, but here we see another Doom Knight coming in, and I don't know if Vampire Coast has anything to really defend this. They're going to be trying to run away, but it's looking tough. Daniel getting a little bit low as well, though. Creeper is getting some value here. We do have some Scurvy Dogs out, and the Depth Guard polearms do some nice work and clear down that Chariot. But in the meantime, your entire front line is going to usually lose against Chaos. Although there is a Mourngul Halberd Death Star here, so this is a bit of a mistake, stacking all these units on top of each other. Burning Head would be very punishing, but also you would want the Mourngul in another fight, because the Depth Guard will win you this fight. You need something to win this fight, right? That's going to be the idea. Another Deck Gunner getting taken to the trash can as Martinius' Alpha Strike does continue to do some nice work. And we do see him trying to counter push a little bit. Another Deck Gunner is going to be getting taken down. Celestra is certainly doing well against Forsaken, but Martinius is doing a very good job of just getting the Horsemen to sit here with their throwing axes and drag down the big armored beast. So these guys are going to be very good, keep with their throwing axes, and we do see Celestra at 5,000 HP, so she's lost a lot of HP here. So she's going to be summoning some crabs here. They will be able to kind of buffer out some of these units, but overall it's going to be tough. A couple more goals going to be encircling, and that's nice. They do have Frostbite, if I'm not mistaken, so they can whack you and slow you down a little bit. Daniel is cruising for a bruising, so he's moving over here as the Vampire Coast does win this fight. They do win against the infantry, but now we get big scary Doom Knights on their way in, and Daniel himself is going to be coming. Oh, here he comes, yes. Good. Dreaded Demon Prince. How cool is that? We almost never get to see this guy in action. I honestly cannot remember the last time in the last 4 years where we got to see him in a competitive game in a tournament. It's been forever. So the Chaos Infantry have won the objectives, but Vampire Coast is still kind of scrapping with a lot of Mourngulls and a lot of elite units. Here are the Mourngulls on the outside, able to take down some of the Forsaken. Maybe you could send those Mourngulls to the outside objective to try and get that. Granted, the Horsemen can definitely bully them. Horsemen are a big problem. Celestra getting in and giving the Chaos Warriors with Grey Weapons some serious damage. Chaos Warrior Grey Weapons are going to have a terrible time versus Giant Crab. They're going to have a really, really bad time as the Crabos Stabos. And yeah, I don't know. I mean, Coast could maybe work some magic if they get a little something going. We'll have to find out. Those Horsemen are going to be a problem. Daniel's also doing quite good. Depth Guard are getting chewed up by the Demon Prince and the Aspiring Champions. It's just a little bit too much to handle here. Mourngul's also being dragged down. Way too many elite units here. The Doom Knights are also really hard hitting. And they do have bonus versus large now. They got it in a recent patch. So Doom Knights have a bonus versus large of 5, so they're going to be quite excellent against the Mourngulls and different things like that. So, all right, so this fight's going to be going to the Warriors of Chaos. Value difference of about 3,000, which is really tough. Oh, God, give it to us, Precious. The Van Geist Revenge. Oh, yeah. Look at that. That was so good. So the Van Geist Revenge nailing those 2 units, doing a lot. If he had put it a little bit further back, it would have done even more damage. But yeah, it was still pretty cool to see that in action. All right, guys, that's got to be GG at this point. The Warriors of Chaos have complete dominance, but very well played to Creeper. He did great. Martinius is one of the better players in our community. He's definitely a top 16 caliber player. And Creeper, I think, is newer to the game, but he still put up a really good fight and had some good plays and some good decision making. But a lesson learned for sure. Another Hell Cannon going to be in the back. Like shutting down the Hell Cannon early on would have been really, really cool. Yeah, with that Knights Errant summon, or maybe getting some Fellbats to fly back there, because the Warriors of Chaos don't have any flying units. So they do. They have Doom Knights, but you can just run away from them, because Fellbats are, I think, faster than Doom Knights, if I'm not mistaken. So yeah, some Fellbat pressure with a little bit of micro in the backfield would have been nice. All right, so Celostra getting in there and summoning some Rotting Prometheans. The Doom Knight's thinking about charging, but Celostra is looking to be in the danger zone. Vampire Coast is threatening the outside objective, so good scrappiness here from Creeper. This is a good play too. Look at the bait. So he sends a dog in, and then he hides an invisible monster behind it, So if the Chariot comes in, the Mourngulls countercharge them and just finish them and kill them, and then you get the objective too. That's a brilliant play. So you can see really good, tricks by Creeper in some regards, right? Very, very good stuff indeed. All right, so Vampire Coast going to be fighting it out. Vampire Coast is like a solid mid-tier faction. I don't think they're weak. I would say Vampire Coast is strong, but they're hard to play. That's one of the big things about Vampire Coast in general. They're just difficult to play. Celostra is getting the throwing axes, and the dreaded Daniel is here. Daniel sitting at 1,700 value. And is he going to be sweeping around to go after Celostra? That would be a good play, honestly. But it looks like maybe he's thinking about going after the Jade Wraith Gunners back here. But finishing off Celostra would basically probably make your opponent tap out. Yes, I agree, Thomas. They are living on a prayer right now. They are indeed. 13 leadership right here, as we do get some of the Knights of Immolation getting Last Samurai on their way in. But that's fine on their part. They are going to get in. And they are going to finish the job as the Tzeentch Doom Knights get in and they start doing the dreaded surfing animations on these guys. Mourngulls called out. Mourngulls will be okay here, but you've already lost the Shade Wraith Gunners and Deck Gunners in general, or some of like the squishiest units in the game. Mourngulls able to bully the Chariots away, and Vampire Coast does get on the board objective-wise, but I think with Celostra being dead, it's going to be too much, and that is going to be all she wrote. So GG, well played. She tried. She held on there, and that is going to be all she wrote, folks. Don't Carronades destroy the Hell Cannon? They do, but here's the thing. If you have a Hell Cannon, it's a mortar piece. So you can hide it behind trees and stuff and move it between the tree lines, and then the cannons are going to hit the trees, and the Hell Cannon can shoot out and over. So in some maps, you can bring a Hell Cannon against cannon factions if you know there's a tree line or like terrain to hide it behind. So you could put a Hell Cannon like behind this hill right here and shoot up and over the Cornate Ramparts here, and you'd be able to hit all these objectives, and your opponent wouldn't be able to get you with a cannon. So there are different ways. Granted, using Celostra with her Damned Knights Errant would have been the best play for sure. I think Creeper's build had some teeth. I think it had some decent opportunities here, but it's tricky. Daniel's getting hammered, but Celostra being gone is tough. Oh, what a chat. What a hero. There goes my hero. Watch him as he goes. He's going. All right, we don't care about anything else right now. The game's basically over. We're going to follow this. We're going to follow this man in his full saga. We're going to give you guys like a cinematic panning shot of the bloat. Oh, no, he's eating throwing axes. Oh, no, come on. Martinius, don't deny us this. Don't be an evil villain. Come on, just let the bloat get in there. Oh, he's charging. He's going, baby. He's like the Uruk-hai Berserker in the Two Towers. He's going. Come on, buddy. Oh, no. He's very low now, guys. He's very low. There goes my bloated corpse. Watch him as he goes. There he goes. All right, he had a good run. Quite a journey. He got kind of close, to be fair. He closed the distance. He sent a message. And donated 350 gold there. Unlucky, yes. Oh, Daniel actually dying in the back, though. Check that out. So Vampire Coast the demons of Warriors of Chaos using demons are going to be overextending their lord. He's going to be getting surrounded a little bit, but it's way too late. Even though that's a nice play and maybe would give you some agency to get back in the game a little bit, it's still a 4,000, 5,000 value lead, give or take. And yeah, the Demon Prince is going to be banished. Daniel is going to go back to the Abyss from whence he came. And that is all she wrote. GG, well to the plate. Hope you guys are having fun. Thank you for choosing to spend your Sunday afternoons here, guys. And Chariot going to be running down objective number uno. Rests in peace, sweet prince. You will be remembered. You will be remembered indeed. All right. So, Hell Cannon shots are shooting on down. Forsaken going to be creeping around the side, so here they come. And a couple seconds till victory. Another bloat's coming out. So this is the bloated corpse round 2, but he's not going to make it. At least this guy is going to live. His royal thickness. Yeah, farewell, buddy. Farewell. Fun game. It was a fun match. Cool. Like classic, build up versus defensive gun line. Just needed a little bit more defensive utility from the coast. Yeah, Morgul's are good. Probably need some animated hulks, and regular handgun mobs are really good against chaos. Because then you can overlap your shooting and get some good value that way. But great game by Creeper, honestly. Martinius is a really tough opponent, so hold your head up high. Okay, let's refresh this. See how we're looking. All right, we got a little bit of time left in the round. And outstanding. Let's see what our top players look like at the moment. So we're going to see how the tournament's looking. Yeah, Daniel did get taken down, but he had an okay run. I mean, Daniel with Burning Head, it's not a bad choice, actually. I like that tech by Martinius. Daniel only got like 1,800 value, give or take. Yeah, and he did fine. Doom Knights did really good. Aspiring Champions, they ground their value out. Chariot kind of got wrecked a little bit. Hell Cannon was really MVP, though. Other Doom Knights got about 2,000 value. The Deck Gunner, some of them got some value, but it was tough. No, Aspiring Champions are really good antagonistes. They're extremely good. Because they have a low model count with high HP and a very high amount of capture weight. So they're very menacing on objectives. Yeah. All right, guys. So what is cooking? Now let's go back to our army building for Kislev. And we will see what's going on here. You guys want a jump scare of my dog? There. Okay, there's the jump scare of the dog. Okay. We'll drop. Thank you. Okay, so doing some admin stuff real quick. And we're going to do this. Thank you for the heads up. That's not a dog, that's a gremlin. How dare you? That's our Chihuahua Terrier mix. She's our little angel. Even though she's like Satan and basically just barks at everybody except us. All right, so we need to change your score, put you back down to 2. She goes by many names. Her name that she had at first was Lola, but we call her Chicken now. Her name is Chicken or it's Rue. Those are her 2 names. She responds to either of them. All right, so just doing admin stuff, just hang tight. She looks like an Urukai a little bit. Tell me she doesn't look like Lurtz. Oh, she looks like Lurtz a little bit. Yeah. She really looks like an Urukai. All right, so that's good. And refresh this. Great. And then we have 2 games to finish. It's going to be, yes, 2 games to finish. Looks like something a goblin would ride. Yeah, she looks like a warg also, like a warg rider. Okay, so first let's do our wide build against vampires. So that's probably going to be these guys backed up by these guys. And then we're going to want to get 3 skirmish cavalry. I feel like Little Grom is actually good against vampires. Because Little Grom is like hard for them to shut down. They would have to commit a lot to your backfield, and you can probably defend that. So I think a single Little Grom is probably going to be adequate. Let's get 2 of you guys. And choices. Who fed your dog past midnight? We always do. She's a diva. She's 13 actually. She's a little long of tooth. Yeah, that's definitely more warg. Yeah, I see that. Yeah. Did she find the halflings? I don't know. I'll ask her after the stream. All right, so 3 horse archers to poke, and then we want Little Grom. We have these guys. Now, the Georgina, not so good. The Boyar, not so good. Chef Boyardee. I mean, Katarine on the sled is kind of an interesting idea for cutting through chaff, but probably a dragon character is fine. Or we just go cheap Ice Witch. You could do Hawks and Miska, I think, is your best friend here, because it's going to lead to Crumbling, which is going to be very good. And then you could do Hailstorm, too. So Freezing Winds, cut this. Warhorse. This is like a wide build, right? Yeah, I think Little Grom is going to be very good against vampires. All right. Looks like meat is back on the menu, boys. The Isengard army is coming along nicely. It's Saruman is finished. All the Berserkers are done. We got 12 of them. And now I just got to paint a couple banner carriers and some other units, and then we'll do a little video showing you guys. Yeah, you would think our dog is young. When we take that thing on walks, it like tugs. Like we can go on a walk for like 3 or 4 miles. She's like 13. I think she's like 13. No, she's 12 and a half. And Yeah, she just is like a machine. She'll just like keep tugging, and yeah, it's pretty nuts. All right, so Kossars with bows with the fur. Probably basic Kossars is going to be fine. Is that going to be enough for 2 more? I don't think so. All right. Cool. Now, the build is a little bit weak against Graveguard, right? So we need to have an answer for that. So Mordheim Beowulfs are going to be here. So we're going to get 3 things in the woods. Elemental Incarnate is kind of an interesting one to call out later on. Streltsy are okay, but they tend to get tar pitted. So we're going to want Dervishes to deal with like Fellbats, and probably some Griffin Legion I think would be nice as well. Does Grima have a model? Yeah, Grima Wormtongue is probably one of the best models you have on Isengard, which is really funny in tabletop. So we have Anti-Graveguard. We have tools for killing the big boys. Hawks of Miska as well. Warbear Riders are all right. I think we need, like, a sled is kind of cute in theory, but I feel like Cryptors and Skeleton Spears are just too common. So maybe you could whip out an Elemental Incarnate in reserve. Right now, we would struggle against like a big zombie dragon or something. That would give us some grief for sure. So maybe we bring the Shotgun Streltsy out, but they're just so easy to shut down. Good Vampire Count players are not going to let that happen, you know? So we do like a Frostworm tech, maybe just like 1 Frostworm in reserve and then mix in you. Yeah, I think we do this. Then I would like to get you guys. We can switch these to the polearm variants. Yeah, I think that's a little bit better for a little bit of overlapping shooting. Maybe 2 of these. And the Akshina Pack Trap guys are cool. I don't hate them either. Maybe like 2 Skirmishers. We can get a Pack Trap guy. We're going a little bit hardcore into the shooting right now, but we do still have a good front line. Yeah, the Pack Traps will be nice for like locking down like a Mortis Engine that overextends, or like if they're harassing with Fellbats, you're going to be able to do some nice work against that, you know? How much do I have? 680 here? That's such an awkward amount of money. Okay, so Griffin Legions, things in the woods. I think maybe 2 of those are going to be fine. And do we want to get like a little Snow Leopard to chase around like Corpse Carts and Mortis Engines? Doesn't feel like a bad choice. I always feel like you can never have enough Dervishes. Dervishes are just so good. Watchman in the Night. Get another infantry unit. We have that like, we're in that weird situation where we just have like such an awkward amount of money left. Maybe 1 Streltsy is fine. I don't hate having 1 Streltsy in the back. So this would be maybe good against vampires. What can I possibly upgrade to? Yeah, I think with the trappers, we only need 2 archers, and then we can go back to the triple horse archer opening. So that is going to be Kislev. Okay, you know, I'm seeing a big weakness in this build. I have 0 answers to deal with the White Kings. I feel like I need a character or something that can kill White Kings. So maybe we cut you and we get the Elemental Incarnate instead. So we would do this, cut the Streltsy, and then get that guy is fine. Yeah, that feels a little better to me. So even though I do have less anti-large now, I think the Pack Trapper and the archers can keep it honest with Little Grom, I'm hoping. The Elemental Incarnate can still fight big monsters, but I need something to deal with the blobs and the White King. So maybe having the big man in reserve is going to be good. Griffin Legions are pretty nice. Maybe 2 of them is a little bit excessive. So maybe we just go 1 Griffin Legion here since we have the things in the woods. And then from here, so we have that. We could get some dedicated anti-large now. Patriarch is probably good, always. In general, Patriarchs are just really, really nice. Salak's Lullaby, Song of Sunlight. We can cut that. Get the Warhorse. Then we got, what, 300 Gs left? Feels bad. That's going to give us 800. Snow Leopard of Doom is kind of cool. Maybe a Snow Leopard here. Then we just kind of lean into the Dervishes and the mobility, I guess. It feels like the build is all over the place. It really does. Evil. Blood Knights are, yeah, like we could get wrecked by Blood Knights too. Okay, so we're just going to go Oath Brothers of Tor. So that way we have a dedicated anti-large boy, and we also have the Patriarch now. So, okay, this feels better. In case they go Blood Knight, we now have something that can deal with them. Ice Bear is the only unit you need, yeah. All right, so that's going to be... let's check the round, by the way, make sure they're not waiting on me. They could be, which is fine. Oh, there's still 1 game, okay. Still 1 game going, so it's going to be Kislev versus Counts. That's going to be wide. And then Kislev versus Vampire Counts Monster Mash is a thing too. I feel like they're going to handle it a little bit too easily, but I have a weird conspiracy theory. Like, basically, here's what you do. Use Boris. You can get that too if you want to. Colossal Strike. Armor of Urson is just him, so we don't want that. You get him on Urskin, okay? And then you get a Frost Maiden of Ice. Heart of Winter just kind of sucks, doesn't it? Why no Bear Mount? Oh, the Bear Mount's all right. I'm just saving money, basically. Yeah, it's a good mount, honestly. Like, I wish Heart of Winter was really good, but it just kind of sucks. So we do Hawks of Miska to break open blobs, cut at these abilities. We can get her on a Bear Mount since we're playing, like, Death Star Cheese. Yeah, so we get you. No, the bears just suck, unfortunately. And then, yeah, so it'd be like something like this, although then we can't bring a Patriarch. That's like the downside of having Boris. The Elemental Incarnate's cool, but I think we just go Patriarch with this build. Yeah, so we would bring the Vigor Replenishment, Warbear, so we're going more elite this time around, right? And then we get 1, 2, and then we have, what, 350 left? That's awkward. Okay, doesn't work. Machine Foot, thank you for the kind words. Yeah, the Arwar Streltier may be okay. And the other matchup, too. It could be something to consider. Could get a bunch of dervishes to play the game. What about War Sleds against Vampire Counts? Just using, like, War Sled skirmishing? That's kind of an idea, right? Because the War Sleds are really nasty, but they do get wrecked by Cryptorers. So you'd have to like bounce between objectives and play like a really mobile style. Huh. I'm going to experiment with this. I think we are out of time for the round. Legio Morbidius and all right, let's see what's cooking here. Okay. Let me do this. Let's see here. Yeah, the sleds, like, you could do, like, a triple sled Patriarch, like, shooting build. Like what about, like, double Little Grom in the opening? I always go back to it. It's always my favorite. And then like, a bunch of, like, heavy war sleds. You know? Like, something like this. And then you get, like Kostalton on his, like, mount with, like, healing and stuff. It's kind of an interesting idea. It might work against vampires, actually. It might. Okay, and checking here, seeing I'm being pinged for things, tournament chat. Okay, just got to drop one player here, perfect timing. All right, so let's do this. And there we go. All right, drop it like it's hot. Oh, double Little Grom. I love Little Groms. I think they're so cost effective. They're like single entity artillery are just so strong compared to regular artillery, you know? It's nutty. Okay, Champman is going to need to have his score changed. And let's go in here and do this. You know, the Frostworms are going to be better against the monsters because they're anti-large. The Incarnate is a little squishier. It has lower armor and lower melee defense, if I'm not mistaken, and typically does struggle a little bit against big monsters. It can fight. It still has 600 weapon strength, but the Frostworms are what you want to be fighting big monsters with, for sure. That's your breadwinner. All right, guys. All is good in the neighborhood. We'll refresh this, and we're going to be getting into the next round. Round 4, is it? I think it's round 4. All right, let me see what this guy's doing here. We're gonna see if he reported. I know last time he forgot to report, so we'll check. Yeah, Max. I mean, every faction kind of has things that are overpowered, right? It's just how it goes. Like, a lot of factions have OP shit. Like, White Kings, I think, are overpowered. But it's whatever, you know? Like, in the scope of the entire faction, it balances out, you know? Yeah. White Kings are probably the only really OP unit on Vampire Counts, though. Like, if you look at the entire roster, I think White Kings are, like, probably the most OP shit on that roster. Like, Scab's Wraith is so disgustingly broken. Like, how much damage it does to light things, it's just stupid. And they themselves are just also raid bosses, despite some of the nerfs they've gotten. I would do double Skull Cannon. Skull Cannons were okay. They had their moment in the sun. But yeah, they're a little bit niche. Okay. All right, awesome sauce. Yeah, the Incarnate does die kind of quick. I mean, it has 9,000 HP. The dragons only have 7,9, but dragons do have 90 armor, and yeah, I guess that's the big difference. It's the big difference is the dragons have the 90 armor, and they're faster too. So the dragons are 75 speed. The Incarnate is only 60. So there is that. Yeah. Yeah, like when was the last time you saw a Vampire Count player not use White Kings? I mean, the double Necromancer thing was a thing for a while, but it's definitely fallen. Okay. And great. So that's all done. We're going to refresh this. All right. Great. So round 4 is upon us. Let's advance the tournament. Here we go. Here we go. All right. Let me make sure the website doesn't explode right now as we get going on in here. Great. So what matchup do we cast? All right. So goblins round 4. All right, round 4 is live, and we're going to find a game to cast. Blood Penguin versus Legio could be fun. So Legio has 1, 2, and is going to be playing Blood Penguin. That could be one-sided, though, depending on... Oh, we can do Max... We'll do Maximillionaire versus Alexander Nuts. We were just talking about Scap Scrape and stuff, so I think it'd be fun. Lobby code, please. So I don't know what Alexander's playing. It could be Vampire Counts versus Vampire Coast. That's their 2 main factions. I don't know what these homies are playing right now, so we'll see. What is the best melee foot hero in the game? Honestly, it could be a White Kings. I'd have to look at that. I mean, there's a fair amount of good foot heroes. Like, you know, the Nurgle ones, the Cultists are really nice, and the Exalted Heroes and stuff. Okay, so Dom is the lobby name. Okay, so here he is. And we're in the lobby here. And there we go. All right, so we do get another Vampire Coast game, guys, back to back. But this is one of the strongest Vampire Coast players in the world. I've lost his Vampire Coast many a times with my main factions. He's very good. The Damned Paladins. Can you even bring them? I don't know. You almost never see them. It looks like it's going to be Vampire Coast versus... is Max just going to be on counts? This matchup is very favored for... I think it's very favored for one side. I think it's like a very lopsided matchup. I can't remember. Yeah, Coronate Cultists are really good. The fact they have silver shields... we're going to see what's cooking here. Oh, Wood Elves. Okay, that's even better. Wood Elves versus Coast. Now, this is a pretty favored one for Wood Elves, I think. I think their archers are really punishing, but Alexander is going to have some weird tech or some shit. He'll have something cool. He will have some neat magic to unleash on his opponent here. Well, guys, thank you for joining today. And we're in round 4. So we have this round, and then we have next round. You guys want some subliminal messaging? I'll just be like randomly talking and just jump scare you like that. Just like... That'd be really funny. You just like get a button here I can press to like jump scare with the dog. Yeah, that'd be great. But yeah, so we got this round and then one more round, I think. Wait, or is this round 4? Yeah, this is round 4. So we have this round, one more round, and then we go to the semifinals and grand finals. And that's gonna be the that's gonna be all she wrote. We could do like the Frodo jump scare, see? The Frodo Elrond jump scare, the early 2000s. The scene is so funny. Oh man, it's classic. I could just imagine them in the editing room in like 2001 being like, this is a profound scene. What's the dog? It's my dog. It's Lola. Or Chicken. She goes by Chicken mostly. You know, I was just like thinking, like when you look at this dog, imagine how terrifying this dog would be if it was like massive, right? Like the size of like an elephant. Like those eyes and those teeth looking down at you, that would be so scary. Like this thing's face. I mean, some dogs don't really, they have pretty funny faces, but like when I look at our dog's face, I'm like, that shit would be really scary if it was huge. Yeah. All right. Yes. Vampire Coast versus Wood Elves. Got a little bit of time here. I'm really curious to see what Alexander is going to try and do against this, because this is a hard matchup. The Wood Elves are very dominant here. Dryads beat all your infantry, basically, except Depth Guard. And then the Archers just melt you. The dogs had nothing but maggoty kibble for 3 stinking days. Yeah, she kind of has some cave troll energy, too, for sure. Yeah. It looks like a what is that even? A Narlock? I don't know what that is. Let's see. That Narlock. Oh, okay. It's from 40K, the Kroot things that they ride. Okay. Milkshaker says I had a 260-pound English Mastiff with straight Norskin Ice Wolf, but he was the sweetest boy. Oh, that's pretty cool. 260 pounds. God damn, that is massive. Imagine somebody made a werewolf movie, but they transformed into a giant human-sized that. Yeah, it'd be scary. It'd be scary. All right, I'm gonna peek at the builds real quick. Just give me a second. I'm very curious. Okay, I mean that's one way to do it, and that's another way to do it. All right. I can't help but feel one of these builds is going to dominate the other one, but I could be wrong. Could be wrong here. Maximilian on the Wood Elves, he fell to the even darker side. Hey, Meaty Tangler. I heard you just won the new player tournament. Congrats, if that's the case. We just had a new player tournament being hosted today by one of the Rat Clan champions, Gray, and it looks like we have our winner here in chat. Nice job. And now you advance on to the big leagues, huh? You're going to come here and win one of these tournaments now? Hell yeah, dude, let's go. Let's freaking get it. So, it's going to be a Deck Gunner build. Now, Deck Gunners in theory are pretty good against Wood Elves because they can outrange all their shooting, but they die to a stiff breeze. So basically, you know, you can get jumped and have a bad time. Now, Dark Magic, Doombolt is banned if I'm not mistaken, so I'm curious to see what he's going to be doing with that. Is it going to be Soul Stealer? You know, like what the hell's going on with that? I have no idea. Okay, guys. Builds coming up here. The battle soon to be underway. It is a triple Deck Gunner build. I do like the Deck Gunners. I think that they'll be nice. If they can be protected, they can mow down archers and most of the army. And it's a big open map too, so it's even better for them. All right, so looking here, what magic do we have from the elves? I'm really curious about this. It's going to be Blade Wind. Okay, interesting. So it's like a little vortex ability. Yeah, Doombolt is a little OP right now. Yeah, it's a little bit overpowered. Ladies and gentlemen of the old world, welcome to round 4 in today's 5-round tournament. It is going to be the Hardwood facing off against the Vampire Coast over here. And we do have a battle line of Eternal Guards with spears and shields. So pretty freaking sweet. These guys got their poking sticks, and they're very good at holding the ground. Archers are your best friend because guns, ironically in this universe, guns are countered by bows. So basically, the Glade Guard with 170 range are going to be able to outrange all the Vampire Coast basic gun units, right? So they trade very, very well. And you also have some magic damage bows. It's going to be Hagbane Tips, which is a great choice because they can kill Sirens, and they can go after other things as well. So I do like that pick. On the backside here, Spellweaver of Dark with Blade Wind, and a couple cavalry units and Vanguard Dryads. Now, Dryads are really good. Magic damage counter Sirens, and they can kill all the zombie units pretty effectively as well. So honestly, the build for Max is looking pretty good. Double Wild Rider and Vanguard's also very heavy metal. The one weakness of Max's build is maybe the fact that he brought a Darkcaster. I think that like Flock of Doom and other things would be more consistent. But aside from that, I think it's a very good build. Now, looking at the Vampire Coast build, he does have a Zombie Pirate Gunnery Mobs. Massive front line of chaff and halberds, which is normal. You know, with Vampire Coast against archers, you kind of have to use the dreaded face-to-foot style, the Kung Pao. You know, let your opponent, kick you in the face till they run out of ammo, and then you just kind of counterpunch here. Bomber mobs to kill Dryads, and Deck Gunners here are going to be there to try and mow down anything of value. So Wild Riders, archers in the back, whatever. That's what you're going to be jamming with. It is going to be Celastra with the Tide Call, Crab Summon, and her Night Summon. And that's going to be it. Now, all the time, WK. Creative Assembly actually does, if you compare this to like other RTS games, Creative Assembly does more frequent balancing patches than like major RTS games for multiplayer. So they're like, we have direct communication lines with them, and they're really receptive to feedback typically. Not everything is always gotten right, but they do a good job with the resources they have for sure. So Zombie Pirate Gunnery Mob's going to be shooting in, but an ambush from the woods. It is going to be Christmas early as the Christmas Cavalry do come out. You get a glorious, glorious Wood Elf charge right there. You gotta love to see it. So that's a thing of beauty. So that's basically going to be 2 dead units if the Wild Riders decide to stay in combat. We'll see if they do. Deck Gunners should be moving up now to provide a little bit of supporting fire, and they are. So the Deck Gunner is going to be unleashing a salvo, and they do pick off a couple Wild Riders on the way out, which is quite cost effective. And the Pistol Mobs kind of took that like champs, actually. They're really cheap, and 1 Wild Rider unit is actually going to be taking a decent amount of damage, it looks like. Refreshing the charge, Maximillionaire coming in for round 2. Here they come. Christmas round 2, baby. Christmas to the face. As those zombies do get punted. Now, they're very cheap, crappy zombies. But, you know, that's their job. Their job is to get massacred. And, oh, man, he's baiting out the cavalry charge. So he's baiting out the Damned Knights Errant. Is he? No, those are just Rotting Prometheans. Okay, that's fine. So he didn't use his really good summon, which is a good thing. Now, this is what I was talking about before the game started. I was a little bit concerned about the efficacy of the Sirens. Because Sirens get wrecked really bad in the Wood Elf matchup by their archers that do magic damage, and they also get wrecked by Dryads. So it's kind of like he has 4 Sirens in his reinforcing army. I was like, I don't know if those things are going to work. I mean, they are fast and disruptive, but yeah, we'll see how it goes. We will see. So the back objective is going to be stabilized for now, and we do have the 2 Wild Riders waiting in the bushes. That's going to be 1 Wild Rider here and 1 here. A couple crabs going to be going into the woods to try and fight them. In the meantime, the Deck Gunners need to get busy. They need to start unleashing their shots onto the Wood Elf archers if they can. And we have a bit of a stare down in the middle. It's going to be the good, the bad, and the ugly. It's the final scene where the 3, the good, the bad, and the ugly, are having that kind of Wild West stare down, which is always fun. More cavalry being called in. It is going to be Wild Riders. So Max is on a Wild Rider party. He's got a lot of these guys coming out. I love it. I love when they jump, when they're just like running, and then one of the elks just like jumps. It's pretty freaking cool. But they are out, and Sirens are going to be getting called in droves, as well as Depth Guard with polearms to try and defend the backfield. And the Deck Gunners are not quite in range. You can see the Wood Elves are going to be pulling back a little bit, and the Vampire Coast is going to need to advance up to press them off the objective if they can. And we do see these guys lurking in the back. Wild Rider's going to come back out here. We do have 1 Zombie Pirate Halberd moving to that objective, so that's a good play by Max, getting a Halberd on that point, considering your opponent has shown an affinity for trolling your back objective there. All right, so the guns are online, and we do see the Deck Gunners getting some nice kills, pushing the Eternal Guard off the objective as the push and pull of the game does continue. On the backside, Dryad's going to be creeping into the trees, and it looks like maybe Max is understanding he might lose the middle. So what he's going to do, check this out. He is going to pull back, force his opponent forward, and then when his opponent pulls more forward, he's going to flank from here, and he's going to be flanking from the other side as well. So a classic tactic, right, against defensive gun lines is to try and force them forward, further away from their reinforcements and further away from their back objective here, and get the job done. All right, more shots from the Deck Gunners, though. Honestly, looking pretty good so far. One of the few tools that they have against Wood Elves, which seems to be effective. And now the middle objective is going to be going to the Vampire Coast, most likely. Big ambush is being set up here. Glade Riders with spears, Dryads. This is going to be a big defense here. And I do see a bowling pin. Like, this opening here is a little bit scary. Because what could happen? Let me show you guys. You ready for some artistry? If the Elves gather a unit right here, and they get one right here as well, and then they advance up with a big cavalry charge, it's going to be able to just bowling pin all over those guys right there, which is going to be tough. 1 bomber does get hit by a blade storm, and the first cavalry ambush is afoot. So Wild Riders charging out. Maximillionaire does have very good micro. So the Wild Riders wrecking into one of the bomber mobs, and now the archers are in play. Deck Gunners going to be shooting into the cavalry units, so you can see all 3 Deck Gunners. A little bit of obstruction with the way that they're positioned, but they are returning the favor. And now we do see cav units coming out. So you need Scurvy Dogs. Scurvy Dogs and Animated Hulks and different things like that to screen out these cavalry plays would be good. But Max has a pretty good Helm's Deep as is. He's got his polearms, but the Wood Elves are really going to be laying in right now. Solostra, though, with some ambushing in the backfield. Check it out, dropping a crab summon. Oh my god, Solostra needs to use her Knights Errant right now and just bowling pin all these archers. That would be so freaking good for the Vampire Coast. The first cav unit has moved in, partially intercepted by the polearms, and the other Depth Guard polearms going to be standing at the ready. Some of the bomber mobs are active as well, getting into the Eternal Guard, so not bad at all. Wild Riders coming around the flank, but now the bowling pin should be in full effect. Assuming Alexander Nuts gets his micro in check and is going to be moving in here, he needs to get them active. Look at the Blade Storm, though. Not bad. So Blade Storm going down, going to be melting a couple Zombos, and a bit of a lapse in micro by Alexander Nuts with his cav units, but now it's going to be getting ugly. We do see the Tide Call, and the archers are going to be getting it. Splish, splash, they are taking a bath. That's going to be 1 archer unit dead. And this damn Knight Errant should be able to kill a couple archers. So both players are kind of trading their backfield a little bit. We do see a big Alpha Strike from Wood Elf Cavalry back here, so the Wild Riders are diving onto the Deck Gunners. And honestly, all 3 Deck Gunners probably going to die here. You needed some Scurvy Dogs probably to buffer with your Halberds, but yeah, that's very rough for the Vampire Coast. And that's going to be giving Maximillionaire a bit of a lead. But on that same coin, Solostra is doing something similar back here. The Damn Knights Errant are going to be running down another unit of archers right there, and the Vampire Coast actually wins the frontline fight, but they do lose their back objective, so that's going to be the tricky part. Carronades being called out, so we do get a cannon in the backfield, which is going to be shooting at Wild Riders. Zombies trying to fight here, but the zombies are having a bad time. The Dryads are a pretty good counter against them, I would say. Their high DPS against light armor is very good, but now we do see Vampire Coast going actually for a triple cap. Not triple cap, but to catch their opponent's home objective. Solastra's cavalry has done so good. You can actually see most of the Wood Elf archers are in a bit of a mass exodus. And in the middle, the Vampire Coast does have some good play. They have a depth guard here. They have more depth guard. So they have sustainable capture weight here. Meanwhile, the Carronade, which is so deep set, is doing a good job. And if you go all the way back there, you know, you're going to have to really commit to that. And the Wild Riders could be called out. Not Wild Riders, but Scurvy Dogs to finish these guys off if they do overextend. All right, so Vampire Coast is going to be making a play and shambling towards their opponent's back objective. Solastra is going for this other archer over here. And if the Vampire Coast can shut down all the archers, that's going to be pretty freaking massive. That's going to be a huge win for them. Carronade still blasting away in the back, and the Depth Guard polearms just hanging in the middle. One of them is going to be staying here, and some going for the back objective as well. Depth Guard blast going down there from the depths. It's going to be the old Tide Call ability, which is really good against light armor. And it is able to maybe break those archers because Solastra does cause terror. She's still a very spooky ghost, so she is going to be able to push those guys back. All right, doggies on their way in, Scurvy Dogs. Okay, so this is why Alexander uses Sirens. He uses them for fast pressure capture. I felt like they were too risky here, but honestly, Alexander is a Vampire Coast main, so he's showing us why that they're actually somewhat viable here, maybe. Good Bladestorm, though. That's a clean one right there. Going to be hitting and doing a lot of damage against the Sirens, getting through their Fizz Res, but at the end of the day, they're still going to be grinding and getting good work in. Scurvy Dogs chewing at archers, and will the Vampire Coast be able to get this back objective? It's looking a little bit sketchy back here. Granted, we do have 5-10 capture weight worth of Sirens on their way back here. On the middle, zombies and Depth Guard fighting tooth and nail to try and hold the objective against the Wood Elf counterpunch. Here we do have zombies fighting against Dryads, which is going to be a bad fight, and the Dryads are just going to be holding the back point. So right now, Alexander is definitely on the back foot. His cannon in the back, though, is stabilized, which is very, very nice. And we are going to be seeing the black... Oh, it was the black spot. So he calls out the Arwar gun unit, who has halberds, to fend off the cavalry pressure. In the meantime, now the Carronade's going to be getting back online and shooting at the Wild Riders. On the backside, Sirens do arrive, but with the Wild Hunters of Kurnus will probably do good damage against them. Oh, my God, the shock damage. Yeah, like, this is what I was worried about. Sirens in this matchup feel real sketchy, just because of the prevalence of magic damage that's on the roster. Because Wild Hunters of Kurnus also do magic damage, so they're able to just wreck these spooky ghosts and send them back to the Shadow Realm. And I think that's probably going to be a GG coming up soon, as the Vampire Coast build was really cool in theoreticals, but in practical applications, the backfield just got collapsed a little bit too easy. And he did do a good job punishing and getting rid of those archers, but I feel like the sustained combat, especially just losing 1,500 gold worth of Sirens, actually 1,700 gold for two of them, is going to be too much to come back from, and that's going to be a tap out. GG, well played. Good game, a good attempt. It's a very hard matchup for Vampire Coast, so it was a nice try by Alexander, but Max is a very worthy foe and is going to really, really, test your limits in that matchup. All right, so Deck Gunners had an okay opening until they got compromised. They got swarmed pretty hard. The Siren play was the one thing I didn't like. The Sirens were rough. They just basically got wrecked. I saw the theory of them, like fast back pressure, but they just got melted by the magic damage archers, the magic damage Dryads, and then the magic damage Christmas cavalry. There was just too much. All right, guys, GG, well played, and let's get ready for the next matchup here. So that is going to be round 4. I assume we're nowhere near done with the round because that game was pretty quick. Refreshing. That was actually the first game to finish. Okay, so we're going to have a little bit of time here. So we're going to go here. And what is the actual win rate? Vampire Coast has... Where are they? A 55% win rate, which is really high, actually. But against Wood Elves, let's see what their win rate is. Oh, shit. Look at this, guys. So Vampire Coast actually has a winning record against Wood Elves this season. They actually are 9-7 against them. It's 9-8 now after that, but... So apparently there are some playstyles that can work against Wood Elves. Maybe that just wasn't one of them, or maybe the matchup was played with lower level players. So that's why we're not getting the best information. It's hard to tell, but it looks like the Vampire Coast has been able to win some matchups, guys. It's not hopeless, I guess. All right, I don't know what you would do, but yeah, fun stuff. So where are we at now? Let's go to the game and see how we're looking on the old tourney. We're going to keep working on the build here. Okay. There we go. By the way, if you guys are enjoying what you're seeing today, please do drop a like on the stream. It helps out quite a bit. And thank you guys so much. I greatly appreciate that. Helps keep the old Total War engine going. And where are we at? Yeah, only 2 games finished. Vampire Coast hates this one little trick. Doctors hate it, dude. Doctors hate this one little trick that keeps you out of their offices. All right. Dude, they're Christmas cavalry. They're the Rudolph it's bloodthirsty Rudolph. They look like Christmas cav. All right, so I think that we'll go on to Bretonnia next. So Bretonnia, I've had pretty good success with Kislev. Whip out a big erect veiny Queen Bess. Yeah, Queen Bess would not be very good there probably. The Wood Elves, if they brought Arrow of Kernus, could probably snipe it. All right. So where are we at? So we're playing against Bretonnia now. So Bretonnia is a pretty favored matchup for Kislev, I would say. You're going to want some armored Kossars in the front. You don't want to go with halberds because the archers really wreck them. This is a double Little Grom matchup. So you do that. And aside from this, I think you do something like really obnoxious. I won this matchup twice in the recent tournament. Yeah. You got there twice. So maybe double Frostworm, I think, is just too good to pass up on. You could do a Rasputin too. Like Kostaltin with the dragons isn't a bad idea. You can like roll around with him on a bear and have like a really cool kind of Monstar squad. And then you want a Hoxamiska caster most likely. Yeah. Now you're talking. This is like a power fantasy build to the max. So the problem with this mace, let's see. So Kostaltin, Lullaby, and Song of Sunlight. And then Blaze of Devotion is pretty good. It gives you flaming attacks and leadership, so you just have him with that. And then where's his healing? He has Ursun's Ward. Yeah, so we're going to need to find some money here. No, not everything is a little double Little Grom matchup. And remember, it's just my playstyle, so yeah. God, do we do Kostaltin or do we just do an Ice Switch? I think we just do Ice Switch in the opening build actually, and just get a Patriarch instead. So Ice Witch, Lord of Tempest is the better one in this matchup. You go with Hoxamiska and Hailstorm. Hoxamiska to wreck the peasants and Hailstorm to wreck everything else. And then you get her on a Warbear if you want to, or a horse is probably fine. All right, so that's going to be a better opening build. And aside from that, thinking about how we go about this against Bretonnia. Do we want to... We need the Patriarch in reserve, right? We need something to... Oh, shit, yeah, we got to worry about Green Knight. Green Knight is a real menace. He's a problem. All right, so yeah, Patriarch brings all the usual goodies. We'll get him on a bear, so he'll be more expensive this time around. Yes, we got to worry about Green Knight. So from here, Streltsy are amazing in this matchup. I'm a big Streltsy enjoyer, so I would honestly Streltsy max in this. We can get one Horse Archer if we want to. But yeah, I mean, Deathfrost is good, but Hoxamiska is so strong. But yeah, the Green Knight is such a menace. I think we can go Ice Switch of Ice instead. I think the Green Knight is so strong that he warrants a switching of the Lord. So we do Ice Maiden's Kiss and Deathfrost. And then we cut Frost Shield. We keep Guardian's Call. We're going to get you on a bear so you can not die. Okay, then we got like 400 left. It's such an awkward amount of money. The Golden Knight is good. She does the magic damage. I mean, in theory, she could be useful. So we do these guys, and then we're going to do 2 Bear Riders. One of them needs to be Oath Brothers because they do magic damage. They can actually fight Green Knight. Probably 3 Streltsy is efficient enough, and we're going to need to mix in maybe a couple of Kossars with great weapons here. Although, man, this build feels like it's really missing some of the key elements. Yeah, like you always want Dervishes. Dervishes are just so good for just getting up in the objectives quickly. So yeah, we want double Dervish and maybe 1 Bear Rider's maybe enough. Considering we have 2 Frostworms, I think 1 Bear Rider's adequate. We'll get some Kislev Spears. So we have tools to get the kills. I think with you, we could just put you on a horse so we can fit in another unit here. We'll do another Armored Kossar for width. That's true, Raksha. You've caught me. You've caught me being naughty here. All right. So aside from that, the shotgun Streltsy could be a cool tech against like some of the big scary. Although I think I like the long range ones better, honestly. You know, because good players are going to stay kind of out of your range there. Winged Lancers in this matchup, do they have any applications? We're going to switch you on to a Warhorse too. Okay. The Vampire Hero, she's okay. Yeah, I mean, you can go Lord of Shadows with that, but... Yeah, so this is really obnoxious for Bretonnia to deal with right now, this build. We need more, like, chaff clearing stuff. We have the Kislevites Warriors. We have the Bear. The sleds are also good in this matchup too. You can do sled builds, but I think that this is way more consistent. Maybe a Griffin Legion? Things in the Woods will be good against Foot Squires and okay against Knights of the Realm, so maybe they're the way to go instead. Or one more Dervish, and that leaves us with 825, and then we just kind of mix in one more Kislevites Warrior with Great Opens. Yeah, that seems a little bit better to me. And then with you, we can just bring one more prayer if we want to. All right. Battle Hymn? Sure, why not? Ugh, it's so expensive. Feels bad. So sad, man. 650 here. God, Kislev is one of those factions. Oh, Snow Leopard. Yeah, let's go. Okay. Let's freaking go. How are you going to stop the dragons? What dragons? Against Bretonnia? What did I play against Bretonnia last time I played them? I was able to win twice against good Bretonian players. I don't think I even used the dragons, actually, did I? No, I think I just went wide Streltsy, and it was very good. So we'll do 2 builds. So this is going to be Kislev versus Bretonnia dragons. And then we're going to do Kislev versus Bretonnia with Streltsy maxing, which is I think what I won with last time. So I think we had 2 of these, and then I think we went wide as hell. Yeah, we went like hardcore Streltsy maxing. And then we had like 2 of these, and then we had an Ice Witch, I think. I legit think this was my strategy last time. But then Green Knight really puts a wrench in this strategy. Oh, that's what we did. Yeah. I think Kislev with no SE are scary since everyone is prepared for them. It's true. Yeah, so we try this. We do Nyarska. So we're going to get her, get the Totem of Ursus, and then the Ice Witch is going to need to cut some abilities. Conduit this, cut these, get you on horse. And Hawks and Miska is just so good against Bretonnia. Like, when their archers roll up and peasants, you just melt them. You just absolutely melt them. Okay, so 850. Nyarska is an interesting tech against these guys because she does counter the Green Knight, but aside from that, you know, she might have problems. Would you love me if I was a worm? Yeah, oh my god. It's pretty funny. 850 on the dot. Okay, so Streltsy maxing. This is going to be like our wider style. I'm pretty sure this is what we won with, right? Hang on a sec, because the builds we used last time were so effective. Okay, let me look here. I'm going to go spy on my own stream, guys. Sometimes I just can't remember. By the way, how are we looking? Can somebody check the rounds for me and see if we got a little bit of time before the next round? Okay. Here we go. So when did I play Kislev last? Yeah, it was this turn. I think I played double Bretonnia here. All right. Yeah, so I'm looking to see what I brought. So that was against Plague Penguin on... Yeah, it was a Kislev mirror match. Then we beat High Elves using a Streltsy maxing build. Then we played Leech Lord. Yeah, so we did do a Nyarska, Bear Riders, Kislevite Warriors. Interesting. Okay. So this was the build we used last time. This was against Leech Lord, who's a very strong opponent. So if it works against Leech Lord, that's a pretty good sign. Yeah, we had Nyarska, double Little Grom. Okay. Yeah, it's all coming back to me now. It's all coming back to me. Okay. So we did have Nyarska in the build. And then I think we actually only had like 1 Halberd in the starting army just to kind of play that skirmish game. And then we had 1 more Streltsy actually in the mainline army. So we had the quad Streltsy opening. We have the Golden Knight, who is a counter against Green Knight in theory. Oh, God, we're just short. F, dude. Cut the Guardian. It's not enough. Damn it. Curse the Baggins. All right, we're going to have to lose the Streltsy and get something different. Now, in reinforcements, we want a Streltsy max because they're really good against Bretonnia. Kislevite Warriors will be fine once the other stuff has been dealt with. We're going to want Bear Cavalry and Bear Cavalry, and then we're going to want a Patriarch, not Felix. Okay, so Patriarch, we can keep the little aura on. So Salak's Lullaby and Song. Vigor Replenishment is a really underrated stat. It's very good. Yeah, Nyarska is expensive, but I think she's kind of a cool tech against Green Knight, actually. So we can get Hailstorm too, just so we have some utility, and then we could just do another Kislevites Halberd, just to play the side objective or something. All right, so that is going to be a menacing build, and then I think a Griffin Legion is going to be a really nice inclusion, because Griffin Legions are actually really underrated. They can bowling pin a lot of stuff. Like if you're just dealing with a bunch of loose scattered infantry you need to clear off, Griffin Legion they'll be your boys. They'll get it done. Yep, there's no way to really do that. Still a bit of an awkward amount, but that's going to be Kislev Bretonia. Kislev versus Bretonia. Strel C-Max. All right. So there we go. So those are two builds there. I think this build's cool. It's very menacing. I like this one more than the Dragon build, actually. Like, this build feels safer, but this, on a map with line of sight problems, I would probably play the double Dragon build, but here on a Edge of the Darkwood or something, I would totally play like a Little Grom situation there. All right, so how are we looking? Let's check today's tournament, see if we are almost done with the round. A couple games left to finish. Yeah, if we take a look at the tourney real quick, guys. Prepare for the jump scare. Not this jump scare, but the screen switch here. It's going to be a little bit bright. I've warned you. Okay, so Greenskins versus Potato here, and Creeper versus Champ. Toast needs a buy round point, and then we're going to be going into round 5. My opponent left the tournament, but the button didn't work, and I'm deeply frightened. Okay, so your opponent left the tournament. You're saying Potato Devil left. Okay. Well, I'm going to drop your opponent then, if he left the tournament. The double dragons of Kislev are really good. It's kind of like your version of the Cambrian War Sphinx. Trying, I really love the later starting Warhammer tourney streams last week. Will those be back? Oh yeah, for sure. We stream randomly. It's just like sometimes at night, sometimes during the day. Yeah, we just go hog wild around here. Okay, Toast. Okay, let's bump the numbers up here. Your eyes, I'm sorry guys. You deserve better than this. Almost there though. It's been a smooth tourney so far. Some good sweaty games, and we have more to come here soon, as we will be getting into the round 5. I'm gonna cast a match between 2 undefeated players in this next one. So we'll be getting, what was Scrambled Egg Special playing earlier when we casted his game? Does anybody remember? The concussions are blocking my my receptors in my brain, so I can't remember. Sounds good, Greenskin. No problem. A dark mode will come someday, but it is not this day. This day we fight. All right. We're basically doing a rewrite of the website. So we're not updating the old website anymore. We're doing a rewrite of the whole website to make the code basically more efficient in terms of like processing data, and it's a couple of volunteers doing it, so it's a process, but they're doing a great job, and it's only a matter of time. All right, so we're just waiting for Creeper to finish his game, and we should be good. All right, there we are. So undefeated players right now. We got Scrambled Egg, Maximilian, Hlitten, our dwarf player. Wait, Hlitten lost the game, didn't he? Hlitten lost to the Ogres earlier on. I got to check that. Okay, they must have too many points. All right, 1 second. It's been fun. I think this is my new favorite thing, to like work on builds in between matchups is really cool. Yeah, we all get to learn together. Hlitten has... okay, that's why they have too many points. Okay. I will get to the bottom of this right now. Okay, almost set here. You deserve more Gremlin Dog jump scares. Is that what you guys want? You like it? The Gremlin Dog, the Urukai, the Warg Rider. All right, awesome. Just fixing his points. Going to be scheduling a faction war soon. That's going to be fun. So faction war will be coming. I'm going to start organizing that soon. I don't know when, because next weekend I think we're going to be hitting Dawn of War Remaster pretty hard, but after that, yeah, we will be scheduling a faction war, which will be great fun. This day we fight. All right, we're all ready? GLHF, what's my main faction? These days, probably Empire, Kislev, Chaos Dwarves, and Nurgle. Like with Nurgle, I can usually go 4-1 pretty consistently and make semifinals fairly often, but I tend to lose there because Nurgle has a lot of bad matchups. Chaos Dwarves I've been struggling with. I usually go 3-2 with them or 4-1, but it's been a harder struggle with them lately. I appreciate that, Raven. Thank you. Thank you for the kind words. Well, I'm glad you're enjoying it. How many of you guys on both Twitch and YouTube are new? And, you know, you've only maybe been on the channel here. I've always wondered about that. How many of you guys are like newer and maybe just found the channel? Or is it mostly OGs? All right, advancing this. And the Swiss is coming up. Round 5. Uno, dos, tres, cuatro. Ich Nissan Shigo Loku. That would be 5. You've been watching since Warhammer 2. Hell yeah, Jack. You're a veteran of the channel. All right, so what do we got now? Let's check here. All right. Toast, his opponent didn't show up here. I don't know what he was talking about. Toast? Okay, that's fine. So 5th and final round of regulation. And then we are good to go. Round 5. Okay, round 5 is here. Deal, got you. And let's find a game. Danikin versus Joni. Danikin has actually been losing games today, so they must be playing a faction they're not as proficient in. The Big H. Who is the Big H? Okay, we're going to watch Maximillionaire and Big H, although we just saw a Wood Elf game, so maybe something different. Dr. Jellyfish, we could cast one of their games, although I think we had some lag once with them. I can't remember. Let's do a Danikin game, see what they're playing today. Okay, lobby code, please. Thank you. So we're going to cast a Danikin game and see what they got cooking. All right. OG viewers here, let's see. I honestly have no idea how I found you. YouTube, maybe? Yeah, probably. You've been here since the first Warhammer 2 video with Benedict Cumberbatch Techless. Wow, that's old school, man. That's old school. Found you and started playing Warhammer 3 after watching you and the Grubby turn. Oh, the Grubby event was so fun. I loved it. Cool, man. All right. As a side note, Mechabellum is in the future. I would be. I don't know how to play it, but it's something I would be interested in. I haven't played it yet, so I probably wouldn't be a part of that event. All right. So we're gonna get Danikin in here and cast their game. So this is an interesting game because there's actual stakes to it. Whoever wins this game potentially is gonna make top 4, and whoever loses it is gonna be eliminated from the event, from winning the event, which is good. Pyrogenesis found me. Yeah, I had so much fun with that. Nurgle. Oh, Danikin's being a Chad, playing the big dog Nurgle. Oh, yeah. Bring it. Let's go. Bring it, bring it. All right, guys, let's freaking get down and dirty. Since there's currently, Jack, I know nothing about that. There's currently a $10,000 tournament for RTS streamers who haven't actually played Mechabellum, but no, I would love to be involved in that for sure, but I don't know anything about it. Yeah. I have no idea about that, Jack. Raven, you've been around since Warhammer 1. Oh, with the head-to-heads with Italian Spartacus. Those were some of the most fun videos on the channel for sure. Those were very fun. Yeah, Danikin on Nurgle. I mean, that's a very different playstyle. Danikin is very much like the kiting player. So seeing them on like a Unga Bunga. Nurgle's not even Unga Bunga. I mean, you have to be really, really careful with where you send your units because they're so slow. Sounds good, Frost. Sounds good. I'm an ancient returning from the depths. Watched a ton of back in the day Warhammer 2 days. Yeah. Nice. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I do know Beastie. That's awesome. He's a nice guy. Okay. So, here we go. Nurgle versus Lizardmen. This is a fun matchup. Typically, Angels of Decay are one of your big carries. So for Lizardmen, it's honestly not even the worst idea to go Tempest Caster to shut them down, but I still think there's better choices. Lord of Fire is very good. You just need to have something to keep Angels of Decay honest. You've only found your stream recently and loving it. Did you put... I never played Age of Reckoning, no. Interestingly enough, my first foray into Warhammer was Total War Warhammer. I had like a couple boxes of Ultramarines when I was like 9 years old, but aside from that, I never did anything Warhammer until Total War Warhammer 1. That's when I started playing tabletop too. Yeah. Tabletop Warhammer is... I was having this discussion. I personally... Warhammer tabletop is expensive, But I personally think avid Magic the Gathering players who like play Commander probably over the course of like years spend more money than Warhammer tabletop players. Because, you know, after my initial investment into my Death Guard, where I got everything I needed, mostly eBay and secondhand, a couple things from the store, like I haven't spent money on my Death Guard army in maybe like 4 or 5 years. No, I'm just thinking, like, Pwn Dog and I were having this discussion the other day. I do think Magic is, you know, although it depends. Some Warhammer players just have the itch, you know. They just buy shit, they don't paint it, and they just keep it on their shelves. Painting is one of my favorite parts about miniatures in general. I think it's so fun. Like having the miniatures on the table that you painted and created is like a really fun expression, you know. I like that. Yeah, although to be fair, like, yeah, a lot of people can afford Magic when they're kids, but Warhammer was a different beast. Magic players spend themselves into ruin. You know a couple with like 50K debt in Magic. Oh my god. Pwn, here's the deal, Pwn. If you ever decide to take the leap and move out to California so we can start an awesome tabletop channel together and a Magic channel, I will paint you an entire army. I will slave away in the garage and paint you a Tau army. I will suffer for your sins, dude. Yeah. I would suffer for you and paint you the Tau. I'm just hating it the entire time because I really don't like Tau. All right, guys. Let's get it. Let's have some fun. Oh, I love playing Magic, though. It's so fun. Commander's a great thing. Commander is so cool. If you have like a group of friends who are solid to play Commander with, it's such a fun experience. Just the backstabbing, the politics, shooting the shit. It's really fun. Yeah, Magic has that's right. Yeah, Magic the Gathering does have that instant gratification, right? Whereas like miniatures, you have to like build, assemble, paint. There's a lot of layers before you get that gratification, you know? Whereas cards, you just buy it and it's like, it goes right away. Yeah. That's funny, Jack. Having a professional artist mom. That's funny. My wife and my mom are both professional artists. Yeah. It's in the family. I've never played Gwent. No, I never played that one. All right, guys. Waiting for the players to load in here to round 5. This is going to be a sweaty one, so fasten your seatbelts and get ready to go. We're going to have a good old jolly time here and make the best of it. All right. Yeah, EDH is the best. I don't have much interest in like Modern or Legacy or any of those formats anymore. Commander is what it's all about. Commander is so good. But, you know, Commander, you do need a good play group to play with, right? Whereas, like, if you don't have any friends who play and you just want to, like, you know, play, like, in tournaments and things like that, Modern and those formats can be fun for sure. That's a good analogy, Bob. That's a good one. I will paint Pwn's Tau just super haggard. We're just going to paint wieners on their shoulder pads and, you know, the works. All right, guys, let's get it going. Let's have some fun. Let's see what's cooking. And one last jump scare for you guys. There you go. All right. Ladies and gentlemen of the old world, welcome to the round 5 of the tournament. The winner of this is going to be most likely advancing to top 4, or at least having a chance at top 4, right? Nurgle versus Lizardman. Now, this is a very rare sighting, guys, so you're in for a treat. Seeing Danikentrop, one of our stronger players lately, playing Nurgle and trying to figure that out, which is very, very fun. So the build is going to be Marauders at the front with a single Bile Troll. Now, Bile Trolls can beat Croxagores and stuff, but they are very weak against Salamanders and Skinks. So yeah, weak against fire damage. You just got to watch out. On the back, it is going to be Forsaken and Nurgle, which are really good. Forsaken in general are just like an S-tier infantry unit. I think they're one of the best infantry units in the game. Their shock damage, their speed, their utility, it's amazing. They really get it done. Couple Marauder Horsemen of Nurgle as well from Danikentrop here. These bad boys going to be sitting up on objective number 1 here and hanging out. And now for the Lizardmen, it's going to be Joni. So this is a player I don't know if I've seen. They are part of the Rat Clan, so this is clearly an up-and-coming player. It's very cool to see them going 3-1 in a tournament and having a chance at top 4. I love to see that. But it is going to be Red-Crested Skinks backed up by Temple Guard. So Temple Guard against Nurgle, kind of interesting. What are they going to be good against? I mean, they'll fight off the baseline infantry, and the RORs, of course, have magic damage against demons. I feel like, you know, Temple Guard maybe aren't the strongest against Nurgle, but against Mass Forsaken, you know, they might not be bad. Couple skinks moving, and we do have the interior crocodile alligator, and he's going to be driving his Chevrolet movie theater as he moves up on the objective. Gets ready to head there, and yeah, he's good against Nurgle. He's fine. You know, he does have the golden tributes probably. Let's see if he has that. Yes. So the vigor replenishment is really good for having monsters near him, and we do have a Flock of Doomcaster coming in the back. So very fun. I love seeing elite infantry in general. It's like one of my favorite things about this game, so the Temple Guard are going to be pretty cool. And Nakai the Wanderer is there. He's going to be sitting up on the objective, and Skinks are going to be counter-skirmishing against the Marauder Horsemen. Very cost-effective for sure. Nurgle's build has some Marauders. It doesn't have a ton of armor piercing. The Nurgle build would be a little bit weak against the big monster aside from the Horsemen. The Horsemen, of course, are good against big monsters, but yeah, we'll see. So in the back, Feral Cold One's going to be coming out, so the Clever Girls are on the way. What are they good against? They're just kind of a good roadblock. You can honestly get them on Forsaken, and they'll trade uber cost-effectively. Nurgle Sorcerer is going to be using Spell Spam or Death. It looks like it's going to be Spirit Leech and Buna. So most likely you're going to see Bunas onto Salamanders, or Spirit Leeches on Nakai, or Bunas on top of like Cold One Spear Riders, those type of things, right? So Nurgle's going to be grabbing objective number 1, bullying the Lizardmen off with their mass infantry, so they are ready to party. Clever Girls are on the way out. Probably just park the Clever Girls back here, and then when your opponent comes up with the Forsaken, you go for it. But that's going to be a Fate of Buna going down. Interesting. So Fate of Buna activated on the Cold and Spear Riders, and that's going to do a shit ton of damage. It'll bring them down to about 30-40% for 22 wins of magic, so it is a lot. You know, elite infantry aren't as much of a rare sighting as you think. We see them at least once or twice every tournament, so that's pretty cool. Now, Nurgle Sorcerer gets trapped up with the Chameleon Skink, so Joni is going to want to get those away, that's for sure. And the Velociraptor Cavalry are going to be moving in for revenge, seeing if they can get some nice anti-large attacks. In the meantime, Flock of Doom going down to the woods. That's going to be a really nice one, actually. It's quite a few units, as Feral Cold Ones do engage against Bile Trolls. Now, that's not good for the Clever Girls. Bile Trolls are going to be able to take these Clever Girls to just the absolute... Yeah, it's going to be bad. They're going to get wrecked. Absolute pound town right there. So advancing up, Red Crested Skinks are moving in, and now the objectives are going to be fought over. Nakai the Wanderer is going to be pressing in, and the Lizardmen are going to be advancing up towards the objectives. Really nice play here, though, using the Bile Trolls on the flanks to fend off the Feral Cold Ones. Also, some Marauders going to be fighting with them as well, or Forsaken. So it's a lot of DPS. Forsaken themselves have 60+ weapon strength, so when you stack them with Trolls, it's a very much a blender. It's a lot of damage. All right, guys. So up here, we do see the Red Crested Skinks are holding ground, and they will trade down into Marauders, though. It's not good. You want Red Crested Skinks on top of Forsaken. Granted, that's still going to be a rough trade, because Forsaken do hit very, very hard against light armor. Nakai is going to be eating some throwing axes, and the objective now is going to be flipping back to the Lizardmen as our Flock of Doomcaster continues rolling. And the Clever Girls are being launched into space, basically being sent into enemy territory where they're just going to be rampaging and getting it pretty good. We'll see. The darts aren't doing badly, though. Chameleon Skinks are getting some good focus fire here as the Javelins of Nurgle continue to generate value where they can. The big thing is keeping your Temple Guard safe. The Temple Guard, of course, do have, I believe, 7 capture weight, so they are going to be able to outcapture this. But you got to keep these throwing axes away from your Temple Guard. They are the big carry here. Nurgle could threaten the back objective as well. They can make a full press for this because the Lizards don't have a lot back there. Granted, now we see the cohort of Waddle coming out. All right. So there they go. We got the big boys coming out, the Space Marine, Ultramarine Croxagors with their dual-wielding power fists. They're going to really annihilate Forsaken, and most Nurgle infantry in general are going to have a very bad time there. Nakai is going to be getting tagged by Spirit Leech. Flock of Doom activated once again by Joni. Going to be hitting all of these Marauder Horsemen, and the Lizards are just kind of chilling on their objective. I would love to see a Rev Crystal coming out. That would be very strong to heal up the damage coming in from this magic. And now Nurgle is thinking about making a play for the back point. Temple Guard are going to be very tough to break, and we do have Power Fist Croxagors as well. So Joni should, yeah, that's the correct play. Send that over there. Use the Power Fist Croxagors with cavalry reinforcements to stop this fight. And here it comes. All right, so Temple Guard are going to be bracing for the charge, even though they don't need to. They should have countercharged. And we do get Power Fist Croxagors moving in to fight Trolls. Now, Trolls are actually really good against Croxagors. But these ones are pretty elite. This is the cohort of Waddle, so it could be a bit of a different story as they start punching these guys in the face. And the Temple Guard, you want to stack the cohort of Waddle on top of the Temple Guard. So that was a bit of a mistake at the end of the day. Nakai over here, though, having a good time. He's able to bully back the Marauders, and he is rampaging because of Primal Roar right now, so he'll probably find his way over to the Forsaken. Lizardmen do have a double cap. Looking at the value, though, we do see Daniken Trop is sitting in a more comfortable position. A couple Clever Girls do move in. Temple Guard still fighting, and the Skink Caster's a little bit trapped up. Nakai is definitely going to need to get back, though. He's very much in the danger zone right now, so yeah, get away from those throwing weapons if you can. Reinforcements for the Dinosaurs are going to be Cohort Javelins. Using them to pepper down the Trolls here would be a brilliant play. So they're going to be forming ranks, and they're going to be throwing all their spears, which will do a considerable amount of damage into the trolls. You immediately see that they get phased, and the other Temple Guard have moved over. So that's a nice play. Pulling the Temple Guard in to help out, hold that home objective is going to be very nice. Now, Daniken is going to be using Plague Ogres, which is a good tech against the Kroxigors, but they're very weak against shooting. With only 50 armor, if the Lizard player is going to be rocking any sort of a Salamander unit, these guys just get their bread buttered really, really badly. Big Giga Chad Nikai going to be going after the Nurgle character. The Nurgle Sorcerer was trying to assassinate the Skinkcaster here and had gotten some big damage. But Nikai will definitely beat that Nurgle character in a fight. He's much stronger. But the Nurgle character is riding a Rot Beast and does have the Crown of Everlasting Conquest, which means he's actually going to be reasonably tough to take down. It would take a long, long time. All right, so the Lizardmen are getting a nice little counter push here. Temple Guard are holding the Star Chamber Guardians, and Nikai is going to be losing objective number 1 here, as some Furies do land, and more powerful Kroxigors are going to be brought in. So Joni really liking this playstyle from Lizardmen. And if you guys are like an enjoyer of diverse army tactics, Lizardmen are probably one of the best bets. They can play so many different playstyles. Infantry Swarm, ranged kiting builds, Monster Mash, Monsters Infantry rushes. They can do so much, and it's all like effective to varying extents in different matchups, but... Another Spirit Leech is going to be going down in Nikai. Powerfist Kroxigor is going to be moving in once again, and this objective, did it flip? It did not flip! The Lizardmen were able to hold this. That's really, really big. So Joni held the objective, chasing the Nurglites off the point, and now that's going to give them so much more time to trade and get value. We'll have to see. Granted, Nurgle is kind of the king of the bump and grind, though. They're really good at those long games, but Plague Ogre is having a terrible time. The Temple Guard with their anti-large halberds are going to massacre Plague Ogres, and you can see the elite Temple Guards of Hexwaddle here getting in there and giving the biz, and the Plague Ogre is going to be folding here in a second. Honestly, we could see a potential comeback from the Dinos, because Nikai, you have to remember, guys, Nikai has the golden tributes, so this entire blob here of Lizardmen units is getting its Vigor replenished right now. They're going to be getting a multitude of other buffs. Primal Roar activated, so it's going to be giving melee attack, making them just steroided. And now Nurgle is kind of looking to be on the back foot a little bit, as Clever Girls are on their way out, and the value is getting close, like brought close, which is not good for Nurgle since they were kind of ahead. Spear Riders move again, and the Red-Crested Skinks are going to be holding the side objective. Nikai's Death Star, very menacing. I mean, this is a nasty, meaty blob. It's taking me back to the land battle days of just seeing like these haggard Death Stars marching around. And yeah, they're going to move up and threaten that point. But again, Nurgle, in response, if they wanted to, could try and play this objective here, but that is going to be a tall order for sure. Now, Daniken, of course, is a very, very skilled player. They have managed to go 3-1 with Nurgle, which is a nice feat, and this is to decide who's going to be getting top 4. This is the good shit right here. This is how Daniken gets back in the game. It is going to be Angels of Decay. Now, if the Lizardmen don't call out an answer for the Angels of Decay, they're probably going to lose the game. These things are going to sit on top, they're going to kill Nikai, and they're going to wreck the other Kroxigors, and it's going to be bad news bears, right? Plague Ogres are also here at the ready to defend the back objective with some Marauders and Nurgling, so that's going to be very clutch. Looking at the points right now, we do see the Lizardmen do have the advantage, but they need to find a way to deal with the Angels. If these things are left unchecked, it's going to be really, really bad. So Joni has 1,000 resources. It's going to be retreating as the Unholy Hand Grenades come in. A couple Cavalry going to be sweeping around the flank as well. Lizards are in full retreat right now, seeing the Angels of Decay. And now we get the big boys coming out. Okay, it's going to be Ripperdactyls. Now, Rippers will probably trade okay into Angels. It's enough to at least target them. Nikai, you know, at this point, they're right on top of you anyways, so you just charge in and take their home objective, right? That's the question. Joni is going to be up on points. We see 827. Nurgle is down a little bit. Fate of Una activated here. Probably wishing that Fate of Una had been saved for the Ripperdactyls, that's for sure. And now the Ripperdactyls are going to be hunting these guys. I don't know who actually wins that in a straight fight, because these are not Colossodon hunters, and we do get good Javelin fire, so really nice. Using what's left on the ground, the Javelin fire to get some good shots there, and Tar Pit and poison them. So currently at 77 speed, the Ripperdactyls are hot on their tail, but really nice usage of the Curse of the Slug. So Curse of the Slug is great, going to be slowing them down, allowing the Angels of Decay to scurry away, and Furies are being called in, but the scary thing is that these are anti-infantry Ripperdactyls, which means they will annihilate Furies, because Furies are infantry-sized. So maybe they're going to take the 2v1 fight, but even still, the Ripperdactyls will trade pretty well there, assuming they just fight normally, so we will see. Now, are the Lizards going to go for the home point? Are they just going to sit and play defensively? We'll have to see. Ripperdactyl's getting torn up pretty bad. I think they had a bad charge order. Yeah, I think he gave the charge order onto the Angels instead of on the Furies. So I think that was a blunderooski right there. Because if you had just targeted the Furies, they would have been melted really quickly. But yeah, Ripperdactyls do get 2v1 pretty bad. And they get wrecked right there. So that feels really, really bad for them. So Kroxigor's on the run. Ripperdactyls are going down. One of the better answers that the Lizardmen could call out would be the Flame Salamanders. The Salamanders with the long-range flame attacks would absolutely wreck the Angels of Decay, but I don't know if he has those. We'll see if he does. Collins in the back are going to be okay. He does not have the correct answer to them, guys, and he is going to be using the face-to-foot style. Yeah, he's going to be using face to foot. So we do see 2 units of skinks coming in, and he's basically just going to be trying to avoid them and win on 2 objectives, which isn't a bad idea. For the first time in the game, we do see the forces of the lizards reaching the 1,000 points. They're going to be sitting pretty comfortable there, and Nakai's going to be hiding back while the Angels of Decay are probably just going to go after the Kroxigors. Looking at the value lead, Danikentrop is pulling the value. Skinks are going to be moving up, and this is probably the correct play for the lizards, considering they don't have an answer for that flying unit. I think you gotta helms deep on the point. You just gotta hope that you can win on just these 2. It's not going to be easy, but we'll see what happens. Danikentrop going to be using Angels of Decay to melt the cohort of Ulthuan, which is a great choice. Probably should just last Samurai that cohort into combat so they can at least do something. Another Spirit Leech on the Skink Priest is brilliant. That's going to be getting rid of Flock of Doom as well, so really good play from Daniken there. As the Angels of Decay are going to be coming in to butter Nakai's bread, and it's going to get buttered. He's at 4,000 HP, down to 3,600, losing a lot of HP, and the Angels of Decay still have a shit ton of ammo left. Probably you run Nakai back. I don't think you can afford to lose that leadership, and he's going to be really important for winning in the late game on the objective. Skinks are holding this point, and there is an argument to be made that when the Angels came out, maybe you just blitz when they were weak and go for their home objective here, but Nurgle's been able to rebuild its strength. It's been able to, pull a Sauron and gather its strength in the east and come back here. All right. So Nakai the Wanderer is going to be running away. He might as well juke and dodge, make it a little bit harder. Angels of Decay are currently sitting at 1,300 value. Lizards still have a lot of shit here on the point, though. I mean, they're pretty meaty. 2 Sacred Kroxigors still in fighting shape. Over here on Objective 1, they're hanging as well. And it's going to become a triple cap situation here very, very quickly. And Lizards are a faction that can just spam infantry out, like cheap, cost-effective infantry, and hold points pretty well. So now we get a big pit fight. It is going to be these guys. Just get Nakai in there for the aura right now to replenish their vigor, I think would be the correct play. They're going to be bonking away. Sacred Kroxigors and all these bad boys and the cohorts are battling it out. Curse of the Slug activated. Very nice. It's going to make Nakai a sitting duck, and he's going to be getting a blasted by these guys. Ammunition on the Angels of Decay. How's it looking? Miasma of Despair is here. Is there anything to shoot them? Yeah, homie really doesn't have any answers for those. He does not have any answers. Lizards are holding onto the outside objective well. Nakai moves into combat, and so do the Velociraptor Cavalry, and it's going to be a big fight for the fate of Middle-earth here. We're going to see who gets it. Lizards, though, are at 1,250 points, almost at 1,300. I mean, it is coming. Cohorts on the way in. They'll provide a nice 5 capture weight. Some of the Skink cohorts here are getting blasted and pushed back. In the meantime, the Lizards are holding okay here, but there is going to be a counter coming out. Double Forsaken. 2 Forsaken units are going to just absolutely blitz this objective and give it the business. So, yeah, Daniken is getting the momentum here. And we do see the break on the Lizard roster. So the I almost said lobsters. The Lizardmen are going to be getting broken off the objective. The Nurgle forces were able to win. The Plague Ogres doing really good anti-large damage against the Croxies. And the Forsaken are going to be defeating the cohorts all day, every day, So Lizards only have 1 chance, and that's basically to hold Objective 1, which is not going to happen. Not going to happen. I mean, there's going to be a break. Lizardmen can win weird games like this sometimes, but the Angels of Decay just doing whatever they wanted was way too much. They were able to get 2,300 value and are only going to continue feasting. As another cohort comes in, but Forsaken, I would say, are a hard counter against these type of units, because Skink cohorts will do no damage against them because of the 85 armor, and then they're going to give so much damage back with the 60+ weapon strength. Yep, Angels of Decay are also a killy unit. People forget this. They can be used in melee combat, and they do fly in there and obliterate that position. Lizard's trying to hold this one. A little bit of a gremlin theft back here. It looks like Nurgle is going to be able to secure that one with some Marauder Horsemen, so they are going to hold that point in check. The cohort does arrive, but Nurgle is able to get it. And is there going to be a resurgence of dinosaurs here to try and get this objective? I mean, look, if the Lizardmen can somehow Palpatine this objective back, that's going to be pretty big. We do see the Plague Ogres getting blitzed here as Chameleon Skinks are finally called out, but not before the Angels of Decay are really able to get the job done. Forsaken are on their way in. Red-Crested Skinks and Clever Girls will be good against them, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. Plague Ogres are getting worn down by the Power Fist Kroxigors and the cohorts as well. So a good, nasty pit fight here, which I love to see. Just big old bumps coming down. I'm so happy to see another a strong player playing Nurgle. I'm so happy to see it. It's just it brings warmth to my decrepit, rotten grandfather heart here. All right, so Skink cohorts getting blitzed and annihilated on Objective 3. Pretty sure this is going to be GG here. This was like the last hoorah of the Lizardmen to try and get this point back, but it's not going to happen, guys. Chaos Lord and Forsaken butter their bread. And yes, that's it. GG well played. Daniken going to be winning that one with the Plague Father. There were some ups and downs in that game, and honestly, Daniken looked like he was going to lose it. Daniken was being pushed back, losing the fights, and then the Angels of Decay came out. Literally, Nurgle sent his angels to save his children, which was great. In some situations, unsummoning Angels of Decay is a thing, but honestly, they're pretty good fighters, so I personally like to use them and keep them on the battlefield. Unless you urgently need their grenades back to do something, and then you unsummon them and just hope that you can get them back in time. Forsaken ripping it up. Clever Girl's going to be getting pushed back. Cohorts coming in numbers, but there's just so many infantry for Nurgle. And Nurgle does have a value lead of about 3,000 or 4,000 right now, which is brutal. And that is going to be it. GG. Well played, guys. Well played. 1,200 points here. And, yeah, that is it. A win for old Grandpa. That's right. Old Grandpa getting the job done. Angels of Decay getting blasted a little bit there. So they're going to be paying the troll toll. Cavalry coming over here and looking over at this objective. Nurgle has its rotten clutches on that objective very, very firmly. And here the cohort of Sotek, the last of Sotek's chosen, going to be fighting and getting ripped to pieces. All right, guys. Nurgle wins. Daniken now has gone 4-1 with Nurgle. I don't know about their tiebreaker points, so we will see if it's going to be enough. But overall, a very fun run. And, yeah, we will see what's cooking. So really, the Angels of Decay carried that game. They put that game on their back. With the Plague Ogres, 2,600, and yeah, 1,200 on that Ogre isn't bad. The build here, definitely, one of Nurgle's biggest weaknesses against Lizardmen are the Salamander hunting packs. They're so annoying. They wreck your horsemen, they wreck your flying units, your monsters, your trolls, everything. Plague Ogres. So Joni, if Joni just mixes in like a Salamander hunting pack or two, it's going to be very scary. Very scary indeed. All right, guys, so let's drop it like it's hot. Let's go check the tournament here. And we'll see if Daniken made top 4. Scrambled Egg Special being defeated by Alexander Nuts. Maximillionaire winning his game. And now we just wait. Now we just wait. So while we wait, we're going to go ahead and work on our Kislev build guide that we're working on. AKA my Little Grom build guide. It's just my favorite unit. It's so good. All right, so what do we have? We just finished on Kislev is here. Yeah, so we just did Tomb King. We did Tomb Kings. We've done Ogres. How far down have we done? Yeah, Bretonnia Dark Elves. Okay, we need to do Dark Elves next. Dark Elves is kind of an interesting one. I feel like, again, this is another Little Grom matchup. Just one, though, probably. 2 is too much. All right, so we're going to do that. And probably the Shielded Kossars are going to be good. You definitely want a Hoxamiska caster here, because Hoxamiska just wrecks Dark Shards and Shades and things like that, so that's going to be good with Hailstorm. Yeah, looks good. I don't think we need the anti-large. We could probably just put her on horseback to save a little bit of money. All right, so now definitely want Horse Archer Skirmishers to contest the open field. They'll trade very well. Bear Riders are nice here in this matchup. I think we want a Patriarch with the Bear Riders, because Bear Riders will be good against the Cold Spear Riders that are going to be getting spammed out. Otherwise, your other cab pretty much all lose. So I don't know if we need the Vigor replenishment on you. We're just going to put you on horseback there. Oh, so Diabeto says, oh, so when I was, so you're saying when I was talking about how I had serious allergies to laundry detergent, you discovered you had that as well because you were having problems? Oh, dude, it's a game changer. It's a game changer, man. I suffered my entire life, like up until I was like 28, 29. Because I was secretly allergic to a bunch of different laundry detergents, like the ingredients they had in there, these like nasty ass chemicals. And when I finally figured it out, it was like it was a life changer. It was a life changer. Yeah. All right. Aside from this, you know, Streltsy are unironically pretty good here. I think like 2 Streltsy in the opening build would be nice. And we can mix in some Kislevite Warriors. We got 525 left. Is there any way I can get a little bit of money out of this? Guardian's Call, we could probably cut that to squeeze in one more unit. I think that's worth it. All right. Yeah, 20 years of hives every day. Oh, dude, I'm so glad. I'm so glad. So you were suffering for 20 years, huh? With hives every day? Oh, dude, I'm telling you, there's so many little things you don't think about, you know? Yeah, allergies are the worst. All right, I think that opening build is fine. Again, these builds like are going to vary based on the maps you're in. Dervishes for sure. You need to Dervish max. Things in the Woods are really good against Corsair type infantry, so I think you want 2 Things in the Woods. You can't do spaghetti dishes anymore. It could be a gluten allergy, honestly. I've had a couple friends develop those in their older years. Like, how do you feel when you eat bread? You know? That was like 80% of your food intake. Soap is a common enemy. It seeks to purify us, but Nurgle is too invested, yeah. Blue Scribes are interesting. I lost the game to them recently. Yeah. It was a really weird build with like infinite Winds of Magic and Blue Scribes, and it was like quite strong, actually. Okay, so we're against Dork Elves. We have the Streltsy. I think we could do one more Streltsy in reserve, but that's basically going to be our whole build, so maybe one of these. Then these guys, and then what do I have? 675 left. Do we want any like shot cavalry? I think the bear riders will be fine, and things in the woods will handle that role. We have the patriarch to heal the bear riders, and what about Mother Ostankia in this build actually for rampaging? There are some builds in which Ostankia I use against beastmen. It feels like it could be something that's sort of oil based. Yeah, you gotta just test. You gotta suffer and test yourself. It's the worst part. But what do you have problems with when you eat the pasta? Yeah, I'd be curious to hear my fellow homie suffering. I think one snow leopard's actually good because if they have a Medusa, you can use a snow leopard to harass it. Yeah, this build feels pretty good against Druki, I think. Feels pretty good. I like it. So we're gonna save that. That's gonna be Kislev versus Dark Elves. Alright, so next up we have Grand Cathay. This is a weird matchup. I think Grand Cathay might actually be favored against Kislev on some, because Dwarves wreck Kislev and Cathay can do many similar things to them. So I think you have to cheese them a little bit. I think you have to cheese them. So Grand Cathay, and we're gonna do Kislev here. Alright. What do we got here? It could be cheese, honestly. Yeah, I cut cheese out. I get a big stuffy nose when I have cheese, but I can still have it, but I just avoid it. Everyone's coming together to solve this dude's allergies. Yeah, we got to do it, man. We got to do it. You know, I was suffering like my whole life. It was awful. I remember going to like doctors and allergists, and they would. I remember being told like when I went to allergists, I was like, yeah, when I put on this white T-shirt. This was like in the early 2000s. You know, they would just be like, oh, well, it's in your head or it's something else, like all the time. And then when I finally figured it out and like actually just like put the detergent on my skin or like, you know, washed like one shirt in like vinegar and baking soda and the other one in like detergent and like realized that it was like an angelic chorus singing from the skies. Like, yeah, it was magical. All right. You grew up with dogs, found out you're allergic when you're like 20. Yeah. Okay, so a couple games still to go. We might have time to do one more build. So if we're doing Kislev against Grand Cathay, this feels like a wretched matchup. I don't know how this one's going to go. We'll try it. Turn the cheeseless. You went to an allergist and found out you're allergic to cockroaches. That's very common, apparently, yeah. It's very common. Cockroaches they're a menace. All right, so against Cathay, I think you have to Little Grom max. But then their cannons are going to obliterate you. It just feels like such a hard matchup. Like the cannons and the crowmen, because crowmen are going to wreck your cavalry, like your dervishes, and then like Plague of Rust, crowmen are going to obliterate your cav. I don't think you can go that way. Have you tried a Jujino Horse Archer build in Dom yet, rocking him? I haven't tried it, no. That probably would be better for land battle, but yeah. Doesn't it smell when you wash it with vinegar? No, it actually doesn't. No, it doesn't. Yeah, vinegar is pretty good for cleaning clothes. It's a good alternative. Vinegar and baking soda, and there's a couple other options as well. Yeah. How the hell do we beat Kislev? Cathay with these guys. Okay, Anticity, what's your style, man? So I was thinking the light cav unbreakable, deep dive the arty. Oh, that's true. Yeah. So you probably go Little Grom with like mass like light cav, like something like this, like cav maxing, and then you just get some sort of a Harry Potter. The light cav diving the artillery. Okay, so you just present light cavalry with Little Groms. So you kill their shit, and then your Little Groms just feast like the heathen kings of old, right? I'm thinking an Ice Witch with Tempest and going with Hawks of Miska to break the cheap spears would be pretty nice. Arcane Conduit, and we'll get you on a horse too. So this is like a cav maxing build. Yeah, so dervishes, horse archers, you pin them in, and go from there. You've only played it on the Cathay side mostly, got it. Yeah, this could be pretty menacing. I mean, if they know it's coming, they can counter you by opening with like 4 Jade Lancers, but yeah, that's something to think about. Late game Kislev cav is so hard to kill, they just cap all the points. Yeah, makes sense. Okay, so from here, we probably mix in some melee boys to follow up. Streltsy are actually, I think, pretty decent here. We'll get some of these guys. Probably winged lancers aren't bad. Like a couple of them. You'd skip the horse archers? Yeah, skip them. Okay. I'm gonna listen to Anticity because he's way better than me. So we're taking notes. Oh, things in the woods. Yeah, you need things in the woods here. I think two and two is probably fine. So we're gonna get you there, and you there. That looks pretty good. What about low war sleds? War sleds get wrecked really bad by cannon. So if I do fail, it's gonna be tough. Oh god, guys, I'm gonna make the biggest loaf of bread tonight. You know, it'd be cool if we all like lived in the same town. We could just have like fat gaming sessions and Magic card tournaments and tabletop tournaments. You know, well, that's what the millennial retirement homes are going to be like. We're just going to be like hanging out, gaming in the old retirement homes. It's going to be awesome. Playing board games and Commander and stuff. Patriarch, yeah, probably a Patriarch is a good idea for the little Groms to heal them if you need to. Yeah, and do we need Vigor Replenishment? I don't think so. We're just going to do this. Okay. So now, how do I play the mainline build from here? Do we just go Streltsy maxing in the mainline? Yeah. The Griffin Legion are good here? Thanks, Ent. I appreciate that, man. But this is a style that I would need to learn. Because I play very differently here. Millennial retirement homes are going to be great. Oh, for sure. We should all move to Turin, Italy. I've never actually been to Italy, the land of my ancestors. I haven't. I have not. So things in the woods in the opening build could be kind of funny. They could like creep around. Just like mobility and like, you know, pressure here seems good. Maybe we do one of these. Reserve. And then can we get two Streltsy in the mainline builds? Not quite. Not quite. Hoxamiska and Hailstorm seems like a good combo. These guys have 70 speed and are they can fight Jade Lancers too. That's the cool thing about the things in the woods. Zombicide, I never played that. No, I haven't. I'd be interested. We don't have, in the city I live in, we don't have a local game store. It sucks. So in order to get to a local game store, the closest one I have is like 45 minutes, almost an hour away. So, I mean, there is a Warhammer store, but those places suck. They're just not good places to play. Yeah, do we just do like one random archer? The Crowmen are a bit of a menace, but yeah, you know what? Maybe we just do another thing in the woods. Right? Just do like 3 things in the woods here and do like a big mobility push. Yeah, it seems kind of interesting. And then we get all the points immediately, right? We're going to get all those goodies. No way to cut here. Have you seen... yes, I'm going to play Heroes of Might and Magic Olden Era. We're going to do it. Do it. Do it. Okay, I think I do want at least one Streltsy. My power fantasy has to come alive here. We could just upgrade to the Mordheim Beowulfs. They're not even that much better, though. So if that's the case, we get you instead. Yeah, Crowmen tend to die to crumbling since the Cav doesn't route. Okay, that's good advice from the Dark Lord here. I'm loving it. We could even open with one Griffin Legion in the main army. Yeah, I think that looks pretty good. That's a pretty nasty build. It's pretty nasty. Okay, I dig it. Save army preset. It's going to be Kislev versus Kathy. Kathy. All right, next round of the tournament's probably ready. Is it? Wow, those guys aren't done yet? Oh my god, there's still a game going. Jesus. Jeez Louise. Still a game. All right, so next up on the docket, we have Cathay. Khorne is, I think, a sled matchup. I think the heavy war sled Patriarch play against Khorne is really good. And then you mix in a couple dragons to just like mess things up. It's like a very elite, nasty playstyle that I think they struggle with. Like, it's an old meta, but it still checks out. So I'm thinking we do. I mean, do we just go light sleds? Probably not, because the Fleshhounds will nibble on them. So we do some nasty shit like this, right? And you know what you could also do is you could get Coast Alton, just so you can save money on the Patriarch. There's some problems with the Swiss points. All right, shoot me a message. What's up? What's cracking? What's up? I don't know if I should be going here, but right now Attorney has... Okay, Rogue AI, I got you covered, boss. We will fix the Rogue AI. Rogue AI. Rogue. Does he have a different name on the website? I think he does. Okay, what's your name on the website? Okay, so Rogue AI has this. Okay, Pope Daddy is there. Okay. It looks fine. So that's good. Dr. Coco. Okay, the big H. Got it. So we're going to get you there. Fix your score. And then we'll be ready for the top 4 now, guys. Time is coming. Which legendary lord would be most likely to yell at a fast food employee because they made a minor mistake? Oh, pretty much any of the dark elves would probably be huge divas. High elves honestly probably would too. If you took like any of the high elf characters to a fast food joint and they weren't treated like royalty, they'd probably just be dicks, you know? Like elves are usually pretty pompous and whatnot and arrogant. Maybe a dwarf. The dwarf might consider it a grudge. It depends. I don't know how the dwarves would react. Although I feel like the dwarves, it would be like, it wasn't an oath. Because dwarves usually like are more mad if there's an oath. So I think the dwarves would be chill. They would just be like, you know, hurry it up. I don't think dwarves would go too crazy. Yeah, Corn would probably just yell for no reason. So, all right, let's check here. All right, Dr. Coco's here. Let's see how he's doing. All right. Yeah, it looks fine. Okay. So we're just about to start top 4. And how's the top 4 looking? Is it clear cut? It kind of is. Wow, do we really have players with 3 wins who are going to make top 4? It's interesting. Here, you guys, you can enjoy the beast for now. There's the gremlin. Yeah, just don't promise the dwarves. It's going to be like, if you promise the dwarf that his food would be exactly as he ordered it, and then you delivered it, like, if you make an oath and then break it, yeah, the dwarf would probably come and, like, blow up your restaurant, you know? But with cannons and gyrocopters and shit. But otherwise, if you don't promise them, be like, I can't guarantee it, but I'll do my best, they probably would be fine. Yeah. Yeah, ogres don't care if you get their order wrong as long as you deliver something that's right. Yeah. Sloster would be the ultimate Karen. Oh, man. We actually saw a drunk Karen in the wild the other night. We were at Vaughn's, which is one of the local grocery stores, and there was like a drunk Karen in the front, and she came into the store. She was like blasted, like slurring words, and the store clerk wouldn't sell her more alcohol, and she was like just yelling at her and just going bananas. But the manager came up and showed her who was boss. The manager came and tamed her and sent her out back into the wilds. All right. Yeah, it looks like we have our top 4 right now. We got Dr. Jellyfish in there. Fun to see. Nice. All right. This last game, could it affect anything? Could it affect tiebreakers? I don't think so. Unless Halidin played both of them. Jay Phoenix and Ponteclar are playing. So I don't think the top 4 can be changed. So we have what appears to be a very clean-cut top 4. Maximilianaire, Alexander Nuts, Scrambled Egg Special, and Dr. Jellyfish. So Wood Elves, Vampire Coast. I don't remember what he was playing. And then Dr. Jellyfish, I haven't seen what they're playing either. But Danikin is going to be just short on tiebreakers. So a lot of people on short on tiebreakers here. But it's cool to see. Look at the Vampire Coast player, by the way, that we watched earlier. He ended up going 4-1. It's pretty cool to see that. And yeah, we just hang tight. Let me make sure there's no admin stuff to take care of. Scores are reported correctly. Okay. All right. So could this affect tiebreaker points? I don't think so. I think it's quite literally impossible. Nobody else is creeping up. Nobody is within the points. So we're just going to advance to top 4 now. All right. So refresh it one more time. And let's see if this round is done. Jay Phoenix and Claw are having a duel of fates there. Not going to matter. There. Okay, great. So it is officially done now. Skaven would probably just, you know, pretend to be nice and then, you know, do something evil. That's usually how they roll. There's in one of the Gotrek and Felix books, the Skaven are like corrupting some of the Empire officials. They like dress up in little costumes on the Halloween, basically. It's pretty funny. And they like, people just think they're people in costume. Yeah, that's a good sequence. That's when they're at Nuln. Yeah, the Skaven are trying to like attack Nuln when Gotrek and Felix are there. That's a really, really fun story. All right. And top 4 is clear cut. We got it. So advance to top 4. And let's finalize this. Here we go. So that's finalized. And now we're getting ready for top 4. Thank you guys for your patience as we get this tourney running. The Gotrek and Felix folks are great. They're like easy reads, you know. Okay, so what we have here is it's going to be Dr. Jellyfish versus Maximillionaire. And then we have Alexander Nuts versus Scrambled Egg Special. I will cast Maximillionaire's game because I want to see what Dr. Jellyfish is playing. Maximillionaire. Lobby code, please. Thank you. All right, so let's see what's cooking here, guys. Let's get it and have some fun. And prepare for the next round. I think my favorite book in the Gotrek and Felix series that I read was the Siege of Prague. When Prague gets attacked by the Tzeentchian warlord and they're like defending the walls of Prague, it's super epic. Like that was really fun. Hey, Sir Pixels, thank you for resubscribing, man. Appreciate you, boss. All right, so where are we at? Waiting for the lobby code from Max. Dr. Jellyfish. Lobby code, please. All right, so I asked for lobby code from those two homies. We'll see who sends it first. And yeah, we got some good factions here in the top 4. Wood Elves, of course, a very perpetual menace in the top 4. We do have a Vampire Coast player. Scrambled Egg Special, I think, was playing... I don't remember what he was playing. We casted him earlier, but I can't remember. That's Beastslayer? Yeah, it's Beastslayer. Got it. Yeah. All right, we got the lobby code. Perfecto. Let's advance on in there, and we're going to keep working on our builds. Join with code. It is battle. This is for some of the marbles. Not all of them, but for some. Oh, by the way, Turin, I tried out adding people to the tournament by adding a match. As long as they are checked in, it works. Nice. You found a fix round. Very, very cool. Ooh, Skaven. Yes, Skaven versus Wood Elves is fun. Probably Wood Elf favored, but it's going to be great. Skaven can definitely win it. Oh, I'm so happy we get a Skaven in top 4. Hell yeah, dude. Let's go. Yeah, Anticity, the Total Tavern website works in mysterious ways. It's like we're constantly unlocking new lore about how to like fix problems with it. It's been good. You know, we've really come together as a community. But when it does get rewritten and finished for the next major, probably for the next major title, I assume it'll be ready by then. We shouldn't need to do a lot of this janky stuff anymore. Yeah. Max is on Wood Elves. He is. He enjoyed his Wild Riders. Dr. Jellyfish, the Sons of the Mountain coming in strong. There they are. How do you keep your eyes on both stream chats? I have a tool that combines both stream chats for me, so I can see them both in one place. Yeah, it's pretty easy. Pretty easy. All right. So I'm going to go grab some water real quick, guys, while these folks build their armies. I'll be back in just a moment. I appreciate all of you. And BRB, uno momento. All right, guys, hopefully you didn't miss me too much. I'm back. It's going to be Skaven versus Wood Elves, and it looks like the players are not ready yet anyway, so we got some time. We got a little bit of time. Yeah, should be fine. So, Skaven here, what do I like? I mean, I think Natty Bubos is an auto take. I think you just having them in the back shooting at archers or anything of value is really good. So probably I think for Dr. Jellyfish, the big thing is going to be not overextending into ranged, because Wood Elves can dive really well with Glade Riders and various pieces. It's very, very nasty, so I think you're going to want to get maybe Natty Boobos, and then just a million clan rats, maybe like 2 poison wind globadiers to help out in the infantry fight, and maybe that's it. I mean, you could go triple catapult and go apeshit too. I mean, look, Skaven can do weird skew builds if you want to go like triple Jezzail or something, but it's risky. There's very good diving from the Wood Elves. The Glade Riders are incredibly cost effective. Is there any kind of a looking for game in the Discord? Yeah, there is. Yeah, we have that. If you just go to there's a Warhammer chat section. When you get into our Discord, you just select the role that you want, and there we have roles for different games, like Warhammer, Age of the Ring, whatever, and you can find all that. So, yes. So it begins, the great battle of our time. Will the Vermintide rise from the depths and nibble at the roots of the world, or will the Wood Elves make sure those roots are planted nice and firmly? And we will go from there. All right. Neither player's ready yet. I'm going to take a peek at the army real quick, so enjoy the beast for a moment. Okay, that looks pretty meta. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, yeah, this is going to be fun. It's a cool build. Yeah, looks like he's ready, and Wood Elves are ready. Skaven are fine-tuning their build. Their last 1,000 resources are being spent. I like these builds, though. I think they're both good. I think both builds have teeth and are going to be viable. There's a little bit of wildness from the Wood Elves, though, for sure. But hyped to see that in action. I mean, it makes sense. Wild Riders, wild, that sort of thing. I'm not saying he's bringing Wild Riders, but it's wild. All right. There we go. Greases is literally a fat boomer on a mobility scooter. He goes to the old country buffet. Man, so like when I was a kid, I used to love buffets. I'm sure many of you guys are in the same boat. Like, it was 1997. Your parents would take you to a buffet and you're like, oh my God, there's so much to choose from. It's like a smorgasbord, right? But as I've gotten older, I find buffets to be so freaking repulsive. Like, you have so many people handling the utensils that serve the food, and God knows what those people were doing with their freaking their hands, all right? And like probably not washing their hands, picking at God knows what. Okay? And then on top of that, usually the food, it has like a little screen, but it's mostly open. Like, I can't tell you how many buffets I had been to in my like late teenage years where there's just like some old man or woman just like hacking and coughing and just like serving themselves food and shit. Dude, I cannot do buffets anymore. I just can't. It's so foul, it's so foul. Just the bare minimum to do the profit, yeah. You still love buffets, you don't care how vile they are. I would still do it, if it seemed like a really clean place, but buffets do seem like Nurgle's garden, for sure, Like, I legit was at a buffet once when I was in college, and I remember seeing a man, he was like in line to serve himself from the buffet, and he stuck his hand down the back of his pants, and I don't want to elaborate on what he was maybe doing, but then he went and then grabbed the same serving utensil that everybody else was. It's just like, dude, come on, dog. I haven't been to any milk bars in Poland. I'd love to go to some of those. Yeah, I haven't. Next time I'm there with my wife, I'll ask her about it. I think we've seen them, though. But yeah, no, some Nurgle blessings for sure. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's get this party started. Let's have fun. Welcome to the semifinals of today's event. It is going to be the Skaven led by Dr. Jellyfish facing off against Maximillionaire and the Wood Elves. And he just says, bruh. Oh, man, yeah, it's true. It's true. No, I've been too good for them for a while. Oh, man. Just got back from a cruise and ate the buffet there every day. Your wife and I are now sick. That's probably just like normal. Like, people coming back from cruises usually catch a cold. There's a lot of like communal living and things like that. So, all right, we're focusing on the game now. Enough about Nurgle's buffets. Enough. Maybe I'll get back to it later, but for now we're going to focus on the game. Nurgle's buffets will have to wait. Ladies and gentlemen of the old world, we have the Wood Elves versus the Skaven here in the semifinals. The winner of this is going to be advancing to the grand finals. We do have Deepwood Scouts and Dryads on the far side with Glade Riders with Spears, so not bad at all. Main core here is going to be War Dancers, which is the one thing I was a little bit surprised about. Semi-elite against Skaven, right? Normally against Skaven, you don't want to go super elite because Globadiers and Mortars and Rat Ogres can kind of punish these infantry, right? But, I mean, yeah, War Dancers will annihilate Skaven infantry, but the question is, are they going to get focused by the war crimes that the Skaven can bring to the table? Deepwood Scouts are pretty good with Swift Shiver Shards. They can stalk and ambush Rat Ogres and melt targets. And Dryka is also great. She's very, very hard to kill, like Steven Seagal there. And she does have the Pendulum and the Dryad Summon, which is quite good on Skaven backfields. So very much a Dryka War Dancer kind of battlefield rush build, which is quite neat. Now, looking at the old Skaven build here from Dr. Jellyfish, it is going to be a whole bunch of rats. So Skaven Slaves in the front line, Clan Rats on the flanks. We do have double Globadiers and Jezzail. So it's very similar to what we talked about pregame. Remember, I was like, I would bring 2 Poison Winds and a Jezzail, which is exactly what they brought. We do also have Doom players, and it is going to be Lord Skrulk. So this is a very, very off-meta pick, by the way. Lord Skrulk is a little bit vulnerable to sniping, but Liber One-Shoticus, as it used to be called, has been nerfed a couple times. But it's good. It does good damage and can help against Dryka, but got to be careful. You got to make sure you can finish her off before you use that, because she gets stronger. And Rod of Corruption isn't bad for dealing with like Dryads and good infantry. And the spells are going to be what? Is it Vermintide? Just Vermintide. So the mistake about bringing just Vermintide, let me explain this to you. So Vermintide costs 7 Winds of Magic, and you have 5 of them. So that's going to be 35 Winds of Magic in total. So unless you have a second caster, you're going to be wasting like 40 Winds of Magic, give or take. 35, 40 Winds of Magic, whatever it might be. So yeah, Dr. Jellyfish is really going to be wishing they had another spell when they run out of Vermintide uses and have nothing to do there. So we will see. All right, guys, the Skaven army is going to be advancing up to meet the Wood Elves in the open field, taking a very, very heavy-duty angle on them here. But a little bit of a flanking opportunity. We do see the Glade Riders with Spears and some Dryads Netflix and chilling over there. So, yeah, there must be a second caster somewhere in reserve. If it's just that, then you're not going to have enough, and you're gonna suffer a little bit. Okay, guys, Skaven being very conservative with their pushing. I wonder, oh boy, I think they're saving for Avalanche Mortars. So we do see 1,400 right now on the bank, so it's going to be Avalanche Mortars. I mean, Avalanche Mortars, if protected, would be gods here against this army. It basically, Avalanche Mortars, you know we usually draw small ones, but this is the Avalanche Mortar would be like this. Yeah, there we go. Just like a giant hog. I think that's the biggest one we've ever drawn, but that is the metaphor for the for the Avalanche Mortars there. All right, so Skaven slow pushing, Dryka eating a little bit of a shot from the Jezzails. On the backside, we do see more Wild Riders and Cab being called out. And is it going to be Avalanche Mortars? What did that money get spent on? Where is the money? Was it the Doom players? No, it is Avalanche Mortars. Oh my god. What's really funny is if Maximilianer saw this, they could maybe get back there with the Wild Riders before the Mortars can get to the main line there. We'll have to see. We're making history, that's right. You guys were here when it happens. You were here in the right place at the right time. Dryka eating those shots to the face, certainly not doing bad damage, as the Avalanche Mortar is going to be cruising in for a bruising, and we do see the Doom players lurking over here. So nice shots. Dryka losing HP. You know, if you can get Dryka low enough, Liber One-Shoticus and Skrulk himself can do good damage with magic damage and 64 melee attack. So not bad at all. What is it with the Skrulk Renaissance? I'm here for it. Sign me up for the Skrulk Renaissance. I love to see it. So Avalanche Mortars, yeah, it could be very devastating. But yeah, I don't think the Skaven should advance now until they get their Avalanche Mortars up. You want to get that money you invested in, right? Yeah. So here they come. Dr. Jellyfish is moving. They do a shitload of damage, and they will wreck these War Dancers really, really badly. Jezzail is able to push the War Dancers back. Dryka losing some health. Lord Skrulk could move up and do a Liber One-Shoticus, but I think it's a little bit too risky with Dryka, you know, lurking. You don't know if there's any stealth shit, like Way Watchers or Archers or whatever that are going to be able to melt you, so. All right, so here comes the Mortars. The Wood Elves aren't really defending this objective super hard, objective 1. You, in theory, could like move a couple Skaven Slaves and Clan Rats up there and threaten it and use the Mortars to cover them. But it looks like the Skaven are going to be going for the objective number 1. We'll have to see how they play this. Very much like a land battle-esque formation, which again is how a lot of gun lines will play. They'll use that old school style of like boxing and you know, trying to feast however they can. Now Avalanche Mortars aren't the longest range. They're 250, so similar to the Jezzails. And the Wood Elves have used what? Oh, they switched their, look at that. So they're using Woven Mists on all their War Dancers to give them 40% missile res. That's actually really, really cool. So they're kind of like hiding in the mist and the trees and stuff. Looks like the Skaven are going to go for the home objective of the Wood Elves. So rather than swarming, they are going to go for the home point. And they have the Avalanche Mortars on standby to obliterate anything that goes for them. Interesting stuff. You know, Dr. Jellyfish, I would love to see this executed well. And the Wood Elves, I would say, probably are favored in this matchup at the higher levels. I'm not sure. But the first Avalanche Mortar is going to be coming out. And let's see if they actually hit. Oh, yes. Give it to... Oh, are they going to get some collateral damage there? A bit of a swing and a miss, unfortunately. Yeah, those things do a shitload of damage. They're really good at medium range. At long range, Avalanche Mortars can tend to miss a bit. All right, so we do see the call-in. The Wood Elves are going to be sounding the Horn of War. This is exactly what Skaven want. Probably going to be wanting to Netflix and chill here. So Avalanche Mortars are now shooting into the Spears, which are a bit slower. So here they come. War Dancer should be the priority target, but that's going to be 1 unit dead. All right, so that's pretty good. Doesn't get too much better than that. Now, if you could just methodically switch between enemy units and get that sort of value, that's going to be really good. Dr. Jellyfish about to feast pretty well here, as the Poison Wind Globadiers are going to be able to get some shots in there and melt down these guys. And another Avalanche Mortar shot! Big damage against the War Dancers. God damn! That was good. And then we do see these War Dancers, of course, getting melted as well. The one thing about Dr. Jellyfish is he doesn't have any ogres in the front line. He needs mass. Otherwise, these Wild Riders might find their way through. But so far, the Skaven are feasting on a lot of value. The Globadiers going to be getting a direct shot here. Jezzails and Globadiers going to be falling back here, while Dryads do pour through the forest here on the flank. And we see big flanking coming here as Dr. Jellyfish does use his Doom Flayers to fight off the enemy cavalry units. But the question is, are you going to be able to protect those mortars? It's going to be hard. We do see the Wood Elf front line here taking a shitload of damage. So Wild Riders do get melted, the War Dancers get melted, and the Avalanche Mortar is going to be turning about face and shooting into the Wild Riders here with Rod of Corruption. Huge damage from Dr. Jellyfish. God damn, that was thick. Those Wild Riders are getting it. The war crimes are being committed, and the Skaven are holding so far. So Ogres on the flank. The Avalanche Mortar is going to be pulling back behind these various threats here, and we do also see the Natty Boobo Sharpshooters getting ready. Nice pendulum there from Dryka. That was a good one, hitting a couple units there and maybe forcing them back. But the thing is, the Skaven are going to need to counterpush. Skaven are very much a faction that are typically behind on the objectives, but come back and get them later on. It's how they win probably 70% of their games. Wood Elf flank coming in. It is going to be a couple Wood Elf cavalry here as Ogres and Rats do continue pushing, but the Globadiers are feasting, and the Avalanche Mortars are now back online. Dr. Jellyfish so far has been doing a very good job with it, summoning another rat right there, and he does have Dwarf Thing Menace, the Flayers on top of the Archers, which is very, very good. And Skaven have been able to hold on to their home objective, which is quite nice. Now, where are the mortars going to go? All right, here we go. Oh, God. Oh, that's going to melt those guys. Oh, damage! Big damage. Those War Dancers get sent back to another dimension. And overall, looking really good for the Avalanche Mortars. They're certainly putting this game on their back. And even Lord Skrulk is going balls deep back here and trying to take down Dryka. So Dr. Jellyfish is going to need to switch the mortars onto another target. A couple of Skaven slaves are on their way up. And the back objective still being held by Skaven. Globadiers are a little bit inactive here. I got to turn those guys around. Dryka might actually legit get killed, because Skrulk does do magic damage. So he's going to be very good against Dryka. And she's actually surrounded. Jezzail's going to be pulling back. And more shots. All right, Avalanche Mortar is going to be targeting the Wild Riders down here. And that's going to be big damage. Okay, not the most direct hits there, but still does some respectable damage. Not bad at all. Actually enough to maybe break those guys. All right, Globadiers on the flank going to be throwing in and melting a lot of the Wood Elf advancing units. So the Dryads as well as the Glade Riders going to be getting it. Avalanche Mortars going to be shooting into the Deepwood Scouts right here, and we're going to see how deep the Scouts get it. Nice juking, able to partially dodge it, so that's nice. A little bit of collateral damage on those units there as the Mortars continue firing. Jezzail's going to be forming ranks and shooting down at the Glade Riders that are trying to get around the backside. And Dryka is actually broken, I think. Is she? No, she's shaken. And Liber Bubonicus is here. And the Plague Rat MLG Rat plays as Dryka is going to get bonked on the head by Big Stinky. Come on, give it to us. Oh, looks like Dryka dodged it. She's running here. She's broken at 251 HP. Oh, give us the Rat Steel Chair. Lord Skrulk with the Steel Chair. No, he's going to run away. He's not fast enough, I guess. Oh, he's actually faster than her. He should have gotten the kill there. Anyway, Skrulk going to be dropping a summon, and Globadier Fire activated on the Wild Riders. Are the Skaven going to be able to move up and get the objectives is the question. All right, so on the side, we do see a couple Night Runners, and they should be able to fight off one unit of very tattered Wild Riders together, especially if they have some Clan Rats. We will see. Home objective being held here. Dryka is running in the trees. Getting a Wolf Rat to chase down Dryka would be immensely valuable to get the leadership break. The Avalanche Mortars are finally caught, so this is a big opportunity for old Maximilianaire to get back in the game here, as he basically catches both big value pieces with just one unit, so that's very, very good. But if the Mortars survive and the Jezzail survive, that's going to be a problem. All right, so coming out as an assassin, getting an assassin to go after Dryka is not a bad idea. And over here on the side, the Night Runners probably going to be stealing the side objective, but they're going to need a triple cap, guys. And the Skaven were really, really conservative. They held back for a long, long time. Advancing up is Lord Skrulk. So he's going to be going. Natty Boobo Sharpshooters are going to be dropping it like it's hot. So where's this? Rat Ogres on the flank. Objective 3 being held by Skaven. Objective 1 now in Skaven clutches. They're probably going to need to reinforce this with some spears if they can. But, I mean, this game is definitely, I think, favored for the Skaven as it currently stands. But, you know, weird shit can happen sometimes. Dryka is going to get taken down by some very shameful Skaven slave slingers. So she's at 6 leadership and being chased through the woods. Is she going to make it? I don't know. The slingers are turning about face. Got to watch this for a second. Uh-oh. Slingers are watching. The pebbles are coming. She's at 6 leadership. All it's going to take is 1 pebble or 1 prison shank. Dryka using her OP Dryad powers to phase through trees. But I think she'll actually make it off the map. Not that it matters. We were just looking for the dramatic shot right there. All right, Ogre's going to be advancing up. Rat's looking very comfortable on this point. They have a lot of time to work with now. The Giselles and the Avalanche Mortars, are they still alive is the question. Yes, they are. That is really bad for the Wood Elves, because the Avalanche Mortars, even with only 7 models, are still going to be really, really, really nasty. And yes, as Anticity has said in chat, Dr. Jellyfish is going to be winning with the lowest win rate faction against a top-tier faction. That is true. That is true, although I think, I don't know how much Max has actually played Wood Elves. Hard to say. But yeah, he's looking really good on Skaven. This is a very impressive game. Rat Ogre's advancing with an Assassin, going to be heading to the back objective. Globadier's doing brutal damage. And back in the woods, Dryka has been banished back to the trees from whence she came. And I think this game's over. 12,000 value against 7.7 is a pretty big discrepancy. A little bit of ammunition left here. Skaven Assassin going to be moving with Big Pimp and Skrulk. He was able to really dominate Dryka in combat, which was really cool to see with a little bit of support. And where are the Avalanche Mortars? Are they coming? They should be. They're shooting at something on the flank here. But yeah, get those Avalanche Mortars up to take down those Dryads. In the meantime, Max is going to go for a cheese on the side objective, which is smart. You know, try and knock his opponent off and just get an objective there. We do have Globadiers and Skaven Slave Slingers coming out, and I would imagine some Guando Rats maybe going to be on the menu as a Gisele's creeping over there. Giselle shooting into the Deepwood Scouts. Home objective is going to be taken. And Skaven, they should be able to hold this. I mean, 2 Wild Riders can definitely fold this up, but I think they'll have time to get some reinforcements in. We do see Wolf Rats coming out. Giselles are about to run out of ammo. Avalanche Mortar is going to be dropping it like it's hot on the Dryads, and that's going to be good if they get the direct hits. It looks like they do melt 1 Dryad unit. So that is a double cap for Skaven. But Skaven could potentially lose this outside point. It looks like there's going to be some rat summons coming down here. Oh, he has a second caster. So there's a Plague Priest there with the Vermintide. So he really likes to use his Vermintide summons, which is kind of cool to see. The old school style of Skaven play. Gisele's going to be setting up shop. The Wild Riders, even though they're strong, you know, rats are rats. And there are a bunch. There are a bunch. So here, the Wild Riders getting worn down by just a sheer amount of Rattly bodies on the point. Lord Skrulk going to be able to hold this one with his Assassin and his Ogres. Should be a pretty easy hold. And I think a Maximilianer has been eliminated in the tournament here. I think that he is out. And we're going to be seeing the Chad Dr. Jellyfish Skaven advancing to the Grand Finals using Lord Skrulk. The days of old. It takes me back to my youth when I was still in my 20s. And Lord Skrulk was going hard in the paint back in the early days. All right, GG, well played. Fun frickin' game. Awesome stuff. Classic defensive hold against a Wood Elf Rush. Avalanche Mortars, 2,400 value, and we do also see the Giselles at 1,600 value as well. Skrulk doing very good. I think the War Dancers were the weak point. Like, there's no reason to go expensive infantry. I just think Dryad spam is probably better, and then use that extra money to get like something to shut down those other tools. All right, guys. Well played to Max. Well played to Dr. Jellyfish. And we are going to get the grand final set up. So, Turin finals. Shot through the heart. It got 2,400 value on the mortar. Yes. So, pretty good. Pretty good. All right. So, Dr. Jellyfish is going to be in the finals. Channeling the power of Lord Skrulk. I actually legit just searched for Skrulk in Discord to find him. It's really funny. Dr. Jellyfish, I think it's going to be here. Finals. And we'll see how the other side is looking. Currently refreshing the brackets. It is going to be Alexander Nuts. Skaven versus Vampire Coast. What year is this? Is this like 2019 Faction Wars? Kind of feels like it is. So that's going to be Alexander, the Big Nuts man is coming. All right, so final. So it's going to be Dr. Jellyfish versus Alexander Nuts. Vampire Coast versus Skaven. This is actually a very even matchup. Vampire Coast and Skaven is very fair, which I love to see. Well played, Max. You did great, boss. You did great. Dr. Skrulk is coming. He is. All right, so let me know maps. Once you do your picks and bans, let me know map. When picked, please. Carry on my wayward son. Okay, let's see here. Perfect. I think that's one of my favorite parts about the Supernatural TV shows, the soundtrack. Like when they play Carry On My Wayward Son and then all the music that like Dean listens to. It's pretty fun, like Bon Jovi and whatnot. Daniken was playing Nurgle, yeah. Anticity's like, oh, Daniken's out of the tournament. And he's like, oh, wait a second, he was playing Nurgle. Yeah. Insane Upsets Coast beating, oh, Vampire Coast beat Ogres on the other side. That's really fun, yeah. Good up. The meta's fresh, guys. The schemes are afoot. The schemes are afoot. Alrighty. Perfecto. So Alexander's going to let me know the map for the grand finals here. This is best of one, of course. SFTs are pretty chill. We're going to be getting to the end of the road for this season. I'm going to try and find a nice time for everybody when we can do our season finals and end the season and start a new one. Okay, so Alexander Nuts in chat, he was listening on stream. And he says to me, he says, in my opinion, this is not a very even matchup. This is very heavily Coast favored. Interesting. So Alexander, who is a Vampire Coast main, and he's probably right. I mean, I just felt like in Warhammer 2, Skaven and Coast competed very evenly, so that's kind of my reference. But yeah, I'm curious to see what Dr. Jellyfish can do to prove him wrong, if possible. Very, very fun. Good times, man. I think it's going to be a full rush from Alexander, especially since the map is Arachnok Lair. It's going to be probably mass bomber mobs, mass deckhand mobs, and like scurvy dogs and bats. It's going to be a huge Zerg just pushing forward, and Skaven are going to have to hold. Any plans for a massive tournament? Yeah, so there are a couple things I've got in the works. I'm thinking about a faction war, a season finals, and a legendary lord tournament. So I'm going to get over 100 players together, each of which is going to represent a different legendary lord. Maybe some people can double dip if we need to, and have a legendary lord tournament. So then I'm going to get the replays and cast them individually on the channel and go from there. So that is what I'm thinking right now. It's going to be balls deep, but once there's like another downtime, like we have some downtime, I think I'm going to do that. Like, because that will be a lot of work to coordinate. That'll be a lot of work, but it's cool. We'll get 100 players in there. So can I be Grimgor? Sure, why not? You can be Grimgor. That's a great thing. It's like there's spots for everybody, you know? And I could just fill in and play the ones that nobody wants to play if we can't get enough people, so. Make it a 10-hour tournament. It would be done over the course of like a month. Yeah, it'd be done over the course of a month. I need to figure it out, but I'm thinking about it. Oh, Frost, you want to play Skarsnik? Let's go, dude. Let's go. Because I did a Legendary Lord tournament back in Warhammer 2. I think it was the first one in Total War, in the Total War community, yeah. And Lord Skrulk actually won the first one. It was, I think it was Alfredino. Yeah, I think Alfredino won with Skaven in the first one in Warhammer 2, which was very fun. I got to play Red Olgor. Oh god, it's such suffering. I would probably want to play. I would want to play maybe a Kislev Lord, or I don't know. Chaos Dwarves would be fun. Astrogoth would be one I'd really enjoy playing too, but yeah, we'll see. We will see. Red Olgor isn't a legendary lord. I don't think he is now. You'd have a Be'lakor though. Somebody would play Be'lakor. Demons of Chaos would only have one. You would only get one lord in the whole tournament. Yeah. You want to play your main squeeze, Mazdamundi? Hell yeah. Oh, Tamarcon. Yes, give me Tamarcon. Oh, you caught me. You caught me. Tamarcon might be my boy. I might have to play Tamarcon. Bob, we could make the various Olgor characters be like legendary, but maybe. I wouldn't be opposed to that. Like making Green Olgor and Red Olgor be Grand Vomitus. No, Red Olgor is a legendary lord technically. I think Red Olgor and Grand Vomitus and those various like demon princes are legendary. Like they're named characters. That would be the qualifier. As long as they're like a named character, I think we can incorporate them as lords. Yeah, I for sure would want to play Tamarcon actually. I think I would just steal Tamarcon. He's my favorite. Green Knight, no, he's part of Bretonnia. He's a hero, so that's different. Yeah, so Legendary Lord Tournament would be fun. That's something that's in the pipes. I want to wait for there to be a giant patch, because if Creative Assembly interrupts the tournament with a patch, it's going to like mess up all the replays and things like that. So I'd fight to take the DLC. I would just give it to you, Anticity. You could just have it. You're the #1 player. You can have whatever you want. Yeah, you treat yourself. To head a win? Yeah, well, we need to fill like over 100 Legendary Lord spots. So, I mean, look, not everybody's going to be a Dark Lord. Kugoth is very good, Dangler. Kugoth is probably more meta than Tamarcon is. Not for me, but for most Nurgle players. No, Demons of Chaos does have Be'lakor as a Legendary Lord. They do have him. Yeah, we could do like a day where... Yeah, okay. So, Legendary Lord Tournament. I'm going to start thinking about it right now. Be a sprinkle of role-playing, some off-meta factions? No, probably not too much role-playing. It would be best of ones, just to make it quick. Otherwise, it's going to take 5 million years. What we did... You know what we could do is we could do a group stage last time. So we could do, okay, here's the options. We do one giant freaking bracket, okay? Or with best of one, or we do like a round robin. So basically we would split all the legendary lords into group stages. So then everybody plays everybody in their group stage, and then the top lord will advance from each group stage. I mean, and then we could go into normal brackets. I'll have to figure out the easiest way. Probably just having a mega Chungus bracket would be the easiest, but yeah. Tretch gets 7 buy rounds for free. Yeah. Bunch of groups sounds better. Yeah, do you guys think so? Because then you have you don't just get eliminated with one loss, probably. Round robin seems more fair. Okay, so we could do like group stages. So we would split them up into a couple big groups. The hardest part is going to be, it's like wrangling cats trying to get people to play in those type of tournaments, especially with like 100 people and 100 people's different schedules. It's going to be very rough. Oh, yeah. There's been other people who've done Legendary Lord tournaments since I did my first one. I think Dov maybe had some action in one. I think Human Boy has done some stuff, but no, I could figure it out. It's no problem. Or you could do a faction war to see who reps the faction, then whittle it down there. We'll see. We will see. Have one lord from each race in the division. Yeah, we would mix it up to avoid mirror matches and stuff. We would mix it up. Can the finals be best of 5? The finals would probably be like a best of 3 or something. Because best of 5 in a mirror match would probably be a little like, yeah. It would be a replay tournament, yes. Probably until we get to the top 4 or something. Then we would do something like that. Or maybe like top 8. We could do like a top 8. If top 8 was like still best of 1, I don't know. Hard to say. We'll scheme it out. Because we have it from way back in the day. Yeah, we did a Legendary Lord tournament like 2018 or something. It was a long time ago. Professor Pone had his high school football moment there when he knocked out Grom the Paunch. That was his favorite moment ever with he was playing Imric, I think. Top points and last Lord standing advance to the next round. Yeah, we'll figure it out. It'll be fun. We'll figure it out. All right, guys. Triple Jezzail on Arachnarok Lair is a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see how it works out for him. You know, a triple mortar build would have been really devastating, actually. Like 3 mortars just like shelling the Vampire Coast or the catapults as well. Could have been nice, but I mean, I guess Fellbats and Scurvy Dogs exist, so that's kind of hard to deal with. Unless you have like Howling Warp Gale or something. All right, let's figure it out. Let's have some fun, guys. Let us do it. Surtha Ek. Yeah, we could mod Surtha Ek in so somebody could play Surtha Ek. That'd be really funny. Just like a mod just for him. Yeah, good times. All right, guys, here we go. Ladies and gentlemen of the old world, welcome to the very off-meta grand finals today as Vampire Coast and Skaven are going to be duking it out. We have Alexander Nuts on the coastline facing off against Dr. Jellyfish and his beloved rats. And it's going to be more or less what we talked about, a big rush. It's going to be a bunch of deckhand mobs backed up by zombie bombers to wreck the Skaven infantry. One deck gunner to provide terror, or not terror, but the utility of leadership bombing, which is -16, which is not bad. And yeah, a couple Vanguard pistols. Slostra's S tier here because of her Damn Knights Errant. So basically summon those on top of the Skaven weapons teams and you just cackle and go all the way to the bank. All right, so looking here at the Blessed Skaven. It is going to be Dr. Jellyfish and the rats. All right. So the build is going to be Skaven Slaves in the front to get massacred, Clan Rat Spears maybe in the second with some basic spears as well. Triple Jezzail, look, in theory these things will do a shitload of damage, but Solastra needs to be killed before she gets to the front line. You know, needs to get taken down. How many of these do we have? We got 3, and yeah, Solastra is the biggest problem, because if she can get into your lines and frickin' some of those knights and shut down your avalanche mortars, you kind of just lose the game. That's the risky part for Dr. Jellyfish. So Dr. Jellyfish, I would love to see like a double assassin call in or something to try and take her out before she can get to you and use Skrulk's Lieber One-Shoticus. And Flensing Rune would have been very good too. But yeah, I mean, look, if the mortars are allowed to shoot, they can annihilate the enemy army. And same with the Jezzail. So it's just the hard part is keeping those units alive. It's going to be very, very tough. All right. So we have a Alexander Nuts moving in with his pistol mobs, going to be grabbing the Vanguard with Solastra creeping on the sides. Lord Skrulk is a great, option against Solastra. He's got 42 speed. How much does she have? I think she's like 38 or something. She's 42. So he can chase her and put pressure on her, and also with magic damage, Lieber One-Shoticus can potentially get a kill on her. She's got very low HP. On the backside, it's going to be a Plague Priest coming out. Oh, this is cool. Check this shit out. Double melee Plague Priests. So they do magic damage and discourage leadership. So that's actually kind of a cool tech against like Celastra and Sirens and things like that. I don't hate that. Really, really cool innovations here. Now, Jezzail is shooting in, and one pistol mob is going to be getting it. Despite the tree line, the Jezzails are still pretty accurate. Avalanche Mortar is going to start taking down some of these bad boys, and you got to keep Celastra at bay. If she's able to get close and use her Witchcraft here, you're going to be having a very, very bad time. All right. So we do see the Liber One-Shoticus activated here, and the Knights Errant going to be, not Knights Errant coming out, no, it's going to be Rotting Prometheans first. Avalanche Mortar shooting into the pistol mob and tickling Celastra as well, but that's going to be one dead zombie mob. Look, if you can get one zombie mob killed per shot on Avalanche Mortars, that's 100% worth it. Immediately, Sirens being called in on the other flank, and they're going to be eating some Jezzail shot, and the Mortars are going to be zeroing in on them. And the Vampire Coast is getting closer and closer. Celastra is trying her best to find a way to get the Knights Errant into play here as the Jezzails keep shooting. Avalanche Mortar shots, pretty okay. Managed to get a Siren down to 1 leadership and about half health, as Skaven Slaves are now being sent in, and Jezzails are shooting him as well. 11 leadership, and now the Vampire Coast Army is getting close. Avalanche Mortars are being shelled by the Shade Wraith Gunners, which is very, very fun to see. And we are going to be seeing those damned Knights Errant. Damn those Knights Errant! They're in here, and with proper micro, they should be able to penetrate through the Skaven Slaves. Now, what you want to do with Skaven is pull back your weapons teams and get Rat Ogres to come and block the Knights. That's pretty much your only chance here. If those guys are able to penetrate and just go balls deep here, you're going to have a very, very bad time. So Sirens getting eaten on. Wolf Rats do magic damage, right? Which is pretty cool. So using that as a tech against Sirens, I think, is quite clean there. Jezzail's going to be shooting where they can. Wolf Rats being called in. And the Avalanche Mortars have gotten pretty deep set. So see how the Knights Errant are trying to get to the Avalanche Mortars? And some of them will. You got to keep running because a lot of the Knights are going to be tar pitted on these, and their aggro is going to get pulled back. So for Skaven here, your best bet is probably to retreat back right now. Some Poison Wing Globes would be very, very nice too. We do see the Jezzail shooting pretty effectively, and Sirens are getting crumbled. Shade Wraith Gunner's doing good work, kind of countering the Natty Boobos a little bit. And the Damn Knights aren't going to be disappearing here relatively soon, and it looks like the Avalanche Mortars are going to be enduring. So they have another 30 seconds before they disappear, I think. Yeah, 27 seconds on these guys, and they are being force path through. Being unbreakable is really, really nasty. Currently crumbling. Avalanche Mortars need to live. So Lord Scroll going to be using a Plague Breath right there on the zombies, using Rod of Corruption as well. Avalanche Mortars trying to shoot despite being tar pitted. And it looks like the last of the Damn Knights Errant are going to be dragged down. And the Avalanche Mortars are going to survive with 10 of their 12 models, which means their combat efficiency is still going to be pretty good. On the flank, a couple Scurvy Dogs coming in, and the Wolf Rats are going to be able to intercept them. In the meantime, Avalanche Mortars shooting into the Bomber Mobs that are advancing, and it's looking pretty good for the Vampire Coast. Because they're value trading evenly, and they're the ones that have all the objectives, right? So overall, it's very tricky. But a kill on Celastra would be very nice. Lord Skrulk is going balls deep, and he's got his little Plague Priest homies in here. Liber One-Shoticus activated, and she's getting just nuked in terms of HP. And Skrulk's a little bit faster than her, so should be able to catch her. And honestly, if you just get these Wolf Rats and Tar Pit Celastra down, that's going to be freaking huge. So Avalanche Mortars and Jezzails are back online. Rat Ogres are now being called in to deal with some of the advancing threats. And the Bomber Mob is going to be taken to Pound Town now. Avalanche Mortars now going to be switching on to the Bomber Mobs here as well. Celastra could get killed here. That would be really big for the Skaven. Her current HP is going to be 1600, and there are 2 Plague Priests hunting her down, so they have magic damage and leadership discouraging. So critical binding right now because of the Contaminate, -7 leadership, and now she's going to start crumbling. Really, really interesting play from Dr. Jellyfish here. Always fun to see different players and their styles and strategies and different things that are working out. But talk about MVP, right? These Shade Wraith Gunners guys have been doing so much work. Countering the Jezzails, being able to kind of close that gap here. We do see the Avalanche Mortars getting taken down, but not before they fire one last volley, which kind of tickles them a little bit. Celastra able to escape, so she weasels away in weak binding as the Plague Monks are going to continue chopping. Jellyfish is up in value, but really, really down in objectives right now, guys. It's going to be hard to finish them off here. Celastra is so close to being killed, and it looks like Lord Skrulk is going to be maybe trying to escape or just fighting the zombies. I mean, they'll die quick with the Contaminate. They're going to start crumbling soon. Ogres on the way in, but there's a lot of Halberds. Halberds are going to be a good counter against the Ogres, and there are some Jezzails online still. Getting the Jezzails to finish off the Deck Hunters here would be pretty big, but a lot of the zombies just pushing on through, guys. Pushing on through. Yeah, Skrulk really is the pig pen of this game. Yeah, he's got like the crowd of stink following him, which is really good, but he's going for it. I mean, catching Celastra is going to be a tall order. She's pretty quick. She's a ghost, so she's got some wheels. Wolf Rat's going to be diving on the Shade Wraith Gunners, but not before they've gotten probably 1500 value, I would guess. About 1633. Still got it, baby. Pretty close. Ogres here, bashing through zombies. Shade Wraith Gunner's going to be taken offline, but there are handguns nearby that can provide a little bit of Overwatch fire. But if these doggies take down the Shade Wraith Gunners and then move on to the handgun mobs before they can retaliate, that's going to be a brilliant play. So Skrulk is on the chase. He summons a rat summon to target the Depth Guard here and buy a little bit of time. Plague Rats still doing their thing. Are the Skaven going to be able to escape the backfield? Oh, the Avalanche Mortars are back, actually. That's really clutch. Even 5 Avalanche Mortars is going to be really big. They'll do a lot of damage. I mean, you see how much damage 12 of them do, so even if you mitigate that damage by half, it's still really, really good, right? So are they shooting is the question. It looks like they are shooting into these guys. Ogres and Skaven Slaves trying to advance up. Plague Monks could steal this, and it looks like Skrulk is going to be catching his prey and using Rod of Corruption, negative 15 leadership, and using the big Stinky right there. So using the Pestilent Breath or whatever it's called. Yeah, I don't see that one too often. But Celestra is going to die. She's critical binding, 5 leadership, and dude, look at Big Stinky going kind of MVP here today. That's certainly one path on the avenue back for Skaven to get back in the game, because now Vampire Coast is going to be crumbling across the board, right? Like everything's going to start crumbling with that negative 16 leadership. And there are a couple Plague Priests down here who are a counter against Depth Guard. Skrulk is going to be able to come over here most likely and get this objective. The Depth Guard should have a bad time there. A couple Wolf Rats going to be moving in, attacking into the Halberds. And are the Skaven escaping the aggression? The zombies are finally starting to crumble down after going just balls deep into the territory here. These Giselles are running from Sirens. And now we have a game on our hands. Now, still Coast favored. I think that they are so far ahead on points, and Skaven do take a little bit of time to get up on the objectives. But the Death Guard are actually chewing through these Plague Priests. Wow, really impressive. I thought the 2 Plague Priests would be able to win that fight, but apparently it's a little bit of a hard one. Lord Skrull crumbling down those guys. And the Skaven really need to win this objective. They need those Plague Priests to carry, but 0 leadership is 0 leadership. The Depth Guard are hitting hard. Yeah, they have good AP values, but yeah, I guess elite anti-infantry units are Depth Guard. Rats trying to get the side point. Couple Depth Guard polearms are on the way in. Not really much to counter them. Time is running really, really short, guys. And the Plague Priests losing that fight is really bad. I actually thought they would put up a better fight there, but they end up paying the troll toll. Skrulk Daddy probably going to need a rat summon to fight these guys. The Depth Guard will kill Skrulk most likely. He's only got 2,400 HP, and he's not the tankiest of rats. So he's going to be trying to flee. The Plague Priest will most likely come back and be able to rally and help out against some of the zombies. We will see. On the outside here, we do get Wolf Rats trying to steal it, but it looks like Sirens will be getting there. And finally, the Rats do break out of the middle here. So they are able to crumble the last of the zombies. And now there's going to be a last march of the Rats. They're going to move to the middle. But they got to get all 3 objectives here in a relatively short amount of time. The old Stinky's trying his best, and we do have some Giselles shooting at the Depth Guard down here, which is very cost effective. A couple Scurvy Dogs coming in, but Wolf Rats should be able to intercept them. And Scurvy Dogs do win that fight, but we'll see how it goes. Plague Priest does get surrounded, but stabilizes. Wolf Rats are going to need to head those guys off and let the Giselles keep shooting. And the Rats are now surging towards the middle. I mean, at 1250 points, guys, kind of a close game. Even though the points are really lopsided, the Skaven are still in a position where if they had more time, they could probably win this. I mean, they've won the value trading at the end of the day. Avalanche Mortars shooting in and tickling the pickle of those gunnery mobs right there, which is not bad. A couple Night Runners are cackling. Skrulk Daddy, they really need to get an objective to stop the bleeding. They really do. And the Wolf Rats just kind of abandoned those Giselles, which is interesting. But the 3 Plague Priests going to have 9 capture weight down there. A couple Rats are lurking here. And the Wolf Rats with magic damage should be pretty good against these Sirens if they rear charge them. Get a little bit of a surround on them. We will see. Avalanche Mortars going to be shooting into the Sirens. And here we do see the Skaven starting to get that objective. Letting that Giselle get killed, pretty unfortunate. I think they should have made more of an effort to protect that. 1,300 points, it's probably a little bit too late. Skrulk's going to be trying. He's going to do a rat summon right here and using his Rod of Corruption. Stroking his big old rod. Down here, the Depth Guard polearms are going to be very tough to remove. And the middle objective is in the process of flipping as well. So Sirene's getting wrecked. That objective is in the process of flipping. This one is going to go to Skaven as well. The Depth Guard will lose against Skrulk and his homies. Yeah, GG, really well played, honestly. Like, Skaven almost got back in this game. Like, they're going to get this. If in the next, 40 seconds, they'd probably get this. They get this one, too. They just don't have enough time to get the 3rd objective, I don't think. I think it's going to be a little bit too tight. Sirens are there, and they're trolling, but getting mortared. And down here, we do see Skrulk trying. But Alexander Nuts is going to be able to close it out. Very, very tight, actually. Very, very tight. But Alexander Nuts with the dreaded Coast build. And showing why he thinks it's very favored. But honestly, that felt like it was a good game. A nice little match with off-meta factions is always very, very fun to see. All right, guys, Vampire Coast victory today. Happy Sunday. That was very fun. We get to see an off-meta faction win, defeating the sweaty ogres on the way in, right? Which is super cool to see. Alexander is truly a menace with his with his Vampire Coast. He's really a menace with them. So I love to see it. I love to see it. That's so fun. All right, guys, I really appreciate you guys hanging out for today. It was really fun, making some new friends as well. If you guys did enjoy the stream on YouTube, please do drop a like. Consider becoming a channel member. And for those of you guys on Twitch, follow, subscribe, whatever you're into. Just hang out and watch. It's all good. So, guys, GG. Let's look at the value here. Celestra with 1,800. Shade the 8th Gunners getting 1,600 value. Really amazing. Sirens and Depth Guard, doing their thing in the late game. I love the double Plague Priest. That's like some cool shit, man. Dr. Jellyfish is a Chad, doing Sons of the Mountain very proud. It's been ages since we've had a Skaven victory in an SFT. But I liked the double Plague Priest pick. Even though they didn't get a ton of value, I thought that was a really neat tech. And Celostor did get bullied and chased, so. All right, guys. Adios. Do widzenia. We will see you guys around. I'll be back streaming tomorrow. And then on Tuesday, probably we'll do Age of Wonders. And then when the new Dawn of War game comes out later in the week, we're going to be going hard in the paint on that, which is going to be very fun. So that'll be great. And yes, that is it. See you guys around. We'll see you tomorrow. Thank you guys so much for joining. Nice meeting some new friends here. And we will see you all on the other side.